Does it sound weird?
It did there for a minute.
Oh, I was way away from it. We should be good.
Okay. Make sure you inhale.
We should be. We should be good.
Oh, big old biggins. Okay.
Get some Kevlar XLR cables. Let's go. Add.
That stuff will survive anything.
Add to cart. Add to cart.
Are we doing stuff or?
Yeah. We're just waiting on you to hit the buttons and all that stuff. I figured we would do hey, we're here.
Oh yeah, we'll do an intro and just hey, so this is what we're doing. We're bringing you guys into the recording session here.
Yep.
Okay. All right, and then got to make sure that this records properly.
Cause you're once, twice, 3 times a lady. Oh, I'm an idiot.
What is wrong with you?
A lot. The whole mess, actually.
Where did that even come from?
No clue.
What weird recess of your brain did that come from?
No clue.
That's the one we need, Jeremy.
That way.
Old Jeremy. Check, check. You good to go? We're ready.
Boobs
Rolling.
and balls and wieners and stuff.
Yes, indeed. Buzz right back at you.
Boop. T-da. T-da. All of our things are on the way.
Indeed.
Mics, cords, all the stuff. Be here tomorrow.
Awesome. Feel prepared.
I know, it's weird. I feel prepared for an event. We never do that. Sir Jimothy asked if I have a blow and go computer, which makes me so happy because that is what it sounds like if you can't see us.
What in the hell is that?
A blow and go, it's what people with DUIs have. They have to go, not drunk, you can drive now.
Ah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
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 You sucking your douche fluid on the microphone.
Boom. All right, you ready to at least give the intro here so these lovely people don't just think we're sitting here dicking off?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sure.
Hold on.
Are we doing stuff?
Oh, we are. I got a boop. Oh, damn it to hell.
Are we ready? Is this thing on?
It is on, but I gotta get that to go away. Go.
Test one.
Go.
Check. Sibilance.
Why is your window always a pain in my ass? Like, even when you're not here, your window is still a pain in my ass.
Was my window a
pain? Oh, God, breakfast burrito. Let's go.
It's not even a real window. It has a pain. Strange.
Maybe it's just you're a pain in my ass. Like, all right, you ready to do this thing?
Max pain.
All right, so we'll come in with just the intro. We'll do it cold, and then we'll explain what we're doing and all that good stuff.
Okay. All right. So you want me to play the intro?
No. We'll just do it cold. It's because we're just explaining what we're doing here, and they've been able to hear everything we're doing anyway. So
wait. They've been listening this whole time?
I told you that 7 minutes ago.
Then we should just turn the cameras on.
You mean like that? Hey, cameras are on now.
Kind of wild that we're just talking two voices in the darkness.
Yeah, now the camera's on. Boom. Let's see how that works.
I thought you were like we were muted or something.
No, we're never muted. No, we are we're a self-serve show here. We don't do anything under the cloak and dagger of night.
Right. Well, welcome into the early edition of the Sportsocracy. It is a mock draft day.
Gonna be a mock draft. Woo!
A live mock draft. Here for the just us subscribers.
Nope, members. Just members of the House are reprehensible. Yeah. Subscribers and members are different.
Members. All right, so members of the House that have showed up. Here's what's going to happen on this little wild stream of consciousness that we're doing here. So since we're traveling Monday and Tuesday, we need radio shows to play Monday and Tuesday. The mock draft will be the radio show. So this is welcome into the recording session of Monday and Tuesday's radio shows. We will we'll take breaks. You won't have to hear any commercials, I guess.
Nope.
I mean, I can play commercials for you. At some point, maybe I will play a Clarissa commercial or something.
Will you play the Rumble Tumskins of the girl who's going to poop her pants? Got old Rumble Tums that I always forget you have.
I need that on like a hotkey on the.
Oh no! There it is.
No.
Oh no, my duty.
No, I duked myself on the radio. What? At what point a producer sat down and went, you know what we should do?
let's
I got a great idea.
Let's
we
go.
Should really sell this Pepto-Bismol commercial by airing someone defecating themselves.
No, listen, honey. I know you've been in Hollywood.
Let's make it a woman.
I know you've been in Hollywood for 8 years trying to get your break. Got your break. Turd Rumble. Let's go.
Whoa, no. You know that was like some sales rep too that they got to come in and do the voice for that.
For sure.
She had no idea, and they were just give me like an oh no, like you just smeared something on your TPS reports. Oh no! And then they mixed it together with the pooing of the self, and went. That's it. That's.
And now her name around the office is Sheila Shat herself.
Yes, indeed.
And for those of you that are watching this, this is how every recording that I do with every other group, this is how they all go.
Oh, man.
By the way, if you're a Commanders fan, this would be a good time to say, if you watch a Commanders show, I'm going to be on it. Yeah, I'm doing, let's see, it's me and Craig Hoffman doing their 7-round mock draft tomorrow. Me, Logan Paulson, Fred Smoot, and Santana Moss on Monday, doing another full. I'm excited to meet Smooty and Santana.
Smooty?
That's what they call him. So apparently he and I are very similar. So I'm really excited. I'm excited to do a podcast with 3 guys that I evaluated. And they are super excited to do it with a guy that they are still not 100% convinced is not Luke Combs.
I was wondering where the end of that sentence was going to go.
For sure.
It was either going to be a Luke Combs reference or it was going to be a guy who's not a serial killer.
Yeah. Hey, when did Oliver Anthony get so fat?
Yeah.
I feel like that's the production meeting happening in Washington right now. They put a picture of me on the board and they went, damn, Oliver Anthony just packing away breakfast burritos.
Which he is.
For sure. Ate 2 of them.
At an unhealthy rate.
Ate 2 of them into this microphone and Tank had to listen to it. It was less than awesome for him.
Not good. Not good.
And now I can't hear my douche flute make noise without thinking about James Rorick saying, I have a blow and go podcast stream. The FCC gave me a blow and go to do radio.
He said that, I saw that comment in the chat. I was sitting here thinking, blow and go. That sounds dirty. That sounds nasty. I got no idea what that is, and I'm not sure I want to know.
It's actually how my ex-wife's days work. I mean, they didn't with me, but apparently it does with everybody else.
That one was not until she went down to Texas.
Look at you. That's a dig that they didn't even understand, but it was chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Oh. I hear they do them bigger down there. That's why she's there.
That's why she stayed.
No doubt. Okay, so we need to get some work done here. We've got 2 radio shows to do. We've got a 3-round mock draft in store for you. Jeremy has painstakingly gone through it. And this is the mock that you are going to be entering into the contest, correct?
Barring there might be a small change, there won't be a wholesale change.
Okay.
I'm not going to lie to you. I went through this and went, I'm loving this. And I did it different. I did it different this year than I've ever done it before. I did the last 2 rounds first. Mm-hmm. I've never done that before.
That's an interesting way to do it.
I did round 6 and 7 first. So what I did is I took the visit tracker that I've got that has shown me all these like late round guys that teams are invested in. So I did that first. And so like I'll give you an example of just one off the top of my head. Baltimore's really in on Ben Urosic, the tight end from Georgia. They were with him they talked to him at the combine, they talked to him at his pro day, they had him in for a top 30 visit, so I gave him to them in the 6th round. Well, this whole Mark Andrews thing, I didn't feel the urge to shoehorn them a tight end, and I wound up loving their draft way more because I knew I had Urosic in the bag at the end because I don't know another team that's talked to him. Well, that's not true. I know a couple teams that have talked to him, but not at that level. So I feel like Baltimore would take him a little bit earlier than everybody else would. So I took my board and combined it, did those last 2 rounds, and then throughout the whole draft, through the 5 real bulk rounds, I knew what I had in the hopper coming late. And it will either be way more accurate or it will be a miserable failure, and I will have no idea of knowing which one. But I'm not going to lie. It made everything make a lot more sense.
Okay. All right. It sounds terribly complicated.
It was. My wife walked in here and she went, "Why do you have names at the bottom of the page like that?"
Thank you, Amy.
Yeah,
smart girl. She knows that's weird.
Well, once I explained it, she went,
same thing. Like, what are you actually trying to prove right now?
Well, once I explained it, she went, well, I guess that does make sense. If they're in on a guy that they're not worried about, and that's in large part how the 6th and 7th round works, is you start getting these guys that were super deep divey. Well, I'm not necessarily worried about other teams taking the guy if he's a deep dive of mine. So it didn't really matter. None of these guys would have gone in the first 5 rounds. So my last 2 rounds may be horribly inaccurate. But what may end up happening is you get a lot of guys that I had going in the 7th round, 2 teams that they wind up signing as undrafted free agents.
Right.
And what happened is I went back last year and I did the same thing. I just did it 1 to 7 and I shoehorned some guys that I shouldn't have. And I had some guys that I had shoehorned that wound up going like 2 rounds before they should have. Well, the reason it happened is because I needed a tight end. I was to the third or fourth round, and I just shoehorned one. Now I know I've got one. You know, if you've been all over Ben Urosic, I got one. I don't need to take two. He's a sixth round pick. I mean, I'm not saying you're investing much into him, but if you believe in likely, then we're all good. Red Sea asked if this was pre-recorded. Nope, this is live, and this is as live as it gets. From our lips to God's ears. I mean, and then this is on low latency too, so you're hearing us about the time it comes out of our mouth.
Yeah, Red Sea, this is good. This is the live of a pre-recording, actually. So
yes.
You're getting both.
That's why we did it for members. We were hoping that it would lead to, a lot of people joining the house because that does help our algorithm. But that so far has not worked. So, yeah, we'll see. Well, at 12 o'clock rolls around, who knows? Maybe we'll get 40 more.
Who knows?
Who knows?
We shall see. All right, so we're gonna get started here. So you guys are we're bringing you in on the recording session. We'll play all of the rejoiners and the music and the stingers and all that stuff, so that we have so that I have nice little files that I can plop into the computer on Monday and Tuesday of next week, and it will all go seamlessly. I won't have to worry about it while we're on the road. So that's why we're doing it.
Oh, I just realized why it didn't. I realized why it didn't help, Tank.
What?
Because the live stream was fully public. I hit members only. I know I did.
This live stream?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah. Pathway to hell's paved with good intentions.
Well, excellent.
All right, so I should probably explain that because we have at least a handful of people in here that are not members. So the intention here was for this to be members only because it is the recording of a live stream that will go out on Monday and Tuesday. We didn't mean for this to be seen by the public. We boo-boo. No, and fan man, it's fine. We're probably out thinking ourselves here. It's fine.
It's like that. It's like that time when I was on the 12th at Augusta National, and I went, you know what? I gotta go to the bathroom, and
I pissed in the river.
I was going to be watching. I went to piss in the river because that's what you do, right? You're a dude, and you can do that.
I pissed in the river.
You can't do that when there are children around.
So what we'll do is we'll make this members only after the live stream. So once it's done, I'll change it to members only.
Okay. What purpose would that serve?
Well, if you missed it and you try to watch it back, this way you don't get to see all of the Tom bullshittery. You'll see the mock on Monday.
Okay. Right.
I hit members only. I know I did. I swear to God I did. And I even slept last night. Like a lot.
Fan man's like, should I leave?
No. Nobody ever has to leave.
Nobody needs to leave. No, that's not what this is about. All right, let's get going here. We're gonna start the old recording.
Oh. You'll have to count me down too.
3, 2, 1.
Live from the Ingalls studio.
I can't wait to play with myself every day.
The Sportsocracy.
Damn the devil to hell! Let the big dog eat! Let him on the field!
Come get you some of this.
Fire them cannons! By golly, put more powder in those things.
He couldn't take any more disappointment.
Oh my God. The Jets killed him.
And a welcome into the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM, 1400. Sportsocracy, heard everywhere you go around the world on the iHeartRadio app. Seen everywhere on YouTube. Go to thesportsocracy.com. Click that live video link. Subscribe to the channel. You can usually join us in the chat. Today, it is mock draft day. It is travel day as well for the trip to Wisconsin.
Yeah,
Wisconsin,
we should be in.
Thought you wanted to go.
I still don't want to go. We're on the way there, and I guarantee you, I'm going. Why in the world did they schedule this thing for Wisconsin? The only
excited.
there was a T-Pain thing. Just stop it.
A T-Pain thing.
Yeah, I mean it's been 20 years since the great lyricist and poet himself T-Pain rhymed. I can't remember what the rhyme was, but he rhymed it with Wisconsin.
Nice. He's a wordsmith.
For sure. Hey, you know what? If I can just make up words, I can be a poet too.
We're just days away from the 2025 NFL Draft, and the Ingles Living the Dream Tour is riding along. Ingles Supermarkets, low prices, love the savings. Clarissa sells WBNC.com, Parks Ford of Hendersonville, and Bears Smokehouse Barbecue. We're making our way to Wisconsin. Jeremy is going to regale us now with his final mock draft. This will be the mock draft that you submit to the National Analyst Contest, correct?
Look, if something were to drop by in the next 36 hours, I could change something. There will not be wholesale changes. And I'm not going to lie to you, I'm really happy with how this turned out. I'm looking at basically the way I do mock drafts, and I'm going to level. I did this one differently than I've ever done one before. Okay. So I take I have a 7 square with every team's 7 biggest needs. I fill that out as I go because those are the holes that I'm trying to fill and it's color coded and all that good stuff. As we sit through the 3 rounds that you're going to hear over the next 2 days, there are only a handful of teams that did not fill a major pressing need. And there are only 2 red needs that were not dealt with in the first 3 rounds. One of them was Minnesota, and you'll understand by the end of today why their need wasn't filled, because it's at a position that it's not real good, and they got LMNO screwed by 2 guys going in front of them. Mm-hmm. And then I still don't have a guard for Baltimore, but I kind of do. And you'll understand when I make the pick, you'll understand what I did there.
Okay. All right. Well, it's about that time, so let's get it going. Is there a surprise at number 1 for the Tennessee Titans?
No. No, it's who you think it is. It's who it's been. It took me a long time to get here because they were not really high on Cam Ward at the Combine. Apparently the Combine's where they fell in love with him. And look, I like Cam. I think he can be a good quarterback in this league. I'm not as sold. And what I keep coming back to is he would have easily been the 5th quarterback in last year's class.
Right.
And that's at best.
Some guys don't feel like number 1 picks. And Cam Ward does not feel like a number 1 pick to me. Doesn't mean he's not going to be good. I mean, hell, there have been guys that don't go first overall that are real damn good in this league.
Well, I mean, look.
But I don't know. I guess it's the fact that, yes, he's a record breaker in college, but I also saw a lot of that happen. What was it? Houston Baptist? Is that where he went?
Oh, no, he was Incarnate Word to Washington State to Miami.
That was, yeah.
Look, here's the thing. I don't have a problem with Cam Ward. I think Cam Ward can be a good quarterback in this league. Cam Ward fumbles more than I would like. I think he's going to fumble a lot in the NFL because he does this thing where he pulls the ball away from his body and he tries to do the Mahomes thing where he throws at all these weird kooky angles, and that's fine. You can do that. You just have to know if you're trying to be Pat Mahomes, you got to understand Pat Mahomes is a wizard in the pocket. So if you're not a giant-handed guy, which Cam Ward wound up with 9-inch hands, those 2 things together scare me to death. Because you put him behind a bad offensive line, he holds the ball away from his body, and that is a recipe for absolute disaster. He also has a lot of tape where he plays hero ball, and he feels like he has to win every game by himself. Now, when everything's in a vacuum and everything's right and everything's hunky-dunky, Cam Ward is a really talented – he's a really good arm talent that I think has a really good brain. He just has some of that gunslinger mentality to him that in the wrong situation can lead to some bad. And you got to know that going in. He would not have been the number 1 pick last year. He would have been clearly behind Caleb Williams, clearly behind Jaden Daniels, clearly behind Drake May. He would have been right there with Penix, Bo Nix, and J.J. McCarthy, depending on what order you rank them in. But Tennessee's got to have a quarterback. And he is the only quarterback that I really feel great about playing this year. All the rest of them, it's, you shouldn't do that. So, this is what we do. You take quarterbacks here and you roll on. But Cam Ward at 1 feels like a foregone conclusion to me.
I would agree with you, despite the fact that, we personally may like Abdul Carter better. We do like Abdul Carter better.
And Travis Hunter.
We do like Travis Hunter better.
And Mason Graham.
Right.
And Will Campbell.
Are plenty, right? There are plenty of guys that are better football players, but better decision for the franchise. It's tough not to make that call. It's tough to be the one to say, he's not the guy.
It wouldn't be for me, but it obviously is very hard for Mike Borgonzi. So Cam Ward's your pick at 1.
Yep. All right, number 2, the Cleveland Browns. And with the second pick in the Flowstradamus mock draft.
Okay, so I've told basically anybody that would listen for as long as they would listen, the week before the draft is the definition of lying season. So if you believe what teams tell you in this week, look, and some of it can be true. I don't buy Travis Hunter to the Cleveland Browns. I never have, and I probably won't until I hear it come out of Roger Goodell's mouth. Because I don't understand how that's supposed to make you better. I'm not saying he's not a good player. He is a good player. We all know that. He's a good player. I don't think he's an elite player. I really don't. I don't think he's – I think he can be in time. I think he's an elite athlete. I think he's the best two-way player we've ever seen. But he's not a finished product at corner. He's not a finished product at wide receiver. I have a ready-made guy that can come in right away and absolutely be a dog. And it's not him.
Abdul Carter with Myles Garrett. I can't really wrap my brain around that. Because it seems like
it's a lot to wrap your brain around.
A match made in heaven. It seems like a match made in heaven. And it's hard to say no to something that you've never seen before. Travis Hunter, that's something we've never seen before. And I think that's what a GM would be considering of, I don't know what this can be. I don't know how good this can be. But if it's the best thing we've ever seen, and I pass that up, am I going to live that down?
Look, I'm not telling you he's not a good player. I'm not saying that by any stretch of the imagination.
Nobody's saying that.
I'm saying he's going to need some time to grow into his role. We don't even know what his role is right now. And I just struggle with that, especially when I look on the board and go, if I'm the Cleveland Browns, I can have the best pair of edge rushers in the NFL. That's on the board for me.
Yep.
That's what I would be saying no to if I don't do this. Mm-hmm. So it's hard for me to think, man, I keep screwing this up just gruesomely. I'm running the stream a different way, and it's not working for me.
You're messing.
I am. It's going to different screens. I'm not real sure what's happening right now.
I didn't know who you were talking about. I thought you were still Andrew Berry, because that's about what I was getting ready to say about Andrew Berry and the front office of the Cleveland Browns. Kevin Stefanski included in all of the decisions. It seems like about every decision that they've made has been real risky. Lots of risky decisions being made. Travis Hunter's a risky decision. Abdul Carter's not. It's the safest pick that they can make if they're not going to go for the sexy. Right, for the thing that they've never seen before. And it will rock the division.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, for me, it's you go get the elite pass rusher. Abdul Carter is an elite pass rusher. 22.6% pass rush win rate in the Big Ten. I mean, that's ridiculous. For a guy that wasn't even an edge rusher a year ago, he's an off-ball linebacker. So he comes in already with an ability to cover. He can do all the things you could ask him to do if you put him in a 3-4. Oh, by the way, he can also play with his hand in the dirt. And I don't care about the shoulder injury. The foot injury was a non-issue. I don't care. It's normal wear and tear. The kid played 15 games last year. It is what it is. Abdul Carter's the better player, and that's who I'm going with here. I'm not believing this bull bunkie that you've given me for the last week that you're going Travis Hunter because I know why you're doing it. You're doing it to get one of these teams to get up to 2. Because you still want a quarterback, whether anybody wants to admit it or not. You just don't want to take him at 2 because you don't want to look like a moron 3 years from now when you let Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter go and you took Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart. So for me at 2, it's Abdul Carter, and I'm not going to lie to you, I didn't think all that much about it.
Yep, too many times, chasing the quarterback comes back to burn you. You don't say no at 2 to a guy like Abdul Carter. The third pick in the draft belongs to the New York Giants, or does it? Last mock draft, this is where you had a trade. Are we trading out of this spot?
No.
No.
We're not.
Stay put.
I'm going to stay put here at number 3. I'm just going to forewarn you. We got a long way to go and a long time to get there. There's a chaos that's going to happen at about the start of the third hour of this show that may be unlike anything I've ever done in a mock draft in my life. And I'm not going to lie. It all makes so much sense when you get to the end of it.
That's a hell of a tease.
Oh, I'm not going to lie to you. I was legally dead when I started doing this mock draft. By the time I got to 32, I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed going, what just happened?
He excited himself. Picking fake picks in the NFL. That's awesome.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, I've always said this to people that ask for pictures of our feet. That's a very specific fetish you have. I'm sure it's hard for you to find things that scratch that itch. This scratches mine.
Okay. At number 3, who did the New York Giants take?
Travis Hunter, cornerback, wide receiver, Colorado.
Okay. All right. So they spurn Shedeur Sanders and go, and I completely agree with the call. Just throwing that out there. But this will be much talked about if it happens.
So here's what changed. And I know somebody's going to ask me this. What changed because you've been, it's Shedeur. Okay, on that part of this, hang out for a minute. We're not done yet.
Okay.
With Travis Hunter, I've heard a lot behind the scenes that Deion Sanders has way more say and way more pull here than you think he does. And Deion's really reticent for either of his guys, Shedeur or Travis Hunter. He considers Travis Hunter to be his second son. And Travis Hunter falls pretty much in line with that. I think he wants them both in New York. Now, is there a way to do that? You're going to have to just hang out. And the funny thing is, that's not even the chaos that I was talking about a few minutes ago. I think Travis Hunter is an elite player in terms of talent. You're going to have to get him in a place where it makes sense for him to grow and develop. New York makes more sense than practically anywhere else. I think Las Vegas makes the most sense. I just don't think Las Vegas is going to get a crack at him. Hunter, to me, comes into New York. He's your number one corner off the jump. He's going to play an element of wide receiver off the jump. It also tells me everything I need to know that he came out and said, I'd rather not play than not be able to play both ways. Okay, there's got to be a team here that wants you to do that, and it ain't the Cleveland Browns. And I think Cleveland heard that and went, we're good. That's everything we needed to hear.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter's unlike any athlete we've ever seen because he is He has as high an upside playing corner as he does wide receiver. He's just not there yet. Oh, who's the Heisman Trophy winner? Yeah, he played in a glorified flag football conference. Okay, the Big 12 is a literal, honest to God, rolling on the floor laughing joke. So I want to set the expectation here. Next year, Travis Hunter is going to find press man coverage that he has never seen before. He didn't see it in high school. He didn't see it at Jackson State. And he sure as hell didn't see it at Colorado. He's a thin kid. This kid only weighs 185 pounds. That's 30 pounds heavier than Tez Johnson, who, oh, by the way, was the lightest receiver we've ever had at the Combine. And 30 pounds is a lot. It ain't that much. When I'm looking at Trey Harris, who's 230 pounds, that's an NFL wide receiver build. Travis Hunter's a great talent. Travis Hunter's a great hope. It's not going to be elite off the jump. I think he's way ahead of himself at corner and way more prepared to play that right now than he is to play wide receiver. But I think in time he will be able to play both. Probably starts out playing both with the Giants. And the beauty with the Giants is you have Malik Neighbors too. I don't need you to be my one. You're my two.
Pete Carroll quoted yesterday, said he doesn't think there's enough hours in the day for somebody to be able to play and be prepared at both positions.
What did I say the other day? When I was talking about Travis Hunter, what did I say my problem was? You ain't got enough time to figure out both.
Yep. It's going to be a big risk, but if it pays off, that reward could be huge, not only for the team that drafts him, but also for him, money-wise, contract-wise, down the road. Third pick in the draft, New York Giants taking Travis Hunter, the cornerback/wide receiver out of Colorado. You're in the Sportsocracy, and this is ESPN. Asheville will roll on with at ESPN Draft Nerds. Final mock draft after this. And break time.
Huzzah.
Well done. Good job.
Thank you.
Everybody. Fives.
Hey, do I have a paper? You know, I got 8 screens in here, but I'm not sure I have paper or a pen.
Nobody cussed, right? We didn't have any.
Nope. I'm going to have to write on the back of this credit card bill because I'm not sure there's a piece of paper in this entire building. All right, you were 18-18 right there. Okay, that was fun. Well, I addressed some things in the chat. GG Gambling asked, "Oh, is this a new time?" No, it is not. This is a one-off. We are recording the final mock draft. This is my final mock draft for the national media contest. I'm not going to tell you that nothing can change. I do not have to submit until noon. 1 o'clock Eastern time on Wednesday. So there could be little tweaks. I don't think there will be wholesale tweaks. But we were just recording this. It is one great big live stream. It was supposed to be members only. So, if anybody wants to join the House of Reprehensibles, I have a cool announcement for the House at the draft. And I'm sure you want to be involved in that. So, do that. If you join that if you'd like to. Bob Brown said, just an FYI that Tank's mic is much softer than mine. I can turn me down. I have to be pretty hot for radio because it doesn't pick me up soft. All right, is that better? Anybody, whoever's listening, if you can tell me. All right, am I Great North said too low. Am I too low or is Tank too low?
Who's too low?
I'm too soft now. Okay. All right. What about now? I'm pushing the red line now, so that should be pretty close to right. Go ahead. You check yours too, so we can compare.
Test 1 2. Check 1 2. Can you hear me now? Too loud?
Do yours
Too
again.
soft. Checkity check. Check 1 2. Testes, testes. 1 2 3.
All right. They say you're still a little light, but I can't turn you. Well, yeah, I can. Actually, yes, I can. I can turn you up more. Stand by.
Just modulating the amplitude here.
Tank is too low. Tank's too low. All right, Tank, try it now.
Check 1 2. Test 1 2. Is that better? Can you hear me more loudly?
I do love that people in the chat are saying Tank is soft. Tank will never not be soft. If Tank ever ends up in jail, then Tank needs to make really good friends with a big dude. That they can be his protector and potentially husband. Okay, now they say you're good.
That's just me.
I always forget that I can.
Evil.
I always forget that I can modulate you higher. Usually, we're trying to modulate me down because I come in so hot, and if I turn me down, I come in way too soft. They can't hear me on the radio. This is actually a great time to explain some of the things that happen on radio and why we have some limitations here because the board Tank is using is only 2 years older than I am.
Sorry, I'm having to do some calculations here.
That's why I gave you the raw time.
Math is fun.
Tyson Carter said incoming 4th round guard at number 4 of the Patriots. Probably going to be playing for this Colorado School of Mines. Oh, there we go. I missed Alex's super chat. So something that I do need to inform y'all. So your member chats do not appear anymore in the view activity thing. So if you send in a member chat, do what Alex S did and let me know because I can't see it anymore. YouTube did some kind of weird update. If I miss it in the chat, which right now I have 4 screens in front of me and the chat is only up in half of one of them. If I miss it in the live scroll, it doesn't tell me that it happened. So, let's see what... They did an update that now will not tell me how much view time we have on a video without me having to go look under a rock somewhere. And I don't see member chats like that anymore. But, you just want to play...
remember that?
I do.
Ooh.
I want to bring that back for this year. The 70s porn music under the Only Bangers. That was solid. That was a solid idea.
That was.
So Alex S. said he's been here for a while and happy for our success. Alex, you are the definition of a shoji. Been here for almost 2.5 years.
Nice.
It is
Thank
weird.
you so
It
much.
is weird for me to look back and when I see member chats that have been here that long, and it's crazy. It's crazy that
humbling.
people have been here with us for this long.
All right. Shooting for about 8 minutes on this one, so...
Red C asked if I check. Hold on. He's got a Discord question. As you can assume, I'm in a lot of Discords, and I'm getting a lot of questions right now about a lot of things.
He's the guy who knows things.
Dude, I don't know. I can't say that because we're still connected to the brick, but I don't know poop about sex. Oh.
That was something you said.
If you watched Ozark, you know what I just said. But I just didn't want to say it in the super dirty way. Just in case.
Just in case.
Just in case Tank did something stupid and that played out across the... Let's see. Check the Discord.
Just in case. Let me check, make sure that
There we go.
Okay, we're good. Just wanted to make sure that that live command was not in there for the 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I've been checking that 12, going. Oh, by the way, do you have the whiz turned down? Because I do like my ears.
Oh yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all muted.
So y'all don't get to see the behind the scenes that often. There's a commercial lever over there that Tank forgets to turn down from time to time. That is why I'm legally deaf in one ear. Because my headphones are always hot, and that is wound really tight, and he'll forget it and just blow my eardrums out. Let's see.
Sometimes you forget it, all right? It happens to everybody, and sometimes it tends to happen to me. Like, I don't know.
Bonus.
Like that.
Yeah. That wasn't great. That was the good ear. That went in the left channel. Awesome. Now I'm just going to sit at bars like I'm sitting at the DMV. I don't know anything you're saying to me right now. Red Sea, are you referring to the off-season idea message that you sent on Discord? I just want to make sure I'm in the right one. Yes. Okay. He said, during the offseason, we run through each NFL team and go through an all-time team for each franchise. We did Mount Rushmore's last year. We could do an all-time team. Not like we have anything else to talk about for 2.5 months.
Reggie Roby. Somebody's team has to have Reggie Roby on it.
I'm down. I'm down for that. That could be fun.
He was always one of my favorites.
It's a lot more fun than talking about the brain just went. The NBA Finals.
The NBA Finals.
My mouth did not want to say that.
That thing. That thing that no one cares about. All right, here we go. Start the recording. 3, 2.
Oh, hold on.
Nope.
I was doing two things at once.
Hit the button.
Hit the button.
Ready?
All right, hold on. We got to run through the beer thing because I don't have a commercial scene. So, all right, ready when you are.
Yep. 3, 2, 1.
The Sportsocracy.
These guys are a f***ing disgrace.
We are back on ESPN Asheville. It's 92.9 FM, 880 AM, 1400. It's draft week. We're in the midst of the Flowstradamus mock draft, the final mock that will be entered into the contest.
On the ninth day of Draftmas, the mullet brought to me
It
a
is
pig
truly
that'll
the
make me
11th
call
hour.
him a fatus.
Cam Ward went 1 to the Tennessee Titans, Abdul Carter 2 to the Browns, Travis Hunter 3 to the New York Football Giants. Now, on the clock at number 4, it's the New England Patriots.
You know what time it is. It's Will Campbell. It's
It's
been
Will
Will
Campbell
Campbell. It's going to be Will Campbell. And if you don't
Let's
believe
go.
me, look at where they spent their money. All right, they went out and got Carlton Davis. Why would you take Travis Hunter? All right, half of what he does is play corner. You now have 3 guys that are. I mean, I like your secondary right now. You know what I don't like? The fact that you have Venetian Love playing left tackle.
Vidarian Lowe.
Yeah.
Venetian Lowe.
You got a Venetian
He'll
blind
never
on the
be
left
called
side.
anything else in
No.
my head now.
I did that the other day on a show, and now I can't call him anything else. I got both of his names wrong because I called him Venetian Love.
Good for you.
Which, by the way, if I ever start an OnlyFans, that's in the running to be my name. Look, Will Campbell's a really good player. I get it. He's got short arms, and he's got elite feet. It's a problem when a guy has short arms, and trust me, this will come up with somebody else later. If you got short arms, that's a problem. If your feet are terrible, because then you can't get out. There's no way for you to get out in front of guys. Will Campbell has some of the best feet I've ever seen. Mm-hmm. And oh, by the way, it was such a problem. He allowed 4 sacks in 4 years in the SEC. He allowed 13. He allowed his quarterback to get hit 13 times in 3 years.
Going up against the toughest competition in college football, that's a pretty good feather to have in your cap.
Now, do I think he projects as – I think he will be a very good left tackle. I think he would be an elite right tackle. I think he would be a very good guard. This is not Robert Gallery, okay? Robert Gallery was a miss at left tackle, and then we figured out over time, well, his frame is squatty, and he slid into guard and wound up playing like 10 years in the NFL. That's not going to happen with Will Campbell. He's kind of upright to be a guard, and that's bothered me over the course of this process. Is everybody just keeps saying, "Oh, you slide him into guard. If it doesn't work, you slide him into guard." You can, but I'm not sure you're going to get much better there. Where I think he would be elite is on the right side, but I could say that about 3 of the top 5 tackles in this class. Mm-hmm. So I mean, look, Will Campbell is a great high-level football player. I think New England will be lucky to have him. I think he's a dog.
I agree. I feel like he is he is as close to that dreaded can't miss as you get when it comes to a tackle in this draft class.
Well, somebody keep tabs on how many times Tank says can't miss just to absolutely make blood come out of my ears.
It just makes his skin crawl. He hates it when I say that.
Oh, yeah, because 3 of the 8 can't miss prospects I've ever seen in my life missed.
It's a crapshoot, but there's a lot to like about Will Campbell, and I'm not afraid of the arms. The rest of him moves pretty well. The 5th pick belongs to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and in our last mock draft, Jeremy, you said that this team was gonna do something stupid. Did they do something stupid?
Look, if there's any team that could do something absolutely ridiculous. And I'm going to tell you what that thing is. I did not mock it this way because I'm trying for Jacksonville Jaguar fans to have happy days.
Okay. All right.
But I'm not going to tell you it's not in the realm of possibilities.
Well, with the 5th pick in the 2025 Flowstradamus final mock draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select
Mason Graham, defensive tackle out of Michigan.
Okay, they didn't do something stupid.
Look, actively right now, Mason Graham is still the betting favorite to be the pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. There has been a lot of smoke in the last week that Jacksonville's really locked in on Jalen Carter. Or on, not Jalen Carter, Jalen Walker. By the way, Georgia, could you recruit some guys who don't just have iterations of the same name? Because we had a Trayvon Walker, a Jalen Carter, a Jalen Walker, a Michael Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Could you stop, please? This is getting really annoying. Jalen Walker, that's smoking the last week. I don't tend to buy that, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't buy it here either because I don't know where he plays. It would be one thing if you didn't have Trayvon Walker and Josh Hines-Allen. That's your 2 edge rushers. And if you think you're A, taking an off-ball linebacker at 5, B, you think Jalen Walker is an off-ball linebacker, C, you think he's worth the 5th pick in this draft, you're a moron on all 3. I'm trying to give Joey Gladstone here credit that he's not an idiot. Cut it out. I'm going Mason Graham. Look, you've got to have a defensive tackle. That was their number 1 need on the board for me. And I struggle to believe they're not going to take him. I'm going to have to hear it before I believe it because I don't think anybody's that out of their mind. But he's got some shorter arms. I don't care. He's an ox. He's an oxen, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Absolutely get after it. He'll be a big piece in the middle of that defensive line.
He's a much better run defender right now than he is pass rusher. But I think that can come in time. You also got to remember he had Kenneth Walker and Josiah Stewart on each side of him. He didn't have to be an elite pass rusher.
Right. All right, let's get one more in here before the break. Number 6 pick, the Las Vegas Raiders.
This one has gotten hot, but it hasn't hit Vegas yet, which makes me – that's actually one of my little tells. When I start hearing something a lot, but Vegas hasn't picked up on it yet, that means it's probably not smoke. Because if you're trying to smoke people out, it's not going to be conversations had behind closed doors. This is going to get really loud in the media, like the Travis Hunter thing did to Cleveland. This has not gotten loud, but I hear it a lot with smart people in the industry. It's Will Johnson, cornerback out of Michigan. Hey, Tank, how long have we been doing this with Pete Carroll?
Quite a while.
Oh, yeah, he's been a coach basically in the NFL since I've been alive, minus that time at USC. Was he like in a corner? Big, physical, long.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Does he really care about deep speed? Does that bother him at all? Richard Sherman, yeah, he didn't have great deep speed. He's a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
Will Johnson's in the same boat. Will Johnson, I've heard him comped to Richard Sherman more than once. And that's the biggest need the Raiders have. You've got an elite pass rush. You don't have any corners. So, I mean, I would have loved to have had Travis Hunter. You didn't get a shot at him. Because what it would have taken to get up to 2 with Cleveland, you're not paying. Not when there's another corner here who is, for what you're going to ask the two of them to do, Will Johnson's not going to be out catching 9 routes.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of as a corner, I think he can be every bit as good as Travis Hunter. Especially in a system like this. It's read and react, where he can play off the man. He's playing in zone predominantly. And you're going to be able to take the fact that this kid's just an absolute ball hawk. Look, the 24 tape was nowhere near as good as 25, or as good as 23. Hate to tell you this, he was hurt. He was hurt, and that team was not very good. And Will Johnson, had he come out last year, would have been a top 10 pick. As a sophomore. We've just forgotten about him. He's like the forgotten man. I'll tell you definitively. NFL teams have not forgotten about Will Johnson. Will Johnson is a really good player that I think will make a really good pro. And I love the fit for him with the Raiders.
All right, here he is going 6 to the Las Vegas Raiders, the cornerback out of Michigan. You're in the Sportsocracy, and this is ESPN Asheville. The mock draft continues up next.
Went a little long there, but not by much.
That's all right. That's fine. It's all good. We can make it up.
950.
Sounds about right.
During that rundown, we had our draft partner, one Mr. David Nathaniel Smith IV, gift out 10 Sportsocracy memberships to 10 people actively listening to this here.
Nice.
Dave's just a G.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason we very much consider him the third member of this here program. Which is funny because only I've ever met him, and I've only met him once. Also a great time to say his spouse Brianna is the real MVP.
For allowing him to do shenanigans.
She didn't just allow him to. She made it happen. I tell people all the time, and this goes for your wife, Andy, Brianna with David, and now with Zach Hurst joining us for this, his wife, Anna, my wife, Amy. If you're going to do this, you better have a real understanding wife. You want to be successful at this in any way, your wife better be real on board. Because this is, I mean, you can understand, my wife she's been making fun of me all morning just because she keeps telling me things and she's like, I know you didn't hear me. I know that it went into your eyes. It never reached your ears and it shot straight out of the back of your head.
Went into your eyes.
But our new members of this here program are Big Birds, Matthew Hoffman, John Carmen, David Evans Olson, Slammin' Sammy Joe, Thomas Grimes, that's a new name, I hadn't seen that one before. Chris D, Joshua Burns, also a new name. DMVG, I'm going to assume he came from some of the Commander stuff. And Eric Miller. We're glad all of you are with us, and welcome to the House of Reprehensibles for free for a month, thanks to Armchair Commentary, Great North Sports, our buddy David Smith. Dave said we met once and it was seamless, like we've been amigos for a decade or more. It very much was. Now, he did end up with a nicotine habit that it was a secondhand vape addiction that I don't think he was prepared for. And his cholesterol shot at least 8 points. But
But it
That's
was all
solely
worth
because
it.
I only eat food that comes out of a brown paper sack.
It's all right. It's all about assimilation. We're just taking you in, making you our own.
For sure. And now we got to get him a Chick-fil-A chicken Sammy.
Yes. Which, by the way, dude, start saving up for that franchise. The first Canadian franchise of Chick-fil-A.
You'd make $1 billion.
It'll be bigger than Timmy Hortons.
This whole 2-mouse thing is really screwing with me.
2 mouse?
Oh, I have 2 different computers running in front of me, and I am ambidextrous in that I can swing a baseball bat either way, but I'm not like, hey, I can control a mouse and a keyboard with both hands.
Uh-huh. All right, so we are in the process of recording the mock draft here for the Monday and Tuesday shows on the radio, since we'll be on the road. So if you're just joining us, just kind of explaining what's happening right now with the lull in the content. All right. Damnedest not to screw this up.
Alex S. said an MX Master Mouse can go across 2 computers. I need to invest in one of those right now. Jonathan Welch said he's making a restaurant tacos if we have a crock pot in this house. I can bring a crock pot because I have 14 of them in my house. If you don't know what Tank's doing right now, he's calculating the math backwards of exactly how long this segment needs to be.
Yes.
Because when we say there's a hard out, there is actually a hard out. There is a time that we will just stop talking, whether we stop talking or not. Andy Gallus said the MX mouse. Oh, it's got a keyboard too. While you're doing that, see how much this son of a bitch costs.
All right, let's go.
Oh yeah, buy a bad boy. Have that bad boy at Best Buy today. Let's go. Add to cart. Oh, yeah. You pair that with 3 computers? Let's go.
All right, 19.
19 and some change. 19 and...
I'll hit it. I'll get us there.
All right. Let me... I got to bring the screen back here.
All right.
Okay.
Boobs.
First monster is in the books.
Oh, that's a great idea.
I also ordered an extra flat of monsters for the trip to Green Bay. I already had one. Now we have another one. And before Zach Hurst asked, yes, they are sugar-free. Oh.
Oh, a little energy shot. That'll do it. That'll do it every time.
Is it bad that I already had the second monster open? Is that a bad sign?
No, that's about normal.
I actually forgot that one was still... I forgot the one that I just finished was in the cup. It was left over from last night. And so I just picked it up and just went down again.
Awesome.
Just needed some new ice. Jonathan Israel said, don't drink the blue Hawaiian Monster. It's horrible. That one's one of my favorite. Now, I will say, if you have that one when you have the bubonic plague, it does taste like cat shit. I know. I saw me do it in Mobile. I thought that thing was horrible until I bought 2, and I left it in the truck. And then I opened it after I got well again, and it tasted way better. It's very pineapple-y, which I love pineapple. So.
All right, you ready?
Yes.
All right. He's waiting to exhale. 3, 2, 1.
The Sportsocracy.
That is some good, clean family fun there, eh, Cot?
Back in the Sportsocracy on ESPN, Asheville 2025 NFL Draft Week, and we are making our way through the first round of the final Flowstradamus mock draft. You can follow him at ESPN Draft Nerd or check out all of his fine work at the NFLDraft.net.
This is also a great time to plug the draft guide, which there will be a donation button, but I have taken my cue from Dane Brugler. It was already free to subscribe or to members of the House of Reprehensibles and Patreon. There will be a donation button on it if anybody feels the urge to do that, but it will be completely free. I'm just going to put it on the website, and I was hoping to maybe add to the beer fund but people have been so good with super chats and things like that we don't have to.
Right.
This is our last trip. I can recover from some of the. I'm not like Joe Exotic. I will financially recover.
Yeah.
So we're good. It will be up on Tuesday.
All right, we are up to the 7th pick in the first round, the 2025 NFL Draft, and the New York Football Jets are now on the clock, and we'll see what Jeremy did for his team.
Tyler Warren, tight end out of Penn State.
All right, now is this just you want this is what you want to happen? Are you trying to say no to the Armin Mimbu talk, or are you hearing things?
I am hearing things. I hear that there is a tackle that they really like in the second round that I haven't heard another tight end. I've only heard Tyler Warren, and they really need one of those to run this offense. So I think it's what they should do. I also think it's what they're going to do. Mm-hmm. And look, I get it. Old school Jet fans, you see tight end out of Penn State, and you just go, oh, God, it's Kyle Brady 2.0. No, it's not. Way more athletic, really high contested catch rate. I mean, everything you could want. I mean, this kid had 1,200 yards last year in the Big Ten. 8 touchdowns.
See if Justin Fields doesn't work out, he can play quarterback too.
For sure.
Because he had, 2 touchdown passes, I think, with Penn State?
I believe that's right, yes.
He could do everything.
And look, he's not blindingly fast. But he is every bit the athlete that you need a tight end in modern-day NFL football to be. I also think he projects to be a pretty good blocker. You know, if you're watching this on YouTube, you see that the PFF comp was Dallas Clark. I don't agree with that at all. I think his comp is way closer to George Kittle. He's too big and too physical to be Dallas Clark. Dallas Clark blocked sometimes. And he was never great at it. He was just a willing blocker.
Mm-hmm.
I think Tyler Warren could actually be good at it in time. He just needs some work.
Yeah. The problem, though, is that, that other guy, he had Peyton Manning throw into it.
Yes. That does help.
Hopefully, at some point, they'll get Tyler Warren a quarterback. Unfortunately,
I highly doubt it's going to be Justin Fields
to start out.
Yeah.
It's going to be him to start out with if this does happen. So, not a huge fan of that for him, but getting usage in a place like New York, it's a good place. Good place to find your next step. How about that? I'm just being mean. Sorry.
Abe in our YouTube chat said Dallas Clark was a stud. He was. I just don't see I don't see the comp there. This is a great time for me to say that, and I'll say this a handful of times throughout our draft coverage. I hate player comps. I hate them. I hate them because nobody is the same. So when you see the draft guide, you're going to see that all of my top 150 players have a player comp. Let me tell you how I did that. There are about 7 people in this industry that do those that I actually think have an IQ above salad dressing. Trevor Sikkema is one. Dane Brugler is one. The guys at Bleacher Report do a really good job with player comps. So I take all of theirs, I put them underneath the player's name, I go back and watch the tape with those names in mind, and I'm talking 5-minute little cut up scene deep dive. And whichever one I see, that's who the comp was. I hate player comps. I did probably 20 of the 150. The rest of them were best of less than awesome ones I see out there.
Right.
I think Sikkema does a great job with them. It's just when we disagree real hard.
I just wish you would use descriptors, like instead of saying, "Hey, this guy is Aaron Donald," why don't you say I don't know, he's Aaron Donald if you bought him at the Dollar General.
You're gonna like the draft guide. There's a lot of those.
Is there?
Yeah,
okay, good.
There's a lot of
good. I need more than that. You can't honestly sit here and tell me that Walter Nolan is going to be Aaron Donald. No one can square that in their own heads, and that's an expectation that is way too high.
That's why I hate them. So and I'm trying to think. There was one that the player comp was actually one that I really liked, but the player wound up not being very good. And so I had to clarify that this is a much more athletic version of blank. And Abe asked, what makes them similar to that player? That's really where I fall in, is if I'm going to do a player comp and really mean it, I have to watch this player and think of the other. And that doesn't happen to me very often. It happens, just not a lot. It really doesn't happen with the player that's going at 8. Just, I'm Carolina Panther fans, I'm sorry.
All right. Yes, at number 8. The hometown team, Jeremy. What madness are you putting upon the Panthers fans here? That I didn't like the omen that was that last sentence.
Well, I feel like this is the time where I should be doing the Shawn Michaels. I love you. I'm sorry. Jalen Walker, edge rusher out of Georgia. And I'm confident in it, too.
Player. He's not a bad player. It's just he's not going to be what you want him to be. You want him to be top level, next big edge rusher in this league. And I don't think he's going to give that to you.
My problem with Jalen Walker is very simple. What position does he play? He's not a good coverage guy. He's not good against the run. He's too stiff, really, to play linebacker. What does he do? Where's he play? All right, so you're going to put him outside in a 3-4. Okay, I can get down with that.
Mm-hmm. And he's going to charge quarterbacks.
And that's really what he does. I don't see I don't believe in taking off-ball linebackers this high. B, I don't believe he is an off-ball linebacker. C, I've gone back and looked over the years at all the players that I said, I like the talent, I like the flashes, I like the blank, but I don't know what position he plays. Do you know how many of those guys wound up being hits in the NFL? You count it on one hand.
Few. Very few, I would imagine.
Jalen Walker has got the long arms save him. Because at 6'2", if he didn't have long arms, I don't think he could play edge. I don't think he could be a true edge in the NFL.
He could not. He'd have to beef up.
The question is there a system out there that makes sense for him to do both? Where in nickel he's playing linebacker. I think he's so bad in coverage. And his instincts are awful. Just genuinely awful. There are times that I'm not sure he even understands how football works. It just the ball snapped, and his foot placement is insane. Sometimes he backpedals when it doesn't make any sense. He drives forward when it doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's not even like biting on a play fake. Now, that's all the negative. Here's the positive. He is insanely gifted at getting to quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Carolina's been all over this guy through the process. Right now, the three names I hear, and it's been the same for weeks, are Jalen Walker, Mykel Williams, and Shamar Stewart. I struggle to believe a team would take Shamar Stewart this high. I struggle to believe that a team that really needs pass rush is going to watch Mykel Williams and go, that's our guy. Jalen Walker, if you just need to come out of this with a pass rusher, I get how you got there. But then you've got a whole new problem of where does he play? How does he fit? And again, this is a great time for me to mention this mock is what I think is going to happen, not what I would do.
Mm-hmm. Jalen Walker, as you said, he does save himself with his arms because his arms are wild. And he is best at being able to come off the edge and get the tackle unbalanced. It's the best thing that he's got because he doesn't have the beef to be able to play with a 320-pound tackle.
For sure. I mean, and that's
but he does have the ability to get around him really well. And God forbid he ever figures it out. Like all the things that you were talking about, the technique and the footwork and the backpedaling, and if he ever figured that stuff out, he could be great
for sure.
But
we have a couple things in the chat I'd like to touch on. GG Gambling said, y'all saying Cansey was the next Donald was so laughable, I almost drank my crimes water. Okay, in fairness, if you go back, we never said he was Aaron Donald. We said he played like Aaron Donald.
Mm-hmm.
That right there is why I hate comps. And now, if you've watched Kalijah Cansey, if you just look at the pass rusher side of it, we were right. The problem is that there's another side of the ball, and he's not so good at that.
Mm-hmm. He's working on it, though.
For sure.
He's growing on me. All right, and what was the other one?
Also from GG. He said Walker's the guy the player that you first move to when you're in Madden. Dude's out of position, and it's 50-50 if you don't click off. Yep. Because, I mean, look, the spatial awareness is just not good with Jalen Walker.
Agreed. Number 9. That selection belongs to the New Orleans Saints. And did they take a quarterback?
No.
No
Pick in this draft took me longer than New Orleans. Tank, where was the Super Bowl this year?
In New Orleans.
In New Orleans. When we were doing, festive things around the Super Bowl, how many times did I just wander off and you would lose me for 30 to 45 minutes at a time?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I met a guy. I'm not going to tell you who this guy is because I'm not sure this guy wants me to disclose that I was the one that said this out loud. He's a beat writer for the New Orleans Saints. I met him at media days on the field in New Orleans. I got stuck on New Orleans yesterday afternoon. He and I exchanged cards. I had never called this guy before. I called him yesterday afternoon and I said, I am struggling to believe that they're going to take Shedeur Sanders at 9. His response was, you should, because they're not. I then said, well, but what are they going to do? And he told me a name, and he told me a bunch of things about this name that I did not know. And now I'm pretty locked in, and I'm going to go ahead and tell you, Saints fans, A, this is not my pick. B, I did not do this. C, your organization is what is making me do this. So, Tank, hit the button.
All right. With the 9th pick in the mock draft, who is it?
Mykel Williams, edge rusher out of Georgia.
Oh, okay. What do they like about him?
So, I don't know how long this switch to the 3-4 is going to take. I genuinely have no idea. I know they're going to do it because this is what Kellen Moore wants to do. Mykel Williams has a lot more fans in the NFL than you would think. He also has a much safer floor than people want to acknowledge because he is hyper athletic. He's really good against the run. And there are people that think he played grossly out of position at Georgia and that he's going to come in the league and he's going to be better. Here's what I will tell you. The Saints have been on Mykel Williams at every step of the process since Kellen Moore got hired. Since Brandon Staley got hired. Mm-hmm. That's where it changed. They have been the hardest read through this process. I feel pretty good on what they're going to do from day 2 on. It was at pick at 9 that I kept looking at going, I don't really think Tet makes sense. Because Tet's falling to everybody. Tet's doing all these visits with teams in the late teens and 20s. If he's going at 9, why are you bothering with any of this?
Right.
Walter Nolan, it feels a little high. By the way, that's what I would do.
Mm-hmm.
But
what I've done.
Then I look, there are very few people in this world that are as connected to the New Orleans Saints as the guy that told me this. So I don't love it. I know Saints fans aren't going to love it. I did get a Jermaine Johnson comp from Trevor Sikkema, though, that did make me go, okay, I like him better now than I did.
So it makes sense to you? You see it?
To New Orleans, with what I know they're wanting to do, I don't love the player. But now that I've heard it, I can't unsee it.
The Jeremiah Johnson comparison?
Well, Jeremiah was a bullfrog and a good friend of mine. Jermaine Johnson plays in for the Jets.
Sorry.
He also played for your Georgia Bulldogs.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. I feel like the Saints are in a really bad position. Mm-hmm. You're in an 8-man draft because I think there are 3 elite players, a quarterback's going up here, and then there's 4 more that I feel really good about. Problem is they're all gone. They're all gone, and everybody I talk to tells me that Teteroa McMillan is going to fall because this deal about not watching tape is driving people crazy. Yeah. So, Saints fans, I love you, and I'm sorry. That's 2 picks in a row I've had to do that.
Yep. You are in the Sportsocracy, and this is CSPN Asheville. Let's do one final pick before the top of the hour break. It is the Chicago Bears at 10.
You know where this is headed.
I want you to say it so the Bears fans don't come at me.
Ashton Jeanty, running back, Boise State.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is a pick that you have pooed on throughout the process when it's been made higher than this. So, how do you feel? How do you feel if this is the pick at 10?
Okay, Chicago's another team that's been tough for me through the process because I feel like Chicago's done a phenomenal job of addressing their needs. Okay, and I'm going to go through my thought process on Chicago and the fact that I think they've talked to 800 running backs through this process, so I know they're taking one. It's just a question of where. What are the needs for the Chicago Bears? If you're just being 100% honest with yourself, you look at their roster, this is what they need to add. What is that?
I would say they need a offensive lineman.
They've already done that. Darnell Wright was the 10th pick in the draft a couple years ago. Mm-hmm. Braxton Jones is not your problem. You just added 2 guards. So here's my question. Where do all these guys go? All right, so you add – is there a guy that you think would displace Braxton Jones immediately at left tackle? Because I don't. I think Kelvin Banks with short arms, he's going to take some time, probably better to start on the right side. So where are you going to put Darnell Wright? Mm-hmm. You're just going to throw him – you're going to throw that baby out with the bathwater? Oh, by the way, the guy that made that pick is still the GM. You just keep doing that with all the offensive linemen. Josh Simmons, he's coming off a terrible leg injury. Armin Membu plays on the right side. None of them fit. None of them make any sense. You need a slot receiver to replace Keenan Allen if you're not going to bring him back. This is high for Matthew Golden to me. You get to the defensive side. Every person around the Bears tells me I'm wrong that they need a corner. No, don't worry. I'm still going to add one, but I'm just not going to do it right here.
I'm just not going.
And the two top guys are already off the board. So you'd be taking a slot corner in Jahdae Barron.
Okay.
And I just kept doing this, going, none of it makes sense. This team is too good for you not to take the best player on the board. And right now, the best player on the board is either Teteroa McMillan, who you don't really have a place for him to play. You have not shown a real desire to add a receiver super, super high in this class. And you've shown that you really want to take a running back. By the way, Ben Johnson was the offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions when they took Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. He's not averse to taking running backs that high.
Yep.
Genty's a good player. I like him way better with the Chicago Bears than I like him with the Las Vegas Raiders.
Now you're in the Sportsocracy. This is ESPN Asheville. At ESPN Draft Nerd, Jeremy Green's final mock draft continues after the break. Okay. Clear?
That was 2026.
Yeah, it was close. That was close.
Did the Saints fans threaten to burn my house down? It wasn't me. I'm telling you, it wasn't me.
I didn't do it.
It was not me. I didn't do it.
Yikes. Michael Williams.
Ataliog one said, didn't want Walker, then became okay with him, and now feels sick for drafting him after listening to this. Sorry. He's got the old school Hornets logo as his YouTube logo too, and I just made him physically ill, and that made me sad.
He's used to it if he's a Hornets fan.
For sure. Look, being North Carolina sports fans, it's a tough time in life if you don't like Duke. Oh, about that.
Oh.
And Detroit fan, man, I'm not saying that Ben did that all himself. I'm saying he's been in an organization that prioritizes taking your guy. But yes, I know Ben did not make that pick. That's Brad Holmes, who I go out of my way to ball wash as often as humanly possible. I love Brad. That was another one of my great prognostications that I don't ever get the
Brad
love
Holmes.
for.
Yeah.
When he got hired, I literally went on and on and on about how this dude is so damn smart.
We talked a lot about Brad Holmes the year before he got hired.
Yes. When he was with the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, he's also the only Rams disciple that doesn't think hiding top 30 visits is a good idea. And for that, I laud you. Because everybody else that comes out of the building goes, no one can know who we've had in the building. We must go full cloak and dagger at all moments.
Hey, can I ask? I just want to throw this out to the chat here, just to ask if I'm being a little too, I don't know, old manish about this. But bringing a dog to a radio studio is the worst damn idea on the planet Earth. And I can't believe that we have people that do that here. And it takes everything I have not to just kind of lose my shit about it every day. Every day. Really? You brought a barking dog into a place where we're trying to record audio. That's bang up work. Tell me you really understand what we do here. Sorry.
Stephen Tao said you're old. He is old. There's no doubt he's old.
It's like taking a dog to a restaurant. You just don't do that.
Oh, people do that all the time. I went and got a beer at the porch the other night. There were 4 people that walked in with dogs within 20 minutes. I don't do it, but I also don't have a dog. And the last dog I did have was not exactly what would be quantified as a people person. Actually, Mamba liked people. Mamba didn't like other animals. Oh, I don't. You haven't seen Mama since Mongo took her, have you?
No, I have not.
That dog is fat as hell now.
Good for her.
She still gets so excited every time I walk in the front door. Like we're just best buddies again. Been what, 3 years? I can still go to their house and she just absolutely loses her mind. Like, hey, it's the fat guy that always smells like bacon. Starts knocking shit over because now her tail's fat too, so her tail starts wagging and it literally it'll clean off a coffee table.
That's adorable.
Amy gets so mad because she goes over there to take care of her, and so she feeds her and makes sure she doesn't die. And then I walk in the house and
just loses.
That's my dude.
That's awesome. That's so awesome. All right.
Evan Doyle said, I have a blast when I'm in Asheville, but the people are ... confusing.
Confused.
That's a way to put it, yes.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Why do you have to take your dog with you everywhere you go? It makes no sense to me. Leave the damn dog at home. Or take him out in the woods. Go let him run around somewhere. I don't need him sniffing around my feet while I'm trying to enjoy my bear balls. Or wherever I'm at. I'm not like trying to throw shade at bears or whatever. It's just I don't get the need. I don't get the need to take the dog with you everywhere you go. Like you don't see me out with my cat. It doesn't make sense. Although Ariel brought her cat to work the other day, and that still is.
That was just to piss Josh off.
Interesting. Mm-hmm.
And I think it worked. Yeah. I think it worked.
It did. It worked. It 100% worked.
I was like, well, your studio's dead to me now because there's carpeting on the walls, and that attracts pet dander, and I'm deathly allergic to cats. So my time on Star 104.3 has come to an end.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, Sir I'm better than that, Sir Jimothy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. When you said take it in the woods, my brain went to the same place. Like, oh shit, he's about to say some old yeller crap right now.
No, I love dogs. I just don't know why you feel like you need to take them with you.
Just so you know, you didn't get a whole lot of agreement there. Just to be clear.
What?
You did leave out a very. You did leave out a part.
Taking dogs to restaurants?
Oh no, to the radio station. You also failed to mention that our studios are not completely soundproof.
No, they're not.
Yeah, so when the dog starts barking on the other side of the door, you can hear the dog. That's the only part that irritates me. I like dogs.
Mm-hmm.
I just travel too much to have one. Unless I'm Kirk Herbstreit, I'm going to buy an RV and take it with me everywhere I go.
Seems interesting. Anyhow. All right. Top of the hour, second hour of the mock draft. Here we go.
Hold on. I'm going to get the screen back up.
Oh, geez. Here we go.
Hey, it only took us an hour and a half to record the first hour. So at this rate, it will only take us 9 hours to record this. All right.
One of the good things about being on the radio is that you only have 3.5 minutes to cut up in between the segments.
For sure.
All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Live from the Ingle studio,
I can't wait to play with myself every day.
the Sportsocracy.
Damn the devil to hell! Let the big dog see! Let him on the field!
Come get you some of this.
Fire them cannons! By golly, put more powder in those things.
He couldn't take any more disappointment.
Oh my God. The Jets killed him.
It is ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM and 1400, the Sportsocracy. Heard everywhere you go on the iHeart Radio app. Welcome in, if you're just joining us, to the program here. It is the final mock draft of at ESPN. Draft nerd Jeremy Green here on your NFL draft station. It is NFL draft week.
I feel like we should get in our emotional safe spaces and sing memories. That's kind of what I did. I'm not going to lie, when I opened all the things up, and it's last mock draft of 2025, I did get in my feelings.
Did you?
The way we were. Misty watercolor memories.
I would imagine at this point you'd be ready for this.
Very much so. Yeah, my wife looked, because I did get a little. I got a little of my feelings. Last mock draft, and she went, "Are you not happy that this is over?" And I went, "Oh God, yes.
Okay.
Oh God, yes. I am very happy this is over. I plan on sleeping for about 3 weeks out of the 4.5 weeks of May. It's gonna be just, and then I'm gonna park my keister in the sand somewhere for 2 weeks, which is gonna be awesome."
As you are hearing this on ESPN Asheville in the iHeartRadio app, we are on our way to Green Bay, Wisconsin, pre-recording this little mock draft here, so we can travel safely up to the cheese state. Is that what they call it? I don't know. I was going to say the Great White North, but that's Canada, so we're not going to Canada.
We're going pretty close
to us. Right, we're going close, but we're bringing Canada to us in Green Bay with David Smith of Armchair Commentary, Zach Hurst joining us as well, and Jonathan Welch coming in from the Pacific Northwest. So we're going to have many reaches of the United States represented by the Sportsocracy in Green Bay once we get there. But today we are continuing with the Flowstradamus final mock draft. This is the mock draft that Jeremy will be entering into the media contest to see how he stacks up against other NFL draft analysts around. Although, if you want to go ahead and break the tie, go over to NFLdraft.net, check out all the cool work that he's been doing over there to get everybody up to date on what's going on in the NFL draft guide from the Sportsocracy.
Yes, and it is, and this is not Mullet's draft guide. Tank is featured in it. He's got his own section. He did the NFL draft team needs for each team, and Tank a vital, important part of what we do at NFLdraft.net. It's not just me.
Poco.
Well, him, Bill Workman, Bryce Dial. There was a lot that went into this. This was like our trial year on NFLdraft.net, and I'm so happy at what we were able to do to get people ready, and I'm looking to doing it even bigger next year. Next year, this will be the first time I say this out loud. Next year, we will have 1,000 NFL draft prospect rankings. I'm calling my shot. I'm hitting 1,000 next year.
My goodness! All right, look forward to that. Above and beyond.
We have we're going to announce some things at the draft that are pretty exciting that we're going to do next year. If you're not a big college football person, but you're a draft nerd, we're going to try to find a way to bridge that gap.
Right. We're going to make you a college football person. Let's go to number 11. The 11th pick in the 2025 NFL draft. It belongs to the San Francisco 49ers. Flowstradamus, what do you think they're going to do?
Mike Green, edge rusher out of Marshall. This is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen, that the red flags on Mike Green and the red flags on James Pierce are completely different.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason. And I don't know. I don't have FBI contacts or anything like that. It's going away with Mike Green. I'm hearing way less about it. So I don't know if they found something. I don't know. The James Pierce thing is getting worse and worse and worse and worse. I don't know why. I can't confirm any of it. But I think Mike Green's going to find his way into the top 15. I believe he either goes 11 to San Francisco or 15 to the Atlanta Falcons.
Okay.
And Atlanta sees Mike Green go and, nope, didn't like that at all, because they don't really like any of the other edge rushers from what I can tell.
So Mike Green slides in on the end of the 4-3?
Yes. And look,
replaces Yetur Gross-Matos?
To me, I think he can play with his hand down, he can play with his hand up. It doesn't really matter. and him and Bosa is an elite pass rushing duo. The defensive tackles in this class you're still getting good players in 2, 3, 4. Here's what I learned when I went through this process. There are 2 positions that we're undervaluing where these guys are going to go. Edge rusher, and that one, I noticed it pretty quick I'm having to go deeper into the bag than I ever thought in the top 64. And the one that really hammered home with me was corner. If you've got a corner in this draft, take wherever you think they go and bump it up by 30%.
Gets thin in a hurry.
For sure it does. And you get into super raw project fast, and there are a lot of teams that need corners. But Mike Green, to me, San Francisco kicks it off. I think they can get a defensive tackle in the later day 2, early day 3. They can come in and play right away. There's a player that I love with them that we'll talk about on tomorrow's show that they take in day 2, that it ties everything together. It really improves the defensive line. Mike Green has very little miss. You know, the tape is obvious. He destroyed people at the Senior Bowl. It's just a question of, are you comfortable with the character that you're getting? And from everything I can tell, it sounds that teams are getting to a point where they are.
The 12th pick, that belongs to the Dallas Cowboys. What do you got?
Armin Mimbu, offensive lineman, because I'm not ready to declare whether he's a guard or a tackle for the Cowboys because I'm not 100% sure. From Missouri. Look, I feel like I need to have kind of a fait accompli on Mimbu, because I have talked a lot of smack. Most of my smack comes from taking him in the top 10, because I don't think he's a top 10 prospect. I don't think he's a top 10 player. Like, the idea of taking him ahead of Will Campbell is blasphemy to me. But if you're looking for somebody, and Dallas is the perfect place for him to land, I'll tell you why. They need either a guard or a tackle. Armin Mimbu can play either guard or tackle, and I'm not going to lie to you, I don't really care which one it is. I think he can be an elite guard. I think he kind of reminds me of Talizi Fawaga from last year. I liked Fawaga better, and Fawaga had a really good year with New Orleans. There's a lot of raw in Mimbu, and he's a super interesting prospect. The deeper I got on him, this kid is insanely smart. And I like the idea of, I can just get him to camp. I can try him at guard. I can try him at tackle. I know he's going to start at one of the 2. He holds up in the run game. He holds up in the pass game. I just don't think he is the refined, finished product that everybody talks about. And what has bothered me about Mimbu is, why did your evaluation on him jump so much in the offseason? I didn't hear anybody talk about him this high until we got to the Senior Bowl and the Combine, and I hate when players jump up like that. The more I dove into him, I like him with specific teams. I like him with the 49ers. I like him with the Cowboys. I like him with the Dolphins to a point. I don't think he will get any further than that. I do not like him at 7 to the Jets. I hated the idea of him at 4 to New England. And I hate the idea of him at 5 to Jacksonville. But you get him in this little honey hole, and I'm fine. Everybody has a price.
Who does he unseat on the line?
It would be Terrence Steele on the right side, and I think that's probably how it goes. It's easier to get guards in this class than it is to get tackles. And there is a guard in this class that I think fits Dallas well. We'll talk about that in day 2. But there is a guard that I really like the fit with him and Mimbu. And then you got Tyler Smith and Tyler Guyton on the other side, and you got Beebe in the middle, and I feel better about your line now.
Okay, you definitely need to pay some attention to that offensive line. The best days of this franchise have always been when you've had a hell of an offensive line, and it's taken a hit, some attrition over the last couple of years. The 13th pick belongs to the Miami Dolphins. Mad respect, Coach. What are you going to give my friend?
This has changed a lot in the last 48 hours. Jalen Ramsey will not be a member of the Miami Dolphins next year. Whether they cut him or trade him, I do not know. By the way, that offseason last year, wow. You could have given a drunk toddler a blank checkbook, and he would have done less damage to this organization. I mean, they extended Tyreek Hill, who now wants out. They extended Jalen Ramsey, who has now forced his way out. They extended Mike McDaniel, who I think they would have fired had they not done that. And they extended Jalen Waddle, who just had the worst season of his career by 10 miles.
Mm-hmm.
This has changed with the Jalen Ramsey news. I don't know exactly where they would play this kid. I think he would end up on the outside. It's Jahdae Barron from Texas. I love Jahdae in that move safety role, and that might be where they use him. It's entirely possible because they need a safety too because they lost Javon Holland.
Right.
So you may see him in that move role and playing on the outside some in the base alignment. Jahdae Barron is maybe the smartest player in this draft. He may be the most versatile player in this draft because he started at safety at Texas. Then he moved into the slot. They kicked him outside last year, and he won the Thorpe Award. Size, yeah, he's not as big as you would want. But in zone, this kid's a bulldog, and he's really sticky in man coverage, too. You will
and
get...
he's everywhere.
He is. He jumps all over the tape when you put Texas tape on. I do not love him as much on the outside. I had him evaluated as my number one slot corner in this class by 2 full rounds, mind you. But I think he is good enough on the outside, and he's versatile enough that Miami has a secondary problem. Now, here is the other thing that makes me like him in Miami. The Dolphins may have the deepest group of edge rushers in the NFL with Chop Robinson, Jalen Phillips, and Bradley Chubb. So they're going to get after quarterbacks. That helps with a player like Jahdae because he can hold up in that 2.5 seconds. You're going to get to quarterbacks quicker than that. So a lot of the issue I have with him is in continuation, in man, of there comes a time where he just can't stick any longer. I don't worry about that with Miami. And this gives you a little buffer to move on from Jalen Ramsey, which they made it very, very clear yesterday that they were going to do. There's no there's no holding hands and singing Kumbaya coming here. Jalen Ramsey's going to be playing somewhere else.
Yeah. Jahdae Barron with that sub 4.4 speed. Some Miami Dolphins fans are going to be happy with that one. You're in the Sportsocracy. This is ESPN Asheville. We might as well take the break early. I don't want to cut short the next
we
pick
can
here.
we can do the Colts. This one's super easy because it's exactly who you think it is.
All right, I just wanted to give everybody their due time. So the Indianapolis Colts do have the 14th pick, and he says it's an easy one. So I guess that means they're going to get a tight end.
Yeah, Colt fans, if you feel like you didn't get your time, go back to the 7 other mock drafts where I've taken this same player to you at 14, and then you can regain your time because we've talked about it a lot. It's Colson Loveland.
Yeah.
Loveland, to me, there are only 2 spots he's going to go in this class. He's either going 14 to the Colts or he'll fall to 22 with the Chargers.
Yep.
And look, I think Loveland is so much better than other people do. He's my 12 in this class. I get it. He's been around for a long time. He didn't have necessarily the year last year that you wanted him to. The quarterback play was terrible. Okay, he only had 582 yards last year. I don't care. I don't care. He had me playing quarterback. You watch this kid. The only knock I have on him is that the contested catch rate is a little low. He's so good after the catch. And you wouldn't think that when you look at him because he looks like he would be more lumbering. And I think there are times that we look at how a guy looks and you get this idea of who he is in your head, and then it just becomes gospel. The problem is it's not accurate. Colston Loveland's.
I was going to say if a guy moves like a Tecmo Bowl character, then yeah, it doesn't look great. And I get that kind of, that stiff movement from a tight end is, I don't know. A lot of people look at that and go, 14? Really? That's a little high.
Loveland is, he's got long arms. I think he's got sweet hands. And I think he will hold up as an inline blocker in the league. Now, you get to that next tier of tight ends, and it gets way more bootsy. You're getting way into more projection. Well, if we develop him, he can be this. Colston Loveland's a no-doubter. This is, for me, if I'm the Colts, I'm looking at Loveland at 14 going, that's an automatic A. It's not going to be an A+. I'm not going to jump up and down about it and go, oh, my God, you got the value of the draft. No, you got a solid starter that's going to help you with Anthony Richardson. And if Richardson doesn't work out, you've got a ready-made piece for whoever the next quarterback is.
Mm-hmm. I mean, how many times have you tried to do that developmental thing with a tight end over the last few years? Feels like several.
Will Mallory, Mo Alley Cox, Jelani Woods. That's just off the top of my head.
Yep. I was going to go back, even back to the tight end that they drafted with Luck. His teammate from Stanford.
Oh,
can't remember his name now.
Colby
Like
Parkinson? That wasn't Parkinson. Maybe. Parkinson played at Stanford. But
Parkinson. Yeah. This was
no. You're talking about Kobe Fleener.
Kobe Fleener. That's it. You've been searching, yearning for that guy since Dallas Clark, pretty much. Colston Loveland, he's the one that makes the most sense, and you don't have to make that excuse of, well, he's an athletic freak and he could become something like you would if you waited to go with Harold Fannin or Elijah Arroyo or Mason Taylor. It's a safe pick at 14. You are in the Sportsocracy, and this is ESPN Asheville Mock Draft Day, final Mock Draft Day here in the Sportsocracy as we are headed up to Green Bay, Wisconsin. This a pre-recorded program here on ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM, and 1400. We'll be right back. Okay. Clear.
1853.
Gosh almighty.
I'm glad we didn't do this as a. I'm glad we didn't do this as a members mock now.
1752.
Is it 1752?
Yes.
Oh yeah, it is. Sorry, math's hard.
That's not right.
Yeah, if you didn't get to the full allotment of seconds, you have to take one off the minutes, not just add it in there. That's not how math works.
Yes, indeed. All right, do we still have viewers? Or are we still y'all having fun out there? And enjoying the show. Let's do quick math on this. And we need to go to.
We're already at 300 views for a video of us recording a video that will go out on Monday.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Yeah, this is
take that algorithm.
Oh, by the way, I should probably warn people of when they download the draft guide. There is Jeremy actually does have a heart at the end of the final page of the draft guide is that's for you guys.
Interesting.
Everybody always says I don't have a heart, and Jeremy doesn't have any feelings. I do. They just don't show them.
It's a defense mechanism.
I live by the Charlie Harper philosophy. Charlie Sheen. Feelings are a lot like your mother's breasts. You know where they are, but they're best left unfelt.
Kudos.
It's a great line. I just blew that right into the camera. It looks like I just walked out on Nitro 1998. I look like Bill Goldberg coming out of the Sparks.
Okay. Ready for number 2?
Yeah, we're okay. So this is not start on an hour, so I don't need the opener.
This is no.
Ooh.
8:30 is what we're going for here.
8:30. Okay, so that would put us right at 1:15 on my
so we should
recording,
have-
not yours.
Yeah, probably two picks here.
Okay.
And 3.
Go ahead.
3, 2, 1.
The Sportsocracy.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
We're back in the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville. It is Mock Draft Monday, the final mock draft of Flowstradamus. Jeremy Green, as the NFL draft begins in, well, just a few short days. Up in Green Bay, Wisconsin, we have worked our way to the Atlanta Falcons now, picking at number 15. And, Jeremy, this has, well, let's just, I need to find out which way he goes. Is he gonna make the bad pick or the worst pick? Because usually only happens either of those ways for the Atlanta Falcons. With the 15th pick, the Atlanta Falcons select.
Falcons fans, I'm going to say the same thing to you that I said to your two NFC South compatriots. I love you, and I'm sorry. Shamar Stewart, edge rusher, Texas A&M.
Okay, this is supposed to be bad? Why is this bad?
I think people will think it's bad. There are certain players, and look, I get it. You want to see a guy that had the crazy sack numbers. I understand. I get where you're coming from. I really do. And I see Abe in our YouTube comments said Shamar Stewart's not good. I'm going to disagree with you in that I don't think he's good if you're planning on putting him on the outside of a four-man front. Where I think Shamar Stewart can succeed is if you go complementary drafting and take an undersized 3-4 outside linebacker to play behind him, because Shamar Stewart is a moose. I stood next to this guy at the combine. He is built out of granite. Then I was standing right on the end line as I watched him run the 40, and I went, ah. So I went back and deep dove the tape on him. They asked him to do a lot of things that I don't think are really what he does. I think Shamar Stewart's way closer to a defensive tackle than anybody wants to admit. And then I looked at how they used Nick Scorton, our favorite player here, hurting for a scouting. I think Shamar Stewart in a 3-4 can be really good. And I look at what Atlanta has right now and the raw pieces that they can use to put together this defense. I like Shamar Stewart here a lot. People forget that that's a part of this too. I get that the edge rusher is sexy. Don't ask me why they don't like any of these guys outside of Mike Green, because I don't know. I don't know. They didn't, and I had intel last year. They didn't like Dallas Turner. How many times did I tell you that? I get that's who you think they should take here. They keep telling me that's not who it's going to be. They never told me Michael Penix, which would have been awful sweet of them to do. But it's the same people this year telling me they don't like Ezeraku, they don't like James Pierce. They've tried to like James Pierce and they don't. So when I got down to it, Shamar Stewart was one of the hardest players in this draft to place, because it seemed like the teams that liked him don't really have a place for him, and the teams that don't like him are the teams that he really fit with. The one exception to that was Atlanta.
I was fully expecting this to be, I don't know, Jahad Campbell or something. I like this. I would really like it if Shamar Stewart went to the Atlanta Falcons at 15. He's one of the guys that I look at in this draft and go, he is going to be a solid contributor in this league, despite the fact that he didn't have great stats in college. You don't have to have great stats in college to be a good NFL player. We've seen this go either way, right? We've seen dudes in college have amazing stats and then come into the league and do nothing. And we've seen it the other way around as well. I can't watch tape of Shamar Stewart and not see it. I'm not the talent evaluator, but I feel like if you don't see it, maybe there is a problem.
I see Raheem Morris as the guy that is going to see Shamar Stewart and go, I can get it out of him.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, it's a lot harder to find a 5-tech in this draft than it is to find an outside linebacker. Now, Atlanta fans, have no fear. I'm not done. That's not your last pass rusher in the first 3 rounds of this mock. And I think when you see Shamar Stewart with the other guy, you're going to go, okay, we can rush a quarterback now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, let's go to the 16th pick. The Arizona Cardinals, Red Sea, anticipating his guy.
I know,
board, Jeremy.
I know that Red Sea will be happier with this name than Andreas Pinckney was with the name for the New Orleans Saints. Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Ole Miss.
Okay. He'll be excited.
I agree.
With defensive tackle.
Well, you just look at what Arizona has, and they've got Zaven Collins, who I like better as an edge than I do as an off-ball. You've got Josh Sweat that you just signed. You put Walter Nolan in the middle of this in your nickel alignment, in your 4-man front, and then he plays 5-tech in the odd front. And that makes more sense to me. If Will Johnson was here, I would have taken Will Johnson. Now I'm officially to the point. I didn't think he was going to be there in the first place. He got there in one mock that I did. I can't see how he gets there now. Now, the other name you were looking at was James Pierce, and I know they like Pierce. I'm not undervaluing the idea that they could make a maneuver to get Nolan and Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
I did trades in this mock. Most of my trades were in a few picks. I'm telling you, the start of the next hour is going to be pandalarium. But I love Nolan. Nolan's in my top 10. I don't think he's getting past Arizona. They've had him in the building. I really like him, and he's another one that I look at of, man, Texas A&M really ruined you. Because if he had played at Ole Miss for 3 years and done what he did last year, we'd be talking about him in the top 10.
Yep.
But people keep going back to that Texas A&M tape. The funny thing is, hey, name me we have 5 guys that played defensive line at Texas A&M. Name me the guy that the tape doesn't make your head hurt. Do you just think all 5 of them suck, or is it possible that maybe Mike Elko and Jimbo Fisher are not the best at getting defensive linemen into the NFL?
Shamar Stewart to the Falcons at 15. Walter Nolan, another defensive lineman, to the Arizona Cardinals at 16. The final Sportsocracy mock draft will continue after this on ESPN Asheville.
Doody-doo.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Andreas Pinckney said, I can't even watch the rest of the mock. It's not me. I did not do this.
Well, I mean, technically you did.
I mean, I am just a conduit. Detroit fan man thought the stream froze. Nope, we both
we're
have
calculating.
Yeah, well, I mean, I had messages in the Discord, and I'm having to keep up with. I've got to load this video into YouTube to play on Monday, so we're all doing the, or we're both doing the calculation on.
Right, we're doing the back of house stuff. And yes, the sound effects are free.
Abe asked, is Dart or Shador the second quarterback to be drafted? Yes. It is one of those two. I can confirm. It is one of those two. I cannot ruin the surprise of what's going to happen at quarterback because it's tomfoolery. It's chaos. It's a lot.
All right, picking it up with the Bengals at 17.
Hold on just a minute. I'm going to try to get... I'm really bad at Discord things.
All right, so we try to end it on the Chargers.
Probably won't make it that far.
Well, that's the goal. We got 21 minutes, so.
Oh, we have a super chat. I don't have buttons anymore.
Okay.
I mean, I have buttons, but they're draft buttons.
Listen.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money. Dollar, dollar.
Red C said, can we start a GoFundMe for Andreas Pinckney's bail after New Orleans takes Michael Williams at 9? Pinckney's so locked into the draft, and he will be so pissed if that's what they do. And now I can't unsee it.
Yeah.
The Saints have been so hard for me to figure out through this process. And then I heard that, and I went, damn, that makes a lot of sense because that's a player that's been hard for me to figure out in this process.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just glad. I'm just glad Red C's not on the ledge. He's been after the defensive tackle for a while, so we get it. I think he would have killed you if it wasn't an edge rusher or the defensive tackle.
Oh, Red C.
What?
Are you talking about Red C there?
Yeah. At least you gave him Nolan. All right. You ready?
Yes. Yes.
That is what we like to hear. Thank
That is correct.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The Sportsocracy.
Pull up your pants, take off the bra, and be a man.
Back at the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville. It is the final Flowstradamus mock draft at ESPN Draft Nerd. Jeremy Green, we're up to the Cincinnati Bengals at number 17. And Cincinnati making moves, hopefully, on the defensive side of the ball.
Is there a name you're wanting me to say here? Because
Not
I'll tell you, this is a name that I
necessarily.
have not mocked to them one
mean,
time through this whole process.
I mean, there is a name that if I were the leader of the Cincinnati Bengals, I would be calling a certain secondary player's name.
Which one?
Malachi Starks.
That's not the one.
Really?
But you got the right position. Nick Emanwari, safety out of South Carolina.
Well, before Malachi.
I have heard this a lot through the process that there is a team somewhere that is really high on Nick Emanwari. And I couldn't piece it together. And then I saw a random little tweet that said the Cincinnati Bengals have low-key done more research or more work on Emanwari than any team in this class. And then I sat here and I made a note of that. And I kept it in the back of my head. And I just kept thinking about it. And it started to make sense. Because of how Al Golden plays defense. Emanwari, I feel like I've crushed him a lot during this process. Emanwari is, in terms of height, weight, speed, all of the things you could ever want. He is not of this earth. But there are some warts to his game. He's not a great tackler, but I think a lot of that's technique. I think a lot of it is that Nick Emanwari is a big, gigantic human being that is fast as hell, and I'm not sure he's really acclimated to everything yet. He's an elite cover guy. In terms of as a deep safety, he is the scary, terrifying human that you want in the back half of your defense. But I also think he's kind of a hybrid of he can play in the box, he can play deep. Ryan Fay said he'll fit right in with not being able to tackle in the secondary. It's a good line.
Yeah.
I like Emanwari. It's
Yeah.
just I want a very. I love Al Golden. I mean, I'm sure you already know that. I think he is a really, really bright guy. My problem for Cincinnati is that I've said the whole time I think safety is one of your biggest problems. The problem is that you've got two guys right now, Geno Stone and Battle. I don't necessarily love either one, but I think they can be usable pieces. You need somebody that ties all this together. And Emanwari makes a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. Now, for those of you that are asking, why did I not take Malachi Starks here? This is not what I'm going to say this in every segment. This is not what I would do. This is what I'm hearing. I'm submitting this to be the most accurate draft analyst in the country. So if I'm saying it, I promise you I didn't pull it out of my keister. Mm-hmm. And what I am hearing is that Nick Emanwari is there. Now, I think with Cincinnati fans, especially the ones that are currently saying, man, I hate this. I think once we get to the end of round 3, you're going to go, okay, all right.
I get that the Bengals have done the most work. Yeah, the tweet that you referenced, somebody said they've done the most work than any other team on Nick Emanwari. But maybe that just means they had more, I's to dot and T's to cross. They had more questions about him maybe than anybody else. Maybe they do like him, and maybe they kept digging like just him to make sure. But he's not better than Malachi Starks.
He can be. Oh, that's not what you just said. Is not true at all. He's rangier than Malachi Starks. Malachi Starks is a flat-footed 4.5. I mean, look, I know you love Malachi, and no, it's not going to take long for him to come off the board. If you want a single high safety, it's Nick Emanwari, not Malachi Starks. Straight up. You said he's not better at him than anything. That's bull bunky. He's 10 times more of a blitzer. Easily 10 times more of a blitzer. Malachi Starks rushed a passer 13 times in 3 years. Mm-hmm. There are flaws to Malachi Starks. Look, I think he is in a specific set. I'm going to say this again. You're not going to have to wait long to hear Malachi's name. I don't think it's Cincinnati.
Well, you should.
I don't think it's going to be.
Okay.
I like Eamon Warry better for Cincinnati than I do Malachi Starks, based on what I think they would do and what I think they're going to ask him to do.
All right, Nick Eamon Warry, the pick at number 17 to the Cincinnati Bengals. That means the 18th pick, that's the Seattle Seahawks.
You feel like this is Tedero McMillan, don't you?
100%.
It's not.
Okay.
Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle, Texas.
Okay, that fills a need as well.
See, I've said this a lot. Seattle constantly says we will not take guards this high. All the things. Kelvin Banks is the guy that ties your offensive line together. Now, if you're going to ask me why do they not take Tedero McMillan, one of the things that I have learned over the years, there's probably not a GM in this league that cares more about you being a football guy than John Schneider. Mm-hmm. I cannot wrap my brain around the fact that guy is going to look at a player that goes, I don't love football. I don't really watch tape. I don't really care about football that much. I just go out and play it because it's a job. I struggle to believe he's taking that guy.
Right.
Now, I will say the team that ultimately takes him, I think there was probably a struggle with that too. But that team is going to ask him to do something that I don't think Seattle would ask him to do. Seattle's got to get somebody that can play, that can start at guard, and if things go sideways with Abram Lucas again, can kick out to tackle. There's not many of those dudes in this class. It's basically Mimbu, Banks, and Gray Zabel. End of list. Mm-hmm. If you don't take him here, you're not going to get him. By the way, this is a team that does have 2 picks in the middle of round 2, and that's more of a honey hole for receivers. It's more of a honey hole for a lot of positions. I don't think Seattle believes they have the receiver problem that the rest of us do. I think with Jackson Smith and Jigba, he's going to play on the outside. Cooper's going to play in the slot, and you're going to see a good bit of Jake Bobo, and they're looking more for a 4 than they are for a 2. How you going to make all that work? I do not know. Just reading the tea leaves.
Is there.
Do I now?
MVS is their field stretcher.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
Sure he is.
Sure he is.
MVS is a guy that bought a 5-speed and can't drive a 5-speed. That car will go really fast. Yeah, but you can't drive it.
Right.
I don't care how fast it will go. You can't drive it.
All right, Kelvin Banks adding some talent to the offensive line for the Seattle Seahawks. That brings up the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at number 19. Wait.
Malachi Starks, safety.
There you go.
Georgia.
Fire them cannons! By golly, put more powder in those things.
I like Starks better in this scenario because you do play deep zone so often, and you've got rangier guys in McCollum and Dean that allow him to take the center of the field or to take a quarter of the field and then you can really allow Antoine Winfield to do what Antoine Winfield needs to do, which is play up in the box and be an enforcer against the run. You're the Bucs guy.
Sir.
Look, if there was ever a time for you to give the analysis on a pick, it would be right now.
Well, listen, Malachi Starks has the ability to do everything. He can
Except
do
blitz.
anything. He can blitz. He can still blitz. It's not his strongest suit, but he can still do it. Now, will he be asked to? No, I don't really need him to do that.
He'll be asked to do it more in Tampa Bay than he was ever asked to do it at Georgia.
Well, one of the reasons that he wasn't asked to do it at Georgia a lot was not because he couldn't do it. It was because they needed him in that secondary. The secondary has been the weakest part of that team during the championship runs. And Malachi Starks was the only real star that they had back there. You can't take one of your best coverage guys when you don't have other good cover guys around him and rush the passer with him. This allows you to do that because now you have 2 safeties that can do both. I'm going to use Winfield way more often than I'm going to use Malachi for it, but I can switch up those looks. I can have a little fun with this.
Yeah, I don't like Malachi as a blitzer, just to be clear. He's undersized and he ain't all that fast. So
yeah,
I like Malachi to do what Malachi does. Malachi's really good over the top. I think the tape last year was not as good. The corners weren't as good. He was asked to do more. Georgia's secondary got gutted last year in the draft, and now 42 of them play for the Philadelphia Eagles. So
right.
I think Malachi will be a good NFL player. I am not shocked he lasted this long. Safety, you got to say, do you know how many safeties have gone in the first round of the NFL draft in the last 6 years combined?
2, 3,
5. And a couple of them were not drafted as safeties. They became safeties later.
Mm-hmm. Right. Zach Hurst is right. Cowboy Zach Hurst. If that happens on draft night, I will come unglued. I will happily come unglued for that.
Oh, by the way, you said 5, and I got distracted. The number was 2. There have been 5 in the last 11 years. There have been 2 safeties that were drafted to be safeties in the last 6 years.
Mm-hmm. It's not a lot. It's not a premium position. But this year you have a class that has, to me, one at the top. Eamon Worry, he's not that far off. I still think it's wild that he went before that. But, hey, things happen in the NFL draft that don't make sense to me a lot. Number 20, it's the Denver Broncos. I mean, just pencil it in, right?
Marion
Hampton. We all know
Hampton,
what the pick is.
Running back, North Carolina.
We all know what this pick is. Throughout the whole process, all I've heard is Sean Payton's absolutely in love with Omarion Hampton.
It makes sense. I mean, look, Hampton, to me, Hampton's my number 1 running back in this class. He's the best pass blocker in this class. He's a good pass catcher. He's a do-everything back. He's the definition of a bell cow. And what I love about him with Denver is that you can take some of those short yardage touches away with Audric Estime, and you have Jaleel McLaughlin who can still dance around on the outside. You don't have to use Omarion as the, no doubt, 22 touches a week bell cow. You can use him for what he is, which is, I think he is elite at a lot of stuff. You couldn't build a better NFL running back. When I saw him at the Combine, I went, you look like if Disney was casting a guy to be the star running back of a team in a movie, it would be you.
He's just got the look.
Great change of direction, great feet. There's very little that bothers me about him. You want me to tell you the number one thing that worries me about him? Tread on the tires.
What's that?
Because Carolina ran him into the ground. I remember watching a game against Florida State where he had 442 yards or something ridiculous like that. And they were still running him into the fourth quarter. At some point, your agent should have been jumping out of the crowd going, we're good. It's a 30-point game. You can stop running him now.
Didn't he end up with like 37 carries in that game?
It was something
It was
dumb.
something insane.
No, Florida State couldn't stop him. I mean, Florida State literally you could have given the 11 players for Florida State machetes and handguns, and I'm not sure they could have taken down Omarion Hampton.
He has about every tool that you're looking for. He can break away, he can bust a big one, he can catch it out of the backfield. He can do all the things. And then that brings us to number 21.
And this, my friends, is where things go a little sideways.
This is where it comes off the rails, the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21?
Well, that's who has this pick.
Uh-huh.
It's not who's making this pick. Because we have a trade.
Okay.
We need a trade button.
Oh, I have one of those.
Who's gonna break the news?
Oh, God.
Who's gonna break the news? Who's gonna break the news? Who's gonna break the news?
Breaking news. What's the trade?
The New York Giants trade up to 21. They give up 34 and 65 to get to the 21st pick with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Okay. The Giants getting back in here for a quarterback, I'm guessing.
It is.
Let's-
It is indeed a quarterback.
Let's go to the commissioner.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Shedeur Sanders. They get them both.
Okay. So they got Travis Hunter at 3, and here they give up 2 picks to get back into the first round with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Pittsburgh wants a quarterback. It's not Shedeur. And I have that on good authority. It's not Shedeur.
Mm-hmm.
So Pittsburgh trades back. Yeah, you lose the 5th-year option, but you can still take the guy you want. Shedeur has Travis Hunter, and now if you're Brian Daboll and Joe Shane, you can look at the ownership and go, that's how we fix this franchise. That's why you don't fire us when we go 6-11. Because we have Travis Hunter, we have Malik Neighbors, we have Shedeur Sanders. If for nothing else, we have completely taken back the back page in New York, and I think we will be improved. That was me saying that as Joe Shane. Me as Jeremy Green at ESPN Draft Nerd, I want this to happen so bad I can't stand it because I want to laugh like a hyena for 7 picks in the first round going, you actually, honest to God, think those two are going to fix your problem. I don't love Shedeur. I've been clear about that. I don't just think he's not a good prospect. I think he's a straight-up bad prospect because you have people that think he's elite and he's not. And when he's not elite, who do you think's going to get blamed for it, him or you? He's got great arm talent. He's the most accurate passer in this class when everything's clean. The problem is everything isn't clean in the NFL very often.
Right.
And so behind that offensive line, yeah, you've got 2 weapons. You got a guy in Hunter, a guy in Neighbors that can get open. But do you have a line that can hold up in front of you? And they just had to give up capital to come up here and get you.
I love it. It's the perfect New York scenario.
Oh, for sure it is.
Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter will go to the New York Giants. And then in 1 calendar year, or before that calendar year is up, Deion Sanders will be the head coach of the New York Giants. They will fire Brian Daboll. They will fire Joe Shane. And they'll just turn it all over to Deion and let him do it. Because why not? Just put the thumb in the eye of all Dallas Cowboys fans.
Now that you've seen it,
Can't unsee
tell
it.
me you can unsee it.
Uh-huh.
It makes everything I've heard through this whole process make sense. They want Shedeur. They don't want to take him at 3. They get his buddy Travis Hunter. And then basically Deion's in the back channels going, don't do it. Don't do it, New Orleans Saints. Don't do it. I don't want him with you. I'm going to get him where I want him to go. And Pittsburgh, who wants Milrote, does not want to take him at 21. So they drop back and go, we're good. Good.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Or are
So
they?
this way we don't get to make the Kenny Pickett mistake again. Because if I'm
are.
Pittsburgh, that is the goal here. I don't want to do that again.
Or are the
So-
Steelers good? Or are they good?
Oh no.
Oh,
More chaos.
Oh, I'm
will
saying
ensue.
we may not be done with trades for signal callers.
All right. We'll have to get it after the top of the hour break here in the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM, and 1400. The final mock draft of Flowstradamus, Jeremy Green. We will continue here on ESPN Asheville as we are at the precipice of the season, of the Ingles Living the Dream Tour season, on our way to Green Bay, Wisconsin, for the 2025 NFL Draft. We'll be right back. Clear?
I told you chaos was coming, and you ain't seen nothing yet. Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
So proud of himself.
I am proud of myself.
All right, Cheech.
I am proud of myself. Did we hit the number there? I'm not going to lie. I forgot what the number was.
Yeah, 1950.
I love that every team that has a pick left is going, hey, we'll trade out. We'll trade out. Yeah, there's one team that'll trade out that makes way more sense, and they'll do it for way cheaper. Don't worry. You don't have to wait long.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Give me a
Flying
minute.
Scotsman
I gotta
said he
go.
has a soft spot for the Giants because Graham Gano and Jamie Gillan were both born in his hometown in Scotland. I did not know that.
That's awesome. I'll be right back. I got to run to the restroom.
All right. It's a great time to mention we appreciate you greatly for joining us for this recording of our 3-round mock draft that will go out Monday and Tuesday on the YouTube stream. It's getting kooky madookie. I'm not saying it's not, but this is my submission for the NFL draft media contest. So the way that works is that you have to get the player right. You get a point for getting the player right. You get a point for getting the team right. It doesn't matter what pick you do it at. So I can get a little cuter with the trades to get the right player to the right team. And there's one team left that they have their draft board would be on the back of an index card that I feel like is going, hey, there's a quarterback here. You should come get him. I see Abe talking about Will Howard. The Will Howard hype really stopped after the combine. He had maybe the worst combine workout I've ever seen. And he was getting booed. It was gross. But that poor kid could not have hit the broadside of the ocean. Howard, for me, is now more of a 4-5-ish. And this is also a good time to say, for the 80th time, this is not what I would do. This is what I think is going to happen. Andreas, buddy, I'm not going to lie. I seriously thought about messaging you and warning you that this was coming. He said, I legit felt my soul leave my body when Jeremy said Michael Williams, but the more I think about it, it's the most Saints thing ever. You're doing the same thing I did yesterday. Because I'm not going to lie to you, I hadn't even thought about Michael Williams with the Saints. And then I started thinking about it, and I went, damn, he did go behind that door. He did go behind that door with the Saints. And I didn't think of that. And the more and more I went down the rabbit hole, I went, oh, shit, this is what they're doing. Beach 303 said Landon Jackson looked like a newborn horse at the Senior Bowl. You're not wrong. I do a lot of stuff with the Commanders, and they get so pissed because Logan Paulson loves Landon Jackson. He gets so pissed at me when I talk about how bad he was at the Senior Bowl. He's like, he wasn't that big. No, he was. Yeah, I watched him a lot because he was one of the players that I went down there to see. And yeah, he was terrible. Then he went to the Combine and blew it out. So, and now without Tank here, it's a good time for me to mention my 2/3 rule when it comes to the draft. You got your tape, you got your postseason game, and you got the Combine. Two of those three things are going to line up, and they're almost undefeated. Obviously, I weigh tape more than just the Senior Bowl or just the Combine. But two of those three things are going to tell me who you are. I think Landon Jackson had something going on at the Senior Bowl. Somebody mentioned an injury to me, and I can't confirm it, but he did look less than awesome. Thank you, Flying Scotsman. I love Logan. Logan's one of my favorite people in media. He and I get along famously. David Smith can attest to this. We sat at Saturday of the Combine. I didn't have a damn clue who he was because he wasn't wearing any kind of identification, of which usually you have to wear your placard. His placard was in his pocket. We just sat there talking like old friends for like 6 hours about prospects, and we have become good friends. I talk to him all the time. I will be on with Craig Hoffman tomorrow doing their 7-round mock draft, and it'll be, I believe it's me, Fred Smoot, Santana Moss, and Logan Paulson on Monday or Tuesday. It's one of those days next week. I'm quickly becoming a Commanders fan because of these guys. It's how much I like all of them. And for some reason, they like me, and Commander fans are super fucking cool. You can attest we're not on air, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I can attest. I do attest.
I said one of the swears, so it gave me the angina.
Mm-hmm.
Zach Hurst said he'll like me less as I become a Commanders fan. I don't believe that's true.
Oh, shoo. That's not nice.
I don't think Tay liked my Michael Williams pick. I didn't like my Michael Williams pick, and I'm the one that said it. So this is one of the hardest mocks for me solely because I can't really defend the picks because it's not what I would do. So I have to just kind of lie. Pinckney said, I think I need a break from the Saints. I've been there with the Jets for 14 years. It's hard to hit that button, especially when you have all the stuff and you look at your closet and go, all right, so I need a new wardrobe now. That's not going to be awesome. Flying Scotsman said, how can you not like anyone who says Louisville the way that Jeremy does? All right, funny story about that. I went to Louisville as a senior in high school. That's how they told me to say it. I said Louisville for all kinds of years.
Don't do that.
Louisville.
They don't like that.
They get pissed about that.
Oh, yeah.
We're not Louisville. Louis was a tyrant of a king dictator, and this city got... Bro, I just came to see your bats and try to hook up with this girl with the cankles over here. That's the only reason I'm here. All right?
Girl with the cankles.
This little cherub right here was supposed to be, because she had the little cheeks. Just the little cheeks that were a little whoop. Mm-hmm. That's the whole reason I'm here. Bat factory.
Special kind of stupid. Bat factory. Okay. Are you ready?
Detroit Fan Man said that he hears they have a strong cankle game in Louisville. Down to pound. Can confirm.
Yeah.
Flying Scotsman said I traveled all the way to Omaha for a girl with dimples. A good dimple can get you just super messed up. It's kind of like a good set of tattoos. Those can ruin your life. Ask me how, and I've seen me do it twice.
100%.
Oh. And don't even get me started on a redhead.
We went out this past weekend and we had a bartender that just had a slew of body art. And I looked at my wife at one point and I said, "Hey, do you reckon that's the girl that put cigarettes out on Jeremy's couch?"
Let's go.
And she said, "Oh yeah, she's definitely the one."
She wasn't the one that put cigarettes out on my couch because she wouldn't be working here, but she could have gone for a ride on Space Mountain at one point.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I can't tell you she didn't buy a ticket to the show. Probably wasn't a repeat customer, but then again, didn't have a lot of those.
I didn't have a lot of those. It's all right.
We were kind of like, this was kind of like
idea.
seeing Avatar. Once was more than enough. I do not need to see that again.
Fuck, put it up. We've seen
We've seen it.
Put it away.
Put it away. God almighty, looks like an old catcher's mitt.
Jesus.
By the way,
All right.
This is the show we should do. Like, if they ever let us go to Sirius, we will be way wealthier because way more people will enjoy this than what we currently do.
All right, you ready?
This is the start of the hour, isn't it?
This is the start of the third hour of the mock draft show.
And then we got to do another one of these.
And then we got to do another one.
Yay. Yay.
Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am now. I wasn't when you asked that question, but I am. I am actively ready now. Yes.
Good. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Live from the Ingalls studio,
I can't wait to play with myself every day.
the Sportsocracy.
Damn the devil to hell!
Let the big dog see! Let him on the field!
Come get you some of this.
Fire them cannons! By golly, put more powder in those things.
He couldn't take any more disappointment.
Oh my God. The Jets killed him.
Welcome into the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM, and 1400. Sportsocracy's heard everywhere you go on the iHeartRadio app. Don't forget to set ESPN Asheville as one of your new presets on the absolutely free iHeartRadio app. Seen everywhere on YouTube as well. All you got to do is go to thesportsocracy.com, click that live video link on the page, and subscribe to the channel, and that way you can be with us every time. We've got content coming out on the YouTubes, and that's going to be super important for this week, especially because it is NFL Draft Week. We are currently not in the studio, as normally we would be when you hear the sound of our voice. We are actually on the road right now, going up to Green Bay, Wisconsin, on the Ingalls Living the Dream Tour, and but we had to lay down the final mock draft of Jeremy Green.
We are headed, in the words of the great poet T-Pain, to a mansion somewhere up in Wisconsin.
It's coming to us from the NFLDraft.net Mullet Manor, and the mock draft, we're up to number 22. Left it off with Jim Harbaugh and the Los Angeles Chargers. What's the pick at 22, Jeremy? Hold on. Sorry. Button. There it is.
Tataroa McMillan, wide receiver, Arizona.
I was wondering when that name was going to come off the board.
Everybody has a value. Look, I've been told the whole process that Tet's not as high as you think, because there are people that question his work ethic. They question his drive. They also question how he wins way more than I would have ever thought. All right, so just take the journey with me. How many times do I crush Pac-12, Big 12 corners?
All the time.
Tet still won. A lot of his catches were contested. You get in the NFL, there's not a second corner from Cal lining up here that you got in the Pac-12. There's also not a second corner from Texas Tech that's lining up here. You also got to realize he did a lot of his work in like 4 games. I think this is more where he's going to go. I like him, and I'm going to continue to like him. But he's probably best suited as a 2. And you got Ladd that you got to deal with out of the slot. You've still got Quentin Johnston. You've still got Mike Williams that you just signed to come back to the Chargers. I like this fit. I know they want a tight end. I'm okay with Tyler Conklin for a year with Ted on the outside.
Mm-hmm. Tataroa McMillan is the concern here that he won't be able to separate from corners? Yes. Okay.
The concern is that he's not as shifty as you want. He's not as straight line fast as you want. He's just big. And look, I've voiced this concern with big receivers in the past. For every Mike Evans that's not blindingly fast, but man, he's got a lot of nuance to the way he runs, and he's just physical as hell. There's a Mike Williams. Not the Chargers one, the one that played for the Detroit Lions, who was a lot like defending a couch. You don't really have to worry about it running by you.
Tataroa McMillan at 22 to the Los Angeles Chargers. The Green Bay Packers are up next at number 23.
Donovan Ezeraku, edge rusher, Boston College.
Going with the college connection there with Jeff Hafley.
I feel like Jeff Hafley's just going to be beating a table for this guy. Recruited him, coached him in college, and he knows how good he is. Mm-hmm. Look, you can tell me that maybe he's a little bit undersized. You can tell me whatever you want. This kid dominated the ACC. 16 and a half sacks last year. And I think he wins consistently. I think he can win multiple different ways. I love the idea of him standing up. I'm good with his hand in the dirt and an even front. I don't really care. Oh, by the way, he's a good run defender too. I feel like Ezeraku is what you were sold Lucas Van Ness was. And he hasn't been. I mean, look, Green Bay. How many times do we have to see Green Bay take high value positions in the draft before we realize it's just what they do? You look at their history of first round picks. Look at what the position grouping is. They take a lot of D linemen. And Ezeraku makes a ton of sense. I mean, I get the Hafley connection. That was really just the thing that put me over the top on it. I liked it before that.
Mm-hmm. I would probably like them to go after a corner more than an edge rusher, but my question is there going to be one there next round?
Yes.
Better than
the honey hole. The honey hole for corners is in round 2. Now with Green Bay, I'm not going to lie to you. The way what they're looking for is going to be harder for them to find. And I'm glad you said that about corner, because look, there are a lot of teams that need them, and there's not a lot of them that fit exactly what it is that you're looking for. Because my question would be, all right, so which corner would you like for Green Bay here?
Well, I know that they met with Trey Amos, so he's probably high on their board at this moment.
I think he would be, if you were going to take one, that would be the one.
Yeah, that's probably the one. But there comes the question again, though. You got to weigh Trey Amos and the second round edge rusher. How do you like that compared to having Donovan Ezeraku and whoever you're going to be able to get toward the end of the second round?
Well, look, the thing that you got to understand,
the way the class and the talent lays out, it probably does play better to go edge rusher first, wait on the corner, although you're getting it at the back of the run.
Well, the thing you got to understand about Green Bay is they played zone at the 8th highest clip in the NFL last year. Trey Amos is a better man corner than he is zone. The problem is that I don't like any of the zone corners as the 23rd pick in the draft. Green Bay's in an ugly spot there in that, I mean, I love Revel, but if you take him at 23 and that knee doesn't hold up, you're going to look awful dumb. But they're also really not prone to doing that. You know, Jair Alexander, that's been a minute ago. He's also still on the roster, just throwing that out there. I know we've talked about him getting traded about 100 times. He's still on the roster.
Okay, and
I love the idea of them adding Jalen Ramsey, just throwing that out there. I haven't said that yet, but if there's one team that I look at and go, oh, boy, he would be fun. I know he's a head case, so you basically exchange one head case for another, but still.
Right. Do want to correct myself here. I pulled up the list on Green Bay. Apparently, they did not meet with Trey Amos. I thought they had, but they did meet with Savone.
I think they would like to get Savone Revel in the second round.
They did not meet with Donovan, but I don't think they have to.
They
know
don't.
him pretty well.
Hey Jeff, you sat in his living room. What are your thoughts?
Right, but he's not on the list. Really? Okay. All right.
We have a super chat to get to before we get to our next pick because excrement's about to get real.
All right.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money,
Curtis Davis talking about his Go Chargers Go. Loves the Tet McMillan pick, low-key who he wants after Nolan and Grant. It was hard for me to bypass Grant. I couldn't help it. Mm-hmm. I couldn't help it. I couldn't take Kenny Grant with Tet McMillan still on the board.
Yeah, the Minnesota Vikings next on the clock, the 24th pick in the NFL draft.
Also, before we, Zach Hurst said we are not staying in a mansion in Wisconsin, but do love the reference. It's a pretty big house, bro. It sleeps 12, and it's right on Lake Michigan. So I'm not gonna say it's a mansion, but it's pretty big.
Minnesota Vikings. What do they do in the draft?
Is it Minnesota?
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do we have a trade?
We do.
Oh!
Who's gonna break the news? Who's gonna break the news? Who's gonna break the news? Who's gonna break the news?
The Minnesota Vikings. The Minnesota Vikings are trading the 24th selection in the Mullet Mock, along with pick 139, to the Cleveland Browns for 33, 94, and 104. That gives
33,
that gives
94,
Minnesota
and 104.
2 extra picks at the end of the third round to address their needs because they only have 4 picks. If any team's going to trade down, I swear to you, it's the Minnesota Vikings.
Okay.
So we get the trade here with Cleveland coming up to 24. And you did this out of order, so now you have to hit the button again.
Oh, sorry.
Cleveland Browns select Jackson Dart.
Oh. Getting up in front of the Rams to steal the quarterback.
You got to get up in front of the Rams because the Rams, I'll be honest with you, and I'm going to say this about the next 2 picks because I'll go ahead and forewarn you. We have a trade at 25 too. The Rams have worked out practically every quarterback. And I'm going to level with you. I don't think they're interested in any of them. I think they would take Dart if Dart fell to them. They know he's not going to. They know that definitively. He's not going to fall to them. There's too much hype on him. We know what happens with quarterbacks. And so you get Cleveland here who jumps up. Now you got Abdul Carter, who you've got the elite pass rush, and you got the quarterback. And you got Kenny Pickett that can stem the tide until Dart is ready to play this year. I love the idea of doing this. And I really should because I did it with the Giants and I did it with the Browns. Neither one of you reached for the quarterback. I'm okay with Jackson Dart at 24. I'm fine with Shedeur Sanders at 21. I don't love it, but I love it a lot more than taking him at 3. And so now you have quarterbacks that give you hope. And I like Dart more than Shedeur Sanders. I like Abdul Carter a lot more than either one of them. So,
Right.
And Cleveland didn't give up much because they had a comp pick in the third round that they traded here to get up to the spot with Minnesota.
It really feels like a dream scenario for both of these teams.
Doesn't it, though?
Picking at 2 and 3, you don't want to take the quarterbacks, but then maybe later on in the draft. Right? Because who was it? Was it Jason Light I was reading the other day that was saying that between the second round and the fourth round, there's no real difference in the value of the players that you can get.
I would wager you probably heard a lot of GMs say that because I've stood in front of about 8 of them that have said it to me. And my board dictates that. Look, you want more picks. Cleveland's desperate. I got 2 extra picks in the top 104 if I'm Minnesota. That allows me to deal with a lot of my needs.
Sure.
Now I pick at the top of 2. Yeah, I don't get the 5th-year option, but I'm in a window here. I'm trying to prop up J.J. McCarthy. Cleveland comes up here and gets their quarterback. We're all happy. That's what a trade should be. Speaking of which.
Who's gonna break the news? Who's gonna break the news? Who's gonna break the news? Who's gonna break the news?
The Houston Texans have traded the 25th selection to the Pittsburgh Steelers for 34 and 83.
Okay, the Pittsburgh Steelers trade out of 21. Now they trade back up to 25.
They jumped 20 spots in round 2. Hey, who did the Rams have in the building yesterday?
Who?
Jalen Milroe. How many top 30 visits have the Rams done throughout this entire process?
5.
That's 1 of 1. This
the
is
only
the
one.
easiest thing I've ever seen in my life of who wants you to know that. The Rams wouldn't take Jalen Milroe at pick 126, let alone at 26. So a team that doesn't do top 30 visits brings in a guy and lets you know that. What does that tell you? You better take him at 25. Oh, by the way,
Yep,
he's
sending the
in.
signal.
Oh, by the way, he's in the building for the draft. What does that tell you? He ain't falling as far as we thought he was. Now, the Steelers might be smart enough to go, hey, you know what? I can see through you. And they may not make the move up, but it didn't cost them a ton. Didn't cost them a ton. They might stick pat. Of the 2 trades I made, or 3 trades I made, this is the one that I feel the most. Pittsburgh may just see through this and know exactly what the Rams are doing. Let Houston make the pick, but I think Houston wants to trade down. Houston's got a lot of picks inside the top 100. But you know what's better than what you currently have? One more.
One more. All right, so with the 25th pick and the 2025 NFL mock draft, Pittsburgh selects
Jalen Milroe, quarterback, Alabama.
Man. 2 weeks ago, I'd have told you you're absolutely insane if you think Jalen
Then he got
Milroe
invited
is
to the
going
draft,
first
and you
round.
went, oh, wait.
There's got to be something to it.
It's what I did. It's what a lot of analysts did. I talked to a lot of these guys, and as soon as we saw that Dane Brugler tweet, NFL Draft Discord and NFL Draft Twitter went nuts of all of us going, what am I missing right now? And you know what the answer I kept getting back was? Arthur Smith. That's what you're missing. You're missing a guy that has already shown a predilection to really liking mobile quarterbacks. Jalen Milroe's the mobile quarterback. If this is what you want to do, this is who you do it with. I'm just telling you, I don't love it. But with Aaron Rodgers, who I do think will be the starter here, you can sit Milroe for at least a year, maybe 2.
Pittsburgh Steelers at number 25 trade back up into the first round with the Houston Texans and take Jalen Milroe, quarterback out of Alabama. That's absolutely insane.
I told you. It's chaos. Andy Selmiller, who is a Steelers fan, said, blech, hate it. I'm going to level with you. So do I.
Not a fan.
Don't kill the messenger. Don't hate the mock drafter. Hate the team that made the mock drafter do the thing that you didn't like.
That's right. That's right. It's not your fault. You're in the Sportsocracy, and this is ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM, and 1400. The mock draft continues with pick 26 after this. Clear.
We have a super chat, by the way. You're going to have to hit the button on.
Okay.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money.
It's from Sir Jimothy, who said, Gail, Gummy Bear, Benson, just for laughs.
Gummy Bear.
That's his pet name for her.
She is.
That's what he calls her in the throes of passion.
There's something wrong with you, man.
That's what he calls Gail in the throes of passion.
It's hilarious.
As they do it on the duvet. Dance the Charleston.
Just wrapped up in her Afghan. While she feeds me Werther's Originals.
For sure. Beach 303 asked my thoughts on Danny Stutzman. I think he's a early day 3 guy. Linebacker in this class is ugly because every one of them's got a wart. Now, I will say there is a linebacker in this class that I don't really think is a linebacker, but he can play it. We're not going to have to wait much longer to hear his name, and I will tell you when we resume the recording what it is that I heard on him that has him falling a little bit. But now, in terms of what I think about Stutzman, I think he can be a good first two-down linebacker in the NFL. Think Robert Spillane. In coverage, he's such a liability that it's hard for me to believe he's ever going to get real passing down work. But I don't hate him. Which is saying a lot at linebacker in this class, because I could say I hate damn near all of them. You adjusted. You got to come to the closer to the desk just a hair. That'll do. It's really just more your microphone.
Let's do it. All right, another 8.5er here.
Which means we'll go 10.
Yeah, maybe not. Last time we cut it short.
Did we?
I did, yeah.
Look at us. Look at us. Who'd have thought?
Trying to stay on track. I don't want to end up with the same problem we had last time we recorded the show, where I ended up with like, well, I can get like 4 commercials in this hour because we went way too long.
We shouldn't be at that rate.
We'll owe them a free play next week.
We're only at 152.04 right now for me.
Yep. Okay, which is about right. It's going to bring us out right on time.
Bob Brown wants me to trade up for the Eagles real bad. I'm not 100% sure for what, but
Travion Henderson.
I don't need to trade up for Travion Henderson.
Yeah, they do. They need him. They need him bad.
I don't need to trade up for Travion.
Should
I
trade
32
4 first-round draft picks to move up 4 spots to take Travion Henderson.
If you're waiting on Travion's name, it's going to be a minute.
All right. Ready?
Yep.
And 3, 2, 1.
The Sportsocracy.
That's horrible. No, you know what that is? That's horror awful. That's horrible and awful mixed together. Horror awful.
Back in the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville, the final mock draft as we head closer and closer to the big day. On Thursday, we are currently on our way to Green Bay, Wisconsin. This is pre-recorded, so don't freak out. We're not, like, just, pitching our voices or anything like that. If we could, we'd be working somewhere else making way more money than this.
Oh, for sure.
But we are safely making our way up to Green Bay, Wisconsin for the 2025 NFL Draft. All of the live coverage on draft night, Thursday night and Friday night. You will catch it on the YouTube stream. Don't forget to go to thesportsocracy.com, click that live video link, subscribe to the channel. That way you can join us in the chat while we are live in Green Bay. Coming to us from the NFLDraft.net Mullet Manor, it is Flowstradamus, Jerry Green, and the Los Angeles Rams have the 26th pick in the draft. Jeremy, are they going to make a trade as well?
No.
Okay, no trade here. So let's see what the Rams do.
They don't just they don't walk this pick up. They run this pick up. Jahad Campbell, linebacker out of Alabama.
go screaming to the board. All right?
Apparently, there's more to this injury than I think. Because I keep hearing that Jihad Campbell's not going to go as high as I keep mocking him. There is also the problem of where exactly do you play him? Because some people do evaluate him as an off-ball linebacker. I don't. I think he's more of an edge. I mean, look, he can hold up in coverage, but his instincts are really lacking. And look, he started as an edge. He's converted to linebacker. I think he will get better in time. But I look at a defense like this with the Rams and go, you're telling me I can have Braden Fiskey, Jihad Campbell, and Jared Verse rushing passers? I still got Byron Young. Okay. Yeah, I'm in. I'm in. He can play off ball in early down sets and then become a true, genuine pass rusher on third down. I'm all the way in.
Right.
One of the best tacklers in the class. I think he's really versatile. But the idea that he's not going to go as high is kind of difficult for me. One thing that was said to me over the course of the last few days is you're undervaluing how many teams think he is a true off-ball linebacker and how devalued that position is.
Yeah. The highlights of Jihad Campbell are intoxicating. To watch him split defenders and make plays behind the line of scrimmage. What is the bad part? Where does he get washed out? Where do you see him not paying off?
With Jihad?
Yeah.
Well, there's positional value. If he is an off-ball linebacker, then look, those guys just don't tend to go that high. You know, that's one of the issues I had with Jalen Walker, too, is if you think he's an off-ball, cool, then he belongs in the 17th round because he's not very good at it. Now, we don't really have that problem with Jihad. He can do a little bit of everything. He's just raw because he's only been playing linebacker for 2 years. Mm-hmm. So I don't think he is a plug-and-play. I'll tell you who he kind of reminds me, not necessarily the game, but kind of where the evaluation is going to go. You remember a few years ago when Nolan Smith came out and he was undersized and we couldn't quite put our thumb on where the hell is he going to play?
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing. Because I asked 10 people this question, I get 5 different answers. I don't think it's as easy as, well, he's just going to play on the outside of a 3-4, and then he'll play sub-linebacker in nickel sets. I don't think it's that simple. His instincts need a lot of work. But if you're willing to put in the work, he can be fine. Because look, he holds up in coverage. I mean, yes, there's some bad tape, but I'll be honest with you. If you find me a linebacker that doesn't have bad coverage tape, his name is Jay Higgins. And he would run the 40 in about the same speed that I would, and he is completely irrelevant against the run. Jihad is a legit 3-down player. But he did have the injury. Torn labrum, I think. And that's apparently scared some people.
Jihad Campbell going 26th overall to the Los Angeles Rams. Number 27.
Oh, hold on. Before you hit the button, let me just say something because we've got a few Eagles fans that are listening to this. If Howie Roseman had ever really shown me that he was willing to take a linebacker this high, now he had never really paid a linebacker, I would have considered making the move up if I was the Eagles. Howie Roseman really does not do that. He's never, and I know Nolan Smith, I get it. That was a bit of a different case. And yes, I do know that I just compared them. Nolan Smith he valued him as an edge rusher. If he does that with Jihad Campbell, then I can't tell you he wouldn't do it. I would just be a little surprised.
27th pick belongs to the Baltimore Ravens. Ravens making news yesterday that, they're open. Eric DeCosta says they're open to possibly trading Mark Andrews. You buy it?
I do. That's been talked about basically all offseason. I don't really think that I think Mark Andrews' next game comes with somebody else. But I will tell you that has absolutely nothing to do with who they're going to pick right here. Because there's not a tight end. I want to get a pass catcher. I need a pass catcher that's not going to play on the slot. And that doesn't really work for me here. What does Baltimore do better than any team in the NFL?
Take the best of the bunch.
They sit
when it
right in
comes
their
to
spot,
turn.
and they take the best player that somehow still fits a need for them every single time. That's what we're going to do right here, too.
Okay.
Did you already hit the sounder?
I did.
Okay.
You want me to hit it again?
No, you're good. I missed it because I saw a butterfly or something. Josh Simmons, offensive tackle out of Ohio State. But they have Roger Rosengarten. You're right. And Roger Rosengarten was fine, if not spectacular, at tackle. I evaluated him last year as a guard. Oh, we need to fix this offensive line. Cool. Tell me that this is not the most Baltimore Raven thing you've ever heard in your life. We slide Rosengarten into guard while we still have Ronnie Stanley on the left side. Josh Simmons plays on the right. And then when Stanley ultimately goes to greener pastures, whether that's through retirement or he takes money somewhere else, Josh Simmons slides over to the left. Now I got Simmons on the left. Rosengarten goes back to the right. That's as Baltimore as it gets. There's not a more Baltimore Raven pick that you will ever hear in your life. And I've said this before. When I mock draft Baltimore, I go, if I was picking at 28, what could they do that would immediately make me say obscenities very loudly? It would be take Josh Simmons.
Okay.
He would have been a top 10 pick had he not gotten hurt last year.
Josh Simmons, the tackle out of Ohio State, going to the Baltimore Ravens with the 27th pick.
That's one of those selections that I had not considered one time before I did this. And once I saw it, I could not see it.
Mm-hmm. We will continue with the final mock draft here in the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM, 1400. Next. Clear?
Damn, we should have been right on top of that one.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
$8.52. All right.
Slayman Sammy Joe said Omar Norman Lott went up the PFF board a lot. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I used the PFF mock draft simulator because I always use them. And their rankings are on drugs at points. Omar Norman Lott just fell down the board and somehow jumped up their rankings by 40 spots. How in the world did that happen? The medical at the combine flagged on Norman Lott for a knee condition, and somehow he came up 40 spots. I saw that and went, what the hell?
That doesn't happen often.
I agree. I think somebody hit the wrong button, and that was supposed to be 127.
Possibly so.
I love Bob Brown, and I'm about to piss him off real, real bad. Again, don't get mad at me. I am but just a messenger. Dana said that they just did DTs and edges 4 days ago and did their final rankings. So I saw that video. I'm just not. I'm not understanding. I know Trevor heard the same thing I did because we talked to some of the same people. So I don't. I get watching. I love Norman Lott. Don't get me wrong. I just don't understand how with the knee you. And Sigma does rankings slightly differently than I do. That he just goes, you know what? I don't care. This dude's that good. I don't care. I don't care. It's all fine.
It's a man after my own heart.
Well, because 27. Look, I'm not pissed about Omar Norman Lott being 27 on your board. But unless you've got an independent doctor that saw his knee and went, nope, it's fine. I do not understand having him that high.
Right.
Because your board on draft night's going to be 27, 94, 114.
Does feel pretty high.
I'm so glad we did this way because I can see the commentary in live time just going, you don't know what's about to happen. And it's so good. It's so good. I feel like an author who wrote a book, and I'm watching people's brains in live time, and I love it.
All right. Here we go. Ready?
Give me 10 seconds. And I can say this, Detroit fan man, stop reading my notes, bro. I love having really smart draft fans that they hear some of the things that come down the vines. It helps. Mm-hmm. Ready when you are.
All right. And a 1, and a 2, and here we go.
The Sportsocracy.
Ice up, son. Ice up.
Nope. You got to start the tape. All right. False start. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
I did start it, so now you give me one that I got to go cut. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
You phallus.
Listen here, phallus face. All right. Here we go. 3.
Hold on. I got to reset now. It takes me an extra second here to do that.
One job.
Sorry, my one job required. I got to go through this ridiculous beer pouring itself. I have new stuff, but it's for the draft. We can't play with the new toys until Thursday.
Gotcha.
All right, now I'm ready.
All right, here we go. 3. Wait, let me make sure. Yep, 3, 2, 1.
The Sportsocracy.
Ice up, son. Ice up.
We are back at the Sportsocracy. It is ESPN Asheville, a mock draft Monday on NFL Draft Week. The Eagles living the dream tour. It's rolling on.
We ride!
Are pre-recorded right now. Yes, we are pre-recorded right now, but we are physically on the road to Green Bay, Wisconsin. Happy Draftmas Monday.
We rode it dawn, leeches.
Yes, sir.
I couldn't use the other word because we're on the radio.
We only have 5 more selections left in the first round of the final mock draft. This is the one that will be entered into the national media contest by Jeremy Green to see how he stacks up with the other analysts around the country. So, with the next pick coming at number 28, it is time for the Detroit Lions.
I found out a little tidbit that there's a particular member of the Detroit Lions staff that's particularly close to this player. It's Gray Zabel, guard out of North Dakota State.
Okay.
I have read tea leaves on the Lions that, yes, I think they need an edge rusher. They've talked to practically every single one of them that's going to go with their next pick. So that makes me think that there's somebody that they're really locked in on that they think is going to fall in their lap. How many times have I said Gray Zabel's not going to go as high as you think? Because I keep getting told that. Mm-hmm. Do you see any way that Dan Campbell watches that tape and doesn't go, that's my Huckleberry right there?
He is right in line with the MO of this team.
He can play every position on the line that's not left tackle. And he's got a mean streak that is a country mile long. Absolutely dominated at the Senior Bowl. And look, guard on the high side is not very good. Gray Zabel's the high side. To me, that's one of the biggest needs on this team. You've got 4 of the 5 line spots. That line has been what this team's been predicated on. So I think there's a great chance they invest early in that. And they look at the depth of the edge rusher class and go, this is going to be our second guy anyway. There is a player that I love for Detroit. He's just going to go to them in the second round. I love the fit with Zabel. Hank Fraley, by the way, his son plays at North Dakota State. Good thing to know. How many times have we seen that? What's his name? Ezian that plays for Tampa Bay? Didn't he play with Todd Bowles' son?
Yeah, I believe so.
There was a kid with the Steelers that played with Tomlin's son.
Mm-hmm.
You get intel where you can get intel. And I'm going to venture that the Lions have got some really good intel on Gray Zabel. And I love the fit there at 28.
Yep. If he was going to go earlier than this, he probably could go all the way up to 19 to my team. I know that they have apparently the scouting staff apparently has been picking Cody Mock's brain on everything about Gray Zabel. He was on a podcast the other day and said, they won't leave me alone. They keep, it seems like every time I walk down the hallway, someone in the scouting department is asking me about Gray. So I know that we're hot on him. And
I don't think you'd take him at 19 though.
That could be the ceiling for him if things got wonky in the first round. Gray Zabel at 28 to the Detroit Lions. That brings us to number 29 and the Washington Commanders.
Well, I had 2 thoughts here.
Mm-hmm.
I could go receiver, but I don't think I have to because there are a lot of receivers, and we still haven't had any of those. But, man, I would really like to have an edge rusher, and, man, there's an edge rusher here that just really, in the words of the great poet Edgar Allan Poe, really tickles my pickle. It's James Pierce Jr., edge rusher out of Tennessee.
Stat correction, that was not Edgar Allan Poe.
I think it was. I think it was. Wasn't that in The Raven?
I don't think
Quote
so.
The Raven nevermore really tickled my pickle. That's
No, you're
pretty sure it did.
You're thinking of The Telltale Heart. That was
Oh, yeah. Doth beat beneath the floor and does not tickle my pickle.
Good for you. Good for you.
Not just a hat rack, brother.
Poe reference. Let's go.
There was a time that I actually could remember things that weren't 40 times. It was many a moon ago.
Read a book.
Learned a book or two. James Pierce Jr. is one of my favorite players in this class. There have been things that have been said about Pierce and not being the greatest character guy, etc., etc. Chris Dooley said Logan Paulson's going to delete my contact when he says, I can't wait. So Logan's not going to be on the pod with me later this week because he's in London. I can't wait for him to come back and go, the draft guy that I've told everybody about has drafted the guy that I absolutely cannot stand to the Commanders. I don't understand what it is that people don't like about him. I really don't. I can't figure it out. Especially if you have some girth in the middle. Because he is light. I mean, if that's it, I get it. All right, if you just think he's too light to play in this. But then I look at how Washington developed over time. And I'm going to elaborate. We got some time here because oddly enough, we're actually doing well on time for the first time maybe in the history of us ever doing these things. At the end of the year, Washington started playing a lot more of what's called bear, which is a 5-man front. And so if you look at that, it leads you to drafting a lot of guys that are almost 3-4 guys because the edges are playing so far on the outside that you're almost treating them like 3-4 outside linebackers. Do you not love James Pierce if I put him out wide?
Yes.
We go full wide, and you're telling me you don't love that with Johnny Newton and with the name just Javon Kinlaw. I will kill quarterbacks.
James Pierce has a brutal swim move. And if I can have him running at the tackle, that's a dream come true for me.
And you got Dorrance Armstrong on the other side. I mean, to me, with that 5-man front that they were really prone to using, because at the end of the year they were doing it at some unbelievably high rate. I love James Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
He's my number 6 player in this class. I don't care.
Character red flags, they're a problem.
He could be the biggest jackass on the planet. Don't go have beers with him. Just go let him kill quarterbacks, and he can drink by himself.
Yeah, but he also, if he's going to put himself in danger off the field, that might be an issue. I mean, I don't know any of these things. I'm just
none
thinking,
of that.
If there's a story about a guy that he's, not good in the locker room, that he's uncoachable, and all these other things, that's gonna feed down to, can I trust him off the field? And that'll come down to, can I trust him if I take him in the first round? So I could see how teams will take him off the board or hope that he sticks around for the second round or whatever. I will not be surprised to see James Pierce fall into the second round. I also will not be surprised to see him go in the teens.
I will be stunned to see him fall in the second round. I don't understand how you watch the tape and go, that dude right there.
I don't either.
Is going to be – really? Really? We're going to wind up with him, and I'm not trying to throw shade at the name I'm about to say. You're telling me we're going to have this kid somewhere down the line in the same spot with Braden Swinson. Are you smoking crimes? Look, Swinson's a great pass rusher. So is James Pierce. And James Pierce is way better against the run. Tommy T said none of his teammates went to his birthday party. Dude, now that I've seen that picture and I remember that his agent was P. Diddy, now I understand why nobody went to his birthday party.
We know what happens at those parties.
There were a lot of bubbles and baby oil at that birthday party. I'm good.
Sorry, I can't come to the party. I didn't bring my slicker. James Pierce, Washington, you better jump on James Pierce, because if you don't, he's going to go within your division in a couple of picks.
Yeah.
Because I have been sold that, okay, if everybody else is going to pass on James Pierce in the first round, I know one team that won't. I know for a fact. Howie Roseman will just, okay, thank you. I'll take it. Did you see the video of the Cooper DeJean pick from the draft room? That was circulating on social media, and it popped up in my feed yesterday. And it was Howie Roseman trying to make a deal to trade up to get in front of, I can't remember what team it was that was on the clock. It might have been the Rams or something. We need to get up in front of the Rams because we're afraid that they're going to take Cooper DeJean. And then they couldn't make a trade. They didn't take Cooper DeJean. He went, fine. Awesome. Picked up the phone, had a deal in place for the next pick. Went, he's mine. Hey, he would be that decisive and that quick with James Pierce if he fell to him at the end of the first. I love the pick for the Washington Commanders.
As do I. And I can't wait to debate it with Logan Paulson because I know he's not a James Pierce guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to lie. I did that, and I went, that'll give us something to talk about in the morning.
All right, the number 30 pick, that's the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo is a team to me that can go so many different ways. But if the draft falls this way, I don't think you should take even 5 seconds to make this call.
Okay.
Trey Amos, cornerback out of Ole Miss.
Okay.
You
all
forgot
right.
he was on the board, didn't you?
No, I did not forget he was on the board. I had in my mind Buffalo would go a different way.
Where did you think they would go?
I thought Kenneth Grant would be the pick here.
Do me a favor. Actually, you know what?
Yep.
I'll do the favor for you because I just
Okay.
realized I'm the one controlling the stream here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just go to defensive interior. Here's the list of defensive linemen that are still on the board. Kenneth Grant, Omar Norman Lott, Tyleik Williams, Derek Harmon, Darius Alexander, TJ Sanders, CJ West, Shamar Turner, Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, Jordan Phillips, Jamari Caldwell, Ty Robinson. Would you like to hear the corner list? It's not nearly as impressive.
It's not that far.
Especially when you factor in the fact that Buffalo plays a lot of man.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember now. I pulled this just for this pick, and then I have forgotten the number. Buffalo is vamp for me for a second. It's right here. You're in here. You're in here somewhere. Where are
when I keep picking for Buffalo in mock drafts, I can't get away from adding to the defensive line.
So Buffalo played
adding that big dude down low.
So last year, with arguably the worst cornerback room in the league, and they were killed, played the 23rd most man in the league. If you had added even a percentage point to that, they would have been in the top 15.
Okay.
Their corners were awful. Awful. I love Trey Amos. By the way, they met with him, top 30 visit with him, and just had him in the building like 2 or 3 days ago. I love the idea of them taking Trey Amos. You pair him with Teron Johnson and Benford. We have a secondary that's pretty formidable.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for Bills fans to make the Kyer Elam Trey Amos comparison because one played at Florida and one played at Ole Miss. The only difference is that the tape difference between those two is, I don't know, the difference between James Pierce Jr. and Kirby, the old video game, the big fat marshmallow Kirby video game character.
Right. Abe in the YouTube comments says he'd rather have T.J. Sanders
for Buffalo.
The Buffalo Bills.
I don't think Sanders is going to go quite this high. I like him this high. I have him in top 32, but I don't think he's going to go this high. I do have Buffalo does take a defensive tackle at 56. You will have to listen to the second part of this here pre-recorded mock draft to find out which one that is.
Chef's kiss on the tease for tomorrow's show here on ESPN Asheville. The 31st pick, it's the Kansas City Chiefs. And which way do they go?
I don't think they would think about this. I'm not sure they think about it for a tenth of a second.
Mm-hmm.
It's Kenneth Grant, defensive
There you
tackle
go.
from Michigan. So now you got
Buffalo,
Chris
if you don't,
Jones and
I'm
Kenneth
gonna-
Grant on the inside. That's not going to be fun. That's not going to be fun to deal with at all. But the offensive line, I got it. They gave a boatload of money to Jalen Moore. They think Jalen Moore fixes the left side. They really do. And that's fine.
risk.
I don't agree with you, but I also am not in the business of thinking for you.
Mm-hmm.
But now you
Booker
put
is another
big-
popular
who?
pick here. Booker, Tyler Booker.
I think it was Chiefs Nation UK that said something to the effect of the Chiefs never draft Alabama players, and now that's stuck in my head
Okay.
because he's right. They haven't drafted one since Andy Reid's been there.
Okay. Is that an intentional thing?
I doubt it. It's probably just a scheme thing, but
Right.
I love the idea of having. I mean, because look, you just saw a team and what a team can do with pass rush. Look, they've invested in the outside. It's the inside they haven't invested in. So now you go from Derek Nottie to Kenneth Grant. If that's evolution, you're going to have a brick wall there in a year.
Mm-hmm.
And he's fallen to this point. I love it a lot.
Yep. It makes a whole lot of sense. Then that brings us to the 32nd pick. Final pick of the first round, the Super Bowl champions, the Philadelphia Eagles.
Do not hit the button yet. Ah!
Oh.
Don't hit that button yet.
Shoot.
Because we have another button.
Who's gonna break the news? Who's gonna break the news? Who's gonna break the news? Who's gonna break the news?
What's the trade?
So the trade, the Philadelphia Eagles have 2 players on the board that I know for a fact they really like. So there's a team that would like to come up just a couple spots. Not a huge jump. It's just from 32 to 34. It's the Houston Texans. And for my troubles, I get another trade's here somewhere. I get 89. So I get an extra third-round pick. I have to give you 134. So basically they jump up, 50 spots back into day 2 just to trade down 2 spots and still get the guy ultimately that they would have taken here anyway.
Okay. And the selection?
Matthew Golden, wide receiver, Texas. The Houston Texans went from having one of the best receiving corps in the league to desperately needing a guy that can play wide receiver. And I don't know that I've seen that happen very many times. Golden's been talked about a lot to Houston. Houston got an extra selection for moving back that gets them more into the honey hole of where offensive linemen really go. Because I'm going to level with you, there's not a ton of linemen right here that make a lot of sense. If I'm Philadelphia, I know one of those players is one of the guys that I like, but I would have a pretty good feeling they were trading up for Golden. Mm-hmm. So here you get Golden with the last pick in the first round. You get another weapon for CJ, and then you can use those day 2 picks to build your offensive line out and round those things off. Look, Golden did not play as fast as he ran, but I do think he's got potential because he's a really good route runner. And you put him on the inside of Nico Collins, and now I think you really have something. I just don't think I don't think Golden's ever going to be more than a 2, but I would say that about practically every receiver in this class. I think Ted has the upside to be a 1 one day, but I'm not sure how long that's going to take, and I'm not sure that he'll ever actually get to that spot. But now Howie trades down, gets another extra pick, because that's what he does. And Bob Brown's thinking for Howie Roseman, and I swear to God, Bob, do you have like a bug in my house? Because everything you keep saying is literally what's going to happen 2 picks from now, and it's making me a little nervous. Bob and I talked on the phone the other day, and I think he somehow found a way to digitally put a bug in my office. He knows exactly what's coming.
Yep. Matthew Golden, the final pick of the first round by the Houston Texans. You are in a Sportsocracy, and this is ESPN Asheville. Draftmas season is coming to a close. But, of course, like Christmas, it's going to end with a bang. On Thursday night, we'll have the first round coverage on the YouTube stream. We will be live from the Lake House on Thursday afternoon. Join us tomorrow in the Sportsocracy right here at noon as we will continue. We'll give you the second and the third rounds of the final Flowstradamus mock draft here in the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville.
But don't y'all leave, because that's not actually because that's not happening tomorrow. It's happening.
But wait,
right now.
There's more.
No, this might take till 7 o'clock tonight because it took us 3 hours and 40 minutes to record the first show.
Nah, we didn't start right on time. So
I'm talking about from the stream.
Oh, from the stream.
We had okay, so it was 3:30.
I was gonna say we didn't record our first segment for the first 40 minutes probably. Boo. All right.
I got to save that recording with the name, or because if I let it sit here for more than 5 or 6 seconds, it will get lost with the other recordings I've done in the last, and I'll never find it again.
Mm-hmm. All right. And then.
Okay, final mock draft round 1 Monday. Boo!
Boo!
Tommy T, who I'm going to take by the emblem, is a great Commanders fan that has ventured over here from appearances on other spots. Said, the more I think about Pierce, the more I think DQ would have a plan for him. That was where I got to. Is, okay, let's say he's a jackal. Have you ever heard the stories that we heard about Micah Parsons coming into the draft? I promise you,
good.
Nothing James Pierce has done in his life is that bad. And he didn't blink at that.
Yeah.
And the tape is real good on James Pierce. Oh, that reminds me. After watching you polish off whatever that was,
Sorry.
I have to tell my wife what I want from Firehouse. Because my lovely, supportive wife is going to pick up awesome sandwiches.
A little hook and ladder action.
I don't do the hook and ladder.
Oh, I love the hook and ladder.
I don't do the hook and ladder. I think that's the most overrated sandwich they have.
It's the only sandwich they have.
You stop that.
The only sandwich I've ever ordered.
Doop. The meatball's what I want to have, but I shouldn't.
Oh yeah, I remember. You went through a period there where you kept ordering Firehouse subs. They kept giving you deals on the DoorDash.
They always do. It's buy one get one free, bro. I mean, now don't get me wrong. The sandwich is $4 more expensive on the app than it is in the store, so you're actually buying two for the price of two. But you don't have to see other people, and I'm a huge fan of that.
It all comes out in the wash, is what you're saying.
For sure.
Gotcha.
We're going club on a sub.
All right, let's see here. Dupa. Make sure that my picks are lining up.
Actually, Firehouse Captain's Club is what we're going to do today. All right, I have to run to the bathroom. I'll be back.
All right, I'm going to do the same.
I've been in this chair for... Oh, you know what that means? It'd be time for me to play a song, which I got to find one of those. Shit.
There you go.
And maybe an ad, because we didn't do that the whole first draft. Nope, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Boop. Boop. Do. Oh, I'm gonna need to catch that before it starts, or it's gonna be like, nope. Okay. All right, we will be right back. We're gonna take a short 5-minute break just to. We will be right back.
Devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand on the trigger. The devil in a red dress. Call Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand on the trigger. The devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand. Call
Okay. I said I was going to play an ad, and then I never did. So, you know, that's fun.
Did.
And I never did.
It just never happened. Came back, I was like, wait, did he play a song? Did I lose him? What happened?
Known Wolf himself said the 5-man commander front was more to do with not being able to stop the run. With the base front, I agree with you. That's also it's kind of been a staple of Dan Quinn of finding things by happy accident, and then they just become a thing. Because they have 3 defensive tackles that I think can play together and play better together. So I'm thinking for them, and I don't claim to have inside information on why that was happening or that it's going to keep happening. I'm just looking at what they did in free agency going, man, that makes a lot of sense. Also look at Dietrich Wise and Dorrance Armstrong and go, that feels like all of those things kind of steer into that. I could be totally wrong. I'm going to pick Fred Smoot's brain about that on Monday. Okay, 1 mock draft down, 1 to go.
Balls. Bear balls.
Boop. Okay. We're on to round 2. Whew.
Ready to go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I state something just for the record, but that just makes me laugh? I laugh. Oh, Red Sea said you were extremely quiet. You are, because I turned him down.
I'm extremely quiet. Like, my voice is extremely quiet, or I'm just not saying anything?
I had turned him. I had turned you down.
Okay. I was like, because let's be honest. Tank's now at hour 11 of being here, so this is the time where Tank does kind of calm down a little bit. Tank starts getting to the point where are we still doing this?
All right, we're gonna leave you right there.
Rudy Tooty.
You should be just fine. Red Sea, is that better?
Indeed.
So he
Check
has
one,
a
test two. Can you hear me
always tell me that because he comes in at the raw level in my headset, not where he's actually going.
Aha.
And I do want to hit this one just because the Commanders they've been very, very good to me. Known Wolf himself said take Trey Amos. Amos went one pick behind him, so they could have taken Amos and then grabbed Femi Oladejo or an edge at 61. I had a build at one time that's exactly what they did. It was Amos and then Femi Oladejo. So they've been in on Oladejo a lot. So that is definitely within the range of the possible.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what word that was you just used, but it's not a real one.
Possible?
Mm-hmm.
It's when the possible and the impossible come together for the possible.
Indeed.
So how I mentioned another line.
Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Hour 1, segment 1 of day 2 of the NFL draft. 3, 2, 1.
Live from the Ingalls studio,
I can't wait to play with myself every day.
the Sportsocracy.
Damn the devil to hell!
Let the big dog eat. Let him on the field.
Come get you some of this.
Fire them cannons. By golly, put more powder in those things.
He couldn't take any more disappointment.
Oh my God. The Jets killed him.
And welcome into the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM, 1400. The Sportsocracy heard everywhere you go on the iHeartRadio app. Seen everywhere on YouTube. Go to thesportsocracy.com, click that live video link, subscribe to the channel so you can join us in the chat. You can't join us live in the chat today because it is day 2 of Travel Day up to Green Bay, Wisconsin. It is the final mock draft of Flowstradamus, Jeremy Green. It is day 2 of the mock. Welcome in, everybody. It is phenomenal to be with you once again. So excited about making the trip up to Wisconsin. The Ingalls Living the Dream Tour riding on with the support of Ingalls Supermarkets. Low prices, love the savings. Parks Ford of Hendersonville. Clarissa Sells, WBNC.com. And Bears Smokehouse Barbecue. Jeremy Green, rounds 2 and 3. We're going to have to do these quickly to get through all of the picks in the next 3 hours, but we're up to the task.
Well, we have to get through 69 picks here. I feel like we can do that. I believe in us. This is where the possible meets the impossible and creates the possible.
All right. Let's get into the mock draft. So yesterday in round 1, we had several trades that will affect the draft order here. Instead of the 33rd pick belonging to the Cleveland Browns, the Minnesota Vikings made a trade with the Browns that allowed the Browns to get back up into the back end of the first round to get their quarterback in Jackson Dart. So Minnesota, with the first pick of day 2, what do?
Derek Harmon, defensive tackle out of Oregon. They have been really in on this guy. And the only thing that I can figure, because they did add Javon Hargrave, they did add Jonathan Allen from the Washington Commanders. The only thing I can figure is that they think Derek Harmon can play nose tackle, and more power to you. I mean, I guess they have Harrison Phillips. They do have Harrison Phillips who can play in the middle on rundowns. I guess they're planning on putting Harmon. I like him, and I think he can be a 3-down player in time. I guess what I'm looking at with this is I don't know that that's where I would have gone, but they have been so in on him over the course of the process that I couldn't stop doing it. And getting him right here at 33 for me is an improvement. He only had one real year of production. He was great last year at Oregon. And maybe they're planning on just playing a rotation. I'm not sure. I'm not trying to think for them. Harmon is a name that I've constantly heard with Minnesota.
So is it that he's undersized, too slender, too mobile? What is your problem with him being a strict nose?
No, he's not really undersized. The PFF comp on him is Christian Barmore, which I think's pretty good.
It's a good one.
So he would be, for me in that scenario, would be a 5-tech. The problem is I think Javon Hargrave and Jonathan Allen are both going to be 5-techs too in that 3-man front. So I'm not real sure. I do feel like between Phillips, Harmon, Allen, and Hargrave, you've got a really formidable defensive front.
Derek Harmon out of Oregon, the defensive tackle, is the pick to the Minnesota Vikings' first pick in the second round. Second pick in the second round, the Philadelphia Eagles, a pick that they got in a trade with the New York Giants. Who is the selection?
They've been on this guy basically the whole process. Nick Hurton for a Scorton, edge rusher out of Texas A&M.
Did you get reprimanded for not saying Scorton right?
Do I know?
From somebody? Did you get reprimanded for not saying Scorton right when you kept calling him Skirton?
No.
Some reason you changed that up in the last 2 weeks. I'm just curious.
I heard him say it.
Okay.
There are a few names that I've now got pronunciations on that. Marcus Mbow, yeah, the M's silent. It's Marcus Bow.
It's just Bow? Oh, Bow.
Yeah. Didn't know that.
Okay.
Pretty sure I called him Mbow to his face and didn't mean to. My bad. Didn't mean to screw your name up, bruh. Nick Scorton is a guy that I really like. I think he's going to be a high-level player in the NFL because he's going to play at the weight that he came in at the Combine. I feel like that was basically him saying, I know I wasn't used appropriately last year. Go back to that Purdue tape. You'll see what you're getting out of me. And Howie Roseman's going to see that and go, yep, there's another dog. Mm-hmm. That'll make up for the Bryce Huff kerfuffle. Because you go Huff.
Well, I mean, you can't hit a home run on every. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you go Jalex Hunt, Nolan Smith, Nick Scorton. That's formidable.
Mm-hmm. You can't hit a home run on every pick that you make, right? I mean, it seems like at every turn, maybe not every turn things have gone right for the Philadelphia Eagles, but they've certainly made an impact, right, from what mercenary are we getting this year? Last year, Bryce Huff, it didn't go so well. Remember the Hassan Reddick year? That was fun, right? Got a lot of enjoyment out of that. And you'd look at if they're not home runs, they've hit triples with just about every other guy that they've added. From Cooper DeJean with the big Super Bowl moment, great rookie year that he had last year. Quinion Mitchell, obviously, he's a dog. Zach Bond, that came out of complete left field for most people. And he was an afterthought. He was a disappointment in New Orleans. And for some reason, it just works in Philadelphia. And this Nick Scorton would be another great move.
Bob Brown asked if Scorton can drop into coverage. I think he can. I've actually had this argument with a good number of people. I think he can, and I'm not the only one. I mean, look, even at 280 pounds, he still moved outrageously well. I mean, he got dropped a little bit at Texas A&M. I'd seen it more at Purdue, but it was more of just it was almost just kind of throwing you a curveball. I think Scorton can drop, and I think he's a perfect fit for Philadelphia.
Third pick of the second round, number 35 overall, the Tennessee Titans on the clock.
Emeka Ibuka, wide receiver, Ohio State.
All right, you're going to get your quarterback at 1. Give him a weapon.
I like Ibuka. I don't think he does. He's not elite at anything. I've said about Ibuka, I think he's a second rounder, not because I think he's a second round talent, but because he doesn't have that. This is what I sell. Ibuka's going to play, I would say, primarily out of the slot. But you pair him with Calvin Ridley, you give Cam Ward a second option, you give him one to grow with. Ibuka's a great route runner. He's not blindingly fast. He's not got great size. He's just a football player. And I like that when it comes to a player that I'm looking to pair with a young quarterback. I want it to be somebody that's consistent. And Ibuka is very consistent.
That he is. Very reliable target. And hopefully Cam Ward can get some use out of him. Mm-hmm. Or hopefully it won't be a disaster for him to go there. The 36th pick, the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Maxwell Hairston, cornerback out of Kentucky. This is another one, Jacksonville. They've been on him throughout the entire process. I like him. Hairston's got a weird skill set because he can press to a point. He's better in off-ball zone. But you saw in the 40, he ran a 4.28. And you saw closing speed on the field. I did not see that much closing speed. I never thought he was that fast. So the 40 time, I'm not going to say it came out of left field. It was surprising to me. And I've got the PFF grades up on the screen. You might not want to look at those. Because last year was not great.
They're not good.
No, but he had been elite the year before. One thing I will tell you, and this is a Trevor Sikkema analysis 101. He had a good number of interceptions. A lot of them were insanely lucky.
Mm-hmm.
He does play tip balls well, though, and he's really good at playing an overthrow. But his interception numbers are a little skewed.
Yeah, okay. Maxwell Hairston, cornerback out of Kentucky, 4th pick of the 2nd round of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Number 37 overall, this is the Las Vegas Raiders. After the Raiders went Will Johnson in the 1st round, now what?
Quinshawn Judkins, running back out of Ohio State. So
they don't need to take Ashton Gianti at 6.
Exactly. And I'll be honest with you, I think Quinshawn Judkins fits more into – I think he fits better with Pete Carroll even than Genty does. Now, he's not a great player in the passing game. And there is some tread on the tires. But, this is a big, thick kid. Very rarely goes down on first contact. And he's got home run hitter speed. I also love the fact that he never fumbles. We have a handful of guys here in a row that, in terms of running backs, that they never fumble. Then we get to some guys who fumble way too often. Looking at you, Dylan Sampson.
Mm-hmm. Quinshawn Judkins, he is, is he the replacement that they've been looking for since Josh Jacobs went to Green Bay?
I believe so. I think he can be a borderline bell cow. Now, I will be honest with you. I have a big difference between Judkins and Travion Henderson because I think Travion Henderson's a member of a committee. I don't think he'll ever be the head of the snake. More of a home run hitter, good in pass pro, but I don't think he's a complete back. Henderson, to me, needs to be a 1A to a 1B. Judkins, I think, can just be the 1 with a 2. And that's what separates them. There are 3.5 bell cows in this class for me. 3 guys that I know are going to be true number 1s. And then Judkins is that half. And in the right scenario, and I think the Raiders would be the right scenario, he could be the 4th.
Let's go to pick number 38, the New England Patriots, now on the clock. They went Will Campbell in the 1st round.
I'm not
what
done
position
on that
do they go
line.
with now?
I'm not done on that line. I'm adding
Okay.
another offensive line. I'm going Tyler Booker.
Oh, okay.
Look, I got to make sure Drake May doesn't get killed. And between Stephon Diggs and Demario Douglas and Hunter Henry, I don't feel like I have to have that number one guy. Plus, there's a receiver that I absolutely love for New England that I think they'll target with their third-round pick. Guard gets ugly. And I don't see Cole Strange as a Mike Vrabel type guy. So, there's a possibility. I've heard a possibility they can move him to center. I don't really care what you do with him. I just look at Tyler Booker and go, this is more what I think Vrabel's going to look for. Big-bodied. And there might be more to get out of him. I don't love him as a run blocker. But he is still the second best guard in this class.
So with the first 2 picks of the draft for New England, you've completely rebuilt the left side of the line.
Yes. Yes, I've got to protect Drake May at all costs.
Yeah. Left tackle, Will Campbell. Left guard will end up being Tyler Booker. Couldn't ask for much of a better start for New England here. It brings us to the 7th pick in the second round. And that one belongs to the Chicago Bears.
So I said when I took Genty at 10, this is not a team with a lot of needs, so they can really sit here and just take best player available. That's what they do here, a guy that they've had in the building. Josh Connerly Jr., offensive tackle out of Oregon. That would be a better value if you're going to replace Braxton Jones and turn him into a swing, because now you've got Darnell Wright and Josh Connerly on the outside with Caleb Williams, with Ashton Genty. You now have a really mobile set of bookends for a team that's going to run a lot. I love Connerly. I have heard that people are not necessarily as wild about him because they think he's going to take some work. Let's say that's true. Braxton Jones is not a player I have to replace immediately. If he starts the year, so be it. Connerly can be the swing. I can teach him how to play tackle. I can let him grow, build into the body. But Connerly, to me, is a future left tackle in this league. And I don't think it's going to take all that long. And he would be an improvement over Braxton Jones without using crazy high-end capital. I can almost look at this pick as a free scratcher because this is the last pick off that Carolina deal. I've done pretty well with that capital so far, and I like Connerly a lot.
Mm-hmm. All right, you got Connerly and Ashton Gianti as the first 2 picks for the Chicago Bears.
And I pick again in 2
Bears
picks.
Fans. Yep, just stay tuned. You got another one coming in just a pick or 2. We got to take a quick break. When we come back, we will pick it back up here with the New Orleans Saints at number 40 overall. Day 2 of the Sportsocracy final mock draft here on ESPN Asheville. Clear?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have to try to find some retribution
striking
with
up the
Andreas
barbershop
Pinckney with this
quartet.
next Saints pick. What'd you
You
say?
have to what? You first. What did you say?
I said I have to try to find some retribution with Andreas Pinckney after making him so sad with Michael Williams.
Oh yeah, he's gonna hurt you.
I am merely a messenger.
Okay.
Make sure nobody's telling me to die.
Well, let's hope not.
With my recent Amazon order, I get a 90-day free trial with Amazon Music. Why in the world do I need that?
Because you need a fourth music service.
I mean, I already have Spotify. Like, did we not learn with Pandora? I only need one. When you get past, you're dead to me.
Yeah.
Pandora was the boobs. And then it wasn't. When Spotify went, we're gooder at this, and we have way less ads. Bye, Pandora. That you can tell me they went out of business. I wouldn't know.
They sell bracelets now.
Wrong Pandora, dumbass.
Oh, shoot. Messed that
Oh,
one.
shoot. I got my wife an MP3 for her birthday. Damn it.
I got her an iPod Shuffle.
Oh, God. Just remember, there is somebody out there that has bought an iPod in the last year. I don't know who they are, and I don't know why they did that, but...
They really still make those?
Yeah.
Wow.
I saw one in there used to be an Apple store beside that. I mean, this was before I moved back, so this is 7 years ago. I used to see those in the Apple store because there was an Apple store right beside my store, and I had to walk Apple customers over there because they'd get locked out of their iCloud, and tough. Shit. You're going to have to go deal with this goober over here because I can't do anything for you. And I would see iPods in the window and go, who is buying that right now?
Nice.
Do you have typewriters in the back that you sell to these people?
All right. We are ready for segment 2.
I swallowed a piece of ice that's now stuck in my jejunum. And the good thing is,
that's not.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. It's warm in there, so it's not going to last long.
Nope. She'll melt quick. The jejunum is a tough place to get something hung in, though.
For sure.
I feel like you had to work at that one. Just stand on your head. All right, ready?
Yes.
Okay. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The Sportsocracy.
What are you people? On dope?
Back in the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville is the final mock draft of the Draftmas season, the official media entry of one at ESPN. Draft nerd Jeremy Green coming to us from the NFLDraft.net Mullet Manor. Currently, we are on the road to Green Bay, Wisconsin, so this is a pre-recorded thing. So if you don't like what we say, then, just wait a minute and you can send us a message after the show. We'll get it. It'll be all right. We are working our way through the second round. We are up to pick number 40, Jeremy. The New Orleans Saints. Saints fans not pleased with what you did in the first round. So you got some making up to do.
I am but just a simple messenger, relaying the message that has been delivered to me.
Michael Williams was the pick at number 9 in the first round for New Orleans. So let's see what they do at 40.
Alec Ayumanor, wide receiver from Stanford.
And going wide receiver, okay.
I think that should help. That will cushion the blow a little bit. This gives you an outside presence, gives you another weapon. So now you've got Olave. Also gives you some protection on Olave because he's had a lot of concussions. You get Shaheed back. I'm not 100% sure who your quarterback is, but I'm pretty confident of which one you're going to draft at some point here. So I think this is going to be Spencer Rattler's team for a year. I think this is a blip year for them. That's one of the reasons that the Michael Williams thing made more sense to me, is that I feel like this is going to be the year where they clean up the cap. They're going to give Kellen more of that, I don't have another way to call it, blip year. We know you're going to go 4-13. We're well aware of that. But we gave you very little to work with because our cap situation was a nightmare. I still can't believe they brought Derek Carr back. I thought it was a foregone conclusion. And then he winds up with a shoulder injury, and injury is the one thing that money was completely guaranteed for.
Yep.
Just like Mickey Loomis, do you not understand how money works? I think somebody should sit him down with a pocket full of change and go, penny, nickel, dime, quarter. If you add those together, that makes 41 cents.
Mm-hmm.
And pull out the dollars. But you need to do that the next day because you don't want to overwork him.
Yes. Speaking of 41, we're at pick number 41. Chicago Bears on the clock with their third pick of the draft after taking Ashton Gianti at 10 overall and then just picking up Josh Connerly Jr., the tackle out of Oregon. What do they do now?
If you didn't love the Connerly pick, I have a feeling you're going to like this one better. Oluwafemi Oladejo, edge rusher, UCLA.
Was wondering when the edge rusher was going to come into play here.
I've come to really like this kid. I mean, at fait accompli, I wrote him off. You know, I saw him in summer scouting. He was a linebacker. I thought he was largely irrelevant. He's really bad in coverage. So if you think he's going to be one of those guys, well, we can play him at linebacker, we can play him at edge rusher. Nah. Let's stick to one thing.
Mm-hmm.
He does one thing pretty well. He does the other thing rather poorly. But, I mean, the kid looks like he's built out of granite. So he really – I thought he was good at the Senior Bowl. He's had a really good process. A lot of teams really like this kid.
Oladejo, the edge rusher out of UCLA, goes at the 9th pick in the second round, and that brings up Jeremy's Jets once again. And you went Tyler Warren. You got yourself the tight end in the first round. So what self-serving prophecy are you about to lay on us now?
It's not a self-serving prophecy. It's, okay, Trey Harris, wide receiver out of Ole Miss. Now I got two weapons.
Oh.
Now I got two. Two of them. I love Trey Harris. I know not everybody does. And I'm not going to lie to you. Originally when I did this, I had another pick here. And then the Jets wound up with Trey Harris in the third round, and I went, nope, that's not how that's going to work. Mm-hmm. And I ran back through it, and I swapped them, and I went, yep, that actually makes more sense. Because the other one's an offensive lineman, and the linemen seemed to fall, which surprised me. We have a huge run on corners coming. The receivers slipped a little bit. The linemen fell a lot.
Wow.
But Trey Harris, to me, deep threat guy, big build. I know the Giants would have loved to have had him because he was Malik Neighbors' quarterback in high school. I think he's just got a lot of nuance to his game. Really good after the catch. I mean, does he need work? Sure. He's not the fastest guy you've ever seen. He's not a gigantic guy. But I think he's one of the best outside over-the-top receivers in this class. I've compared him to Roma Dunze, and I think they might be closer than I even thought.
Okay. The 11th pick in the second round, that's San Francisco 49ers back on the clock. Mike Green was the first pick in the first round at number 11 overall, the edge rusher out of Marshall.
San Francisco's really trying to make me like them. Savone Ravel, cornerback out of East Carolina. Kid's coming off an ACL. He hasn't really been able to run during the process. He is electric. And I'll be honest, he's another one. Had he not gotten hurt last year, I think he would have gone in the top 20. But you put him in that Robert Saleh defense, he can be your Sauce Gardner. Long, really good in off ball. And the injury history is absolutely terrifying because he's had a lot. But from everything I've heard, the medical came back clean. Really good in press, too. Now, sometimes in press he gets a little too aggressive and winds up with having to recover. The thing is that he runs like a 4.3 540. At 6'3", 100, I can't remember how much he weighed in at. PFS got him at 193. I don't think that was right. But it might be.
Mm-hmm.
I love Ravel. I know you love Ravel.
I do.
I know you want him in the second round of your Bucks. I don't think he's getting there.
Yeah, he won't make it that far. You had your choice. You either have to take him too high or he's not going to be there when you pick again. If you're Tampa Bay and you're picking in that late teens area. It is what it is. I hope the kid does really, really well wherever he goes. San Francisco, they need to hit on something in the draft, so I'm all for it. Savon Ravel from East Carolina going to the San Francisco 49ers at 43 overall. 44, that's the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm going to channel my inner Chris Berman here. Luther, beast or burden?
That's not bad.
I don't know which one he's going to be. Look, this kid's really good with the ball in his hand. The problem is it's hard to get the ball in his hand. Production dropped off a cliff last year, and everybody says, well, the quarterback played. The quarterback's borderline draftable, and you had one of the best tackles in the country. Why did he fall off so much? I can tell you why he fell off so much. Because he's not a great route runner. He's fine. But it's not like jump up and down about it. He's small. But you get him into a system where he can play in the slot. This would kick Debo out wide, I think, more. And it gives you a second option for Dak Prescott. I don't like Burden in a lot of places. You know, the comp on him has been poor man's Debo Samuel. And I agree with that. I think you may have to get the ball in his hand through jet sweeps and maybe even out of the backfield at times because I just don't know how he's going to win.
So like the same thing they do with like Turpin. They do that with him, don't they?
Yes. The thing about Burden, though, is if he ever figures out how to win consistently, and I think one of the ways to do it is play him out of the slot. The other is to manufacture the touches and have somebody elite on the other side. You could get more out of him. Everybody has him in the first round. I don't see a way that's going to happen. I think he'll be lucky to go before the 50th pick in this class. And really the only spot that makes sense is the Dallas Cowboys.
44th overall, Luther Burden III, wide receiver out of Missouri, going to the Dallas Cowboys. You're in the Sportsocracy. This is ESPN Asheville. When we come back for the break, we will have the Indianapolis Colts on the clock.
I redeemed myself a little bit with Pinckney. He got his guy in the second round because he loves IU Manor. Slam and Sammy Joe had a really good point that there's some personality issues with him. Yes, there are. Let me phrase that a softer way. He's kind of a dick. Red C's either going to love the Cardinals pick or absolutely hate it, and I'm not sure which one. He said, "Oh no." Red Sea, what does that mean? It means it's not the name you just said. I'm going to have to stock up on Flowstradamus before we leave.
Have you done any calculations on what our target needs to be here for the number of picks that we get in?
By the end of the hour?
Yeah.
You got to. We're on pace. You got to get to 64 by the end of by the middle of the second hour.
Middle of the second hour, so we need 2, 3.
Oh, Jonathan Welch has a good point. We're doing a listener mock on Saturday. Walk the mock. Let me pull that up here, and I'll put the link in the chat. If you want to do a 7-rounder with me, where Andreas, if you want to draft for your own team, you can totally do that. And that will be the last live that I do. We're going to do some. I'm going to record some stuff to put out. It'll be a fun time.
Fun times.
Fun time. 5 stars.
10 out of 10. Would recommend.
I got to remember which account has my Walk the Mock subscription because I don't remember. There it is.
Okay. Are you ready for segment 3?
Hold on. I got to find the Walk the Mock link here. Doop. Old rooms. Boopity. Edit. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Boop-a-doop-a-doo.
Where are we at? We're at the Colts at 45. Okay.
Boop. Boop. Pinckney said, I've done listener mocks before. We all know I'm a better drafter than Loomis. Yes, you are. Is there a Discord for the... Oh, Bob Brown asked if there's a Discord for the Patreon. There is. I will send it to you after the... Actually, Red Sea, will you send that to Bob Brown? I don't know how y'all would do that, but I know myself, and after 7 hours of live streaming, there's a great chance that I'm going to forget. Or, Bob, you can text me, and I'll send it to you there. We have a super chat from Sir Jimothy. Oh.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money.
God, you were super on top of that.
Yes. I was getting ready to hit the button when you said it. I was like, okay, good. He's walking me right down the path. Monday, Tuesday, huge deja vu. No crimes those days. And Sir Jimothy's already decided we can't. He's not getting caught in the mental vortex that will be hearing this again.
It'll be cut down then. There'll be no commercials. Not that
True.
there's commercials this time either.
None of this grab assing. It'll be tight.
Where was I
On the
for
radio.
grab ass time? I'll also put our promo code for Walk the Mock. Do-de-do-de-do-de-do in the chat.
Which is balls.
It should have been. I just chose.
It should have been.
I just chose NFL Draft Net. You know, the website we have.
No. Use the promo code SHAFT.
Use our promo code Veiny Throbber at Walmart.
Just go to the sportsocracy.com/vinegar strokes.
Vinegar Strokes 500.
The Vinegar Strokes 500. Here it comes. That's the slogan for it, by the way.
That's for sure.
Here it comes.
Oh, Lord. We're morons.
Most definitely.
The fact that anybody listens to us
If
about
Phillip
anything
Rivers
is-
doesn't go pro in that, I don't know.
He's got to be out by now. Like, he's out of gas.
No.
Phillip Rivers is getting a DNF in the Vinegar Strokes 500 because he ran out.
Oh, dear Lord.
All of yours are active people. You got to go.
Are active people. Nice. Nicely done. All right. Ready to go?
Yes.
All right. Hour 1, segment 3. 3, 2, 1.
The Sportsocracy.
Pull up your pants, take off the bra, and be a man.
It is ESPN Asheville, the Sportsocracy, coming to you from the Ingles studio in the NFLDraft.net Mullet Manor. Not live today. It is pre-recorded as we are on our way up to Green Bay, Wisconsin for the 2025 NFL Draft. We will have live coverage for you on ESPN Asheville on Thursday and Friday, 12 to 3 from the Lake House at Sturgeon Bay. Jeremy Green, it is the final mock draft, day 2, rounds 2 and 3. The next pick is the Indianapolis Colts. It's 45 overall. The 13th pick in the second round. Where do they go?
Carson Schlesinger, linebacker out of UCLA. I love the fit in Indianapolis. I am scared to death he ends up with a 3-4 team because I just don't see it. Now, I do like the fit here because Indianapolis needs a linebacker badly. PFF comped him to Peyton Wilson. I don't think that's a terrible comp. He is a little
Is he
light.
that athletic?
He's athletic, and he plays like his hair's on fire. But I like him as a 4-3 outside linebacker, not as a 3-4 inside linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
And originally in the process, that's where I thought he was going to go. And I think he's too small for that. He just gets flooded out. But in Indianapolis, I think he's a really nice replacement to E.J. Speed.
Okay. The 14th pick is the Atlanta Falcons. They took Shamar Stewart in the first round.
Braden Swinson, pass rusher out of LSU. This kid really only does one thing right now, but he will give you an absolute pop as a pass rusher. Wound up with longer arms than I thought. Watching him on tape, I never really thought he was going to be one of those guys that measured crazy well, but he did. And then you watch his film, he wins against the pass. He is almost irrelevant against the run. That's another one that I like, the Sycamore comp on Malcolm Kuntz to Braden Swinson. I think that one's pretty accurate. The difference is I'm not sure he could play with his hand down, but he might be able to.
All right, so he plays on the outside of the 3-4.
Yes, he would be behind Shamar Stewart, and now you have Swinson and Stewart coming from one side, and good luck. Hope you got two really athletic guys on the left side of that line.
If you don't, you're going to get Michael Penix Jr. killed. Or he'll just run for his life, and, hey, that's a turnover waiting to happen. 47 overall, the Arizona Cardinals.
Darian Porter, cornerback out of Iowa State.
All right, another defensive player after they went with Walter Nolan, the defensive lineman out of Mississippi in the first round.
I love this kid so much. Started as a wide receiver at Iowa State. He's almost 6'4". Well, that's not true. He's 6'0", but he was listed at 6'4". Really long-armed. I think he can be an elite corner in this league. He's still figuring out how good he can be, and he was pretty good last year. Really, really quick. Not a great tackler, but I think a lot of that comes from he was a receiver, so he's still figuring this out. He was a kind of a one-year wonder because he really only played that 1 year, and he is a bit of an older prospect. But I think he can come in and play right away, especially if you have another corner that you trust on the other side. I'm curious to see Red C's reaction to that one.
Oh, is he upset?
He wanted a pass rusher. Honestly, Swinson would have gone to you at that selection, but the Falcons took him right in front of you.
So you panicked?
No, I didn't panic. After at 46, I would have gone. There's two guys here. I feel good, so I'm just fine sitting right here.
Right.
I love Porter.
Okay.
I know not everybody does because he is a little raw, but
Darian Porter, the pick, cornerback out of Iowa State.
Now
Arizona Cardinals.
I will say this, Cardinal fans: if you watch the panic-driven corners that are about to come off the board, I think you're going to feel better that you were at the high side of that than on the back side of it.
At 48, it's the Miami Dolphins. They already got a corner, so they're not going to take another one here.
Yeah,
they
but
went
I'm not.
They went with Jahdae Barron in the first round. Now what?
I'm not done with the secondary, though. Kevin Winston Jr., safety out of Penn State. This kid only played one game last year. Another one that, had it not been for injury, he would have been a first-round pick. I think he's the last safety that you can feel really, really good about. He's a freak athlete. The medical was a big deal on him, and over the course of time, I've gotten to a point where I feel pretty solid about it. And he can play all over the place. He was a good run defender at Penn State, just not the ball hawk you would want. Now, the funny thing is that you would be replacing Javon Holland, who last year was also not the ball hawk that you would have wanted him to be.
Mm-hmm. But he had his moments.
For sure. They're very similar players. He's just a lot cheaper.
Mm-hmm. The Cincinnati Bengals are up next with the 17th pick in the second round.
They call him Bull Rush McIntyre. His name is T.J. Sanders, defensive tackle out of South Carolina. Bengal fans, I told you, I'm not done with this defense. I still got a lot of work to do.
Mm-hmm.
I love T.J. Sanders. He's in my top 30 overall. I don't know where this fall is coming. But I've been told this now a few times in the last few weeks of be careful. Because I had T.J. Sanders back in 1. And I keep getting told you might be too high. And I don't understand why. You're getting almost a 13% pass rush win rate from a defensive tackle. He had a 90.3 pass rush grade out of a true pass set last year. I just don't get it. What is it I'm supposed to not like here? Oh, he doesn't handle double teams well because he's not a gigantic defensive tackle. What do I care? He's too aggressive. I'm bringing him to be a pass rusher. I don't get it. This is one of those guys that I constantly see defensive tackles go in front of him that don't make any sense to me. Like Darius Alexander. Darius Alexander is 46 years old. I mean, I get it. The tape's fine. He was playing with children in the MAC. TJ Sanders did this in the SEC. Oh, he had a lot of talent around him. And so did they. Have you looked at that Ole Miss roster lately? My God, Day 2 is brought to you by Lane Kiffin.
and apparently Shane Beamer.
Yeah, they got a lot too.
They got
a lot of dudes
quite a
that
few.
are going to go here.
They do. TJ Sanders, the second South Carolina Gamecock to go to the Cincinnati Bengals after they took Nick Eamon-Worry in the first round. TJ Sanders now added to the pass rush. The 18th pick in the second round, 50 overall, Seattle Seahawks.
So Seattle's got 2 picks in 3. This is where I have to play the game of which guy do I have to take to keep him away from Denver behind me. So I go Mason Taylor, tight end out of LSU.
It's a good call.
Look, Seattle's needed a tight end, I think, my entire life. Even when they invested in tight end, they still somehow needed a tight end. And Mason Taylor, look, there's been first-round buzz. I don't see it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, that's because the tight ends that they invested in, they gave $10 million to 48-year-old Greg Olson one time. And then they gave another $10 million to, what's that guy's name?
Jimmy
Will
Graham.
Dissly.
Oh, yeah, Will Dissly's still on the roster.
He got like $8 million or something on the last deal.
I like Taylor. The tape left me wanting more because they used him in the weirdest way. And after watching him at the Senior Bowl and the Combine, I think this is a Brian Kelly problem, not a Mason Taylor problem. 75% of his catches were within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. That is one of the most unbelievably stupid stats I think I've ever heard. This kid should be a red zone monster, and I walked away from his tape going, why isn't he? I think it was Brian Kelly. I don't think it was Mason Taylor. I like this kid. I like him more and more after watching him at the Senior Bowl. He was awesome in Mobile. And I think he is that third tight end to come off the board. And that's going to lead to a handful more coming off within the next 25 or 30 picks.
Mm-hmm. Number 51 overall, the Denver Broncos, following up their selection of Omarion Hampton in the first round, here with a pick, again at number 51.
I love this fit for this kid. I've been kind of hard on him through the process, but I would love the idea of him playing on the opposite side of Pat Surtain II. It's Azareye'h Thomas, cornerback out of Florida State. He's raw. And when I say raw, I mean raw. He's also one of like 6 prospects in this class that can't legally drink in a bar if they have his draft party at a bar. Bulldog in press, but is really good in zone principles too. And I think the way that Denver would use him as the 2, he could be the more physical of the 2. And I love it. You know, he's proof positive that I don't have to love a prospect to love a fit. Because I have Azareye'h Thomas at the top 3. But corner is about to get gross in a hurry. And I get in front of it with a guy that actually fits my scheme. There's not a lot of guys that physically can play man in this class. Azareye'h does it pretty well. You're gonna have to give him some time.
20th pick in the second round, 52 overall. Seattle Seahawks back on the clock with their second pick in 3.
This would be probably a little early to some, but it's not to me. It's Jared Wilson, center out of Georgia.
Okay, I was not expected to hear that name in at least this high in the second round.
Upside. You're almost to the end of the second round.
That's true.
He's 4 spots behind Azareye'h Thomas on my big board. So it's not that bad. And you look at how scarce center is. Look, Jared Wilson made it very clear. He's the best center in this class, and it's not close.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get behind that, and it is Gnarls Barkley. And the word I keep hearing with Jared Wilson is the upside. No, you didn't see it for all that long. You got to understand, and I had not thought of what I'm getting ready to say. You realize this kid's why Clay Webb transferred, right?
Yes.
As big as huge of a proponent as I am of Clay Webb, Jared Wilson was the one that was keeping him from playing, and I love him. He's my number 2 center in his class. He transferred because of Jared Wilson, because I don't know if somebody told him this. I don't know. He didn't think he could beat Jared Wilson out.
Yep.
That tells me a lot. He may have only played a year. There's a lot of good in that kid.
Mm-hmm.
And he moves in a way that you don't often see from an interior offensive lineman.
Well, I mean, we know that Seattle likes to run the ball, have historically liked to run the ball. And they got a pair of running backs that they have invested draft capital in pretty high. Jared Wilson's going to help you run the ball. You're not going to have much. You won't have much of a problem running up the middle. The 53rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft belongs to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. All right, so what have you worked up for me here? We got Malachi Starks in the first round, which really sent me over the top. Let's see if number 2 will do the same.
Demetrius Knight Jr., linebacker, South Carolina.
Well, I'll just be fine with that.
Oh, wait till you see who the third one is.
Linebacker action?
Yeah, wait till you see who your next pick is. Because you have another one at 84. You may call Jason Light and just go, there's this mulleted idiot that you should probably listen to because it's pretty good. Okay.
I'm training for the 500 as we speak.
Look, Demetrius Knight is, I think, an elite run defender, holds up in coverage, can rush the passer, had one of the better average depths of tackle in of any linebacker in this class. I think he's an elite athlete. You know I love this kid. I heard him compared to Bobby Okereke the other day, and that was enough for me to go, oh, yeah, I may even be low on him.
That's a good one. I like that comp.
He can get a little crazy and aggressive at certain times, but that's why you have Levante David next to him.
Mm-hmm. Next up, it's the other Bay, the Green Bay, the hometown team for the draft. 54 overall, Green Bay Packers select.
Hey, Arizona fans, you remember when I told you that corner was about to get goofy and you were going to be glad that you got in front of it? Mm-hmm. Dorian Strong, cornerback out of Virginia Tech. I like this kid, but it's high. For sure it's high. But if you're Green Bay, especially if you're planning on coming off Jair Alexander, you got to do something. You missed the run because the run happened in between you. Now you're in the middle of it. If you wait now, you are LMNO screwed because there's not another corner that belongs here. I mean, if you want to get cute with Benjamin Morrison because that's top 15 tape, but you got to worry about the injury, you could do that. And I wouldn't blame you if you did. But I think Dorian Strong fits better what you do. Is he a great run defender? Nope. He is not. He is not a great run defender. But I think he would fit into what Hafley's doing, and I'm not going to lie to you. I would borderline be scared to death to wait. Because with the run that we're in the midst of, wait do you get to what that corner room looks like at about 100?
The 23rd overall pick in the first round by Green Bay was Donovan Ezrawaku from Boston College. And now Dorian Strong, the cornerback out of Virginia Tech. 23rd pick in the second round. That's the Los Angeles Chargers and Jim Harbaugh. Do we have any Michigan players here?
We don't, but I do have a Jim Harbaugh lunch pail just come get after it. It's Landon Jackson, the 5-tech from Arkansas.
Okay.
Really good run defender. I don't know that he's ever going to be a great pass defender, and he has an injury. Landon Jackson's got an injury history that is absolutely mortifying. But he was good last year. He showed what a freak athlete he is. He's got a really funny story. His parents met at McNeese State. They were both basketball players. His dad's 6'11", played basketball in Europe for like 10 years. I like this kid, but I like him in very specific spots. I don't want him playing out wide. I don't think he's twitchy enough to play out wide. I want him as a 5-tech.
Mm-hmm.
That's one that Logan Paulson and I have talked about a lot as well. He loves Landon Jackson. And if you're trying to stop the run, that's a great way to do it. The 5-techs for the Chargers make my head hurt. I look at every time I pull up their all 22, I look at that and go, I swear to God, if they don't take a 5-tech in the first 2 days of this draft, I'm going to yell a lot.
Landon Jackson, the selection for the Los Angeles Chargers, the edge rusher out of Arkansas. He comes, he's the second pick that they had first round. They got Tet McMillan, fell into their laps. I'd say it's a pretty good start to the draft.
It's a pretty sweet
for those
start.
two. Absolutely, it is. You're in the Sportsocracy, and this is ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM, and 1400. We're rocking and rolling through the second round of day 2 of the Sportsocracy final mock draft. We'll continue after the top of the hour. Clear?
Thank you.
Wow.
Yes, the Benjamin Morrison fall is all about it's all about the hip.
Injury.
He's not going to it won't take long because look, as I said, and this is one of the reasons that I always do the mock draft a few days ahead of the draft because it lets me get mentally prepared for things. Corner goes nanners. From Ravel, I mean, even go all the way up to Hairston. So you had Hairston, Revel, Porter, Azarie Thomas, Dorian Strong, and you've still got, there's another one in this round. Then you take a little bit of a blip, and there's like 5 at the end of 3. And most of them I don't love. I love one of them. The runs at the end of 3 into 4. Ow. Damn it. Oh.
Okay. Trying to make sure nobody's trying to call me while we're.
Well, that's probably a good call.
Yes.
That's probably a good idea because, we've been live for 5 hours right now, Tank.
That we have. Okie dokie. Top of the second hour. And we are. Where are we at? Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Jills.
Oh. Hang on, let me go stretch my legs for a minute. I'll be right back.
All right.
Oh,
Oh, he's crying all the way down the hall. I can hear it. I hate facial scanners. If you're wondering what I was doing, my computer has to identify my face to put anything in. We have a super chat that's real damn funny.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money,
It's from Red Sea, who said, "Am I the only one who noticed that Tank got shorter when he stood up?" He's got a high chair in the studio to be able to get in front of the camera.
Mm-hmm. I do. I've got a high sitting board, so I got to sit up high. And then, it's not great.
Like a big boy.
That's right.
I am a jackal.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Dick. Hang on just a second. Let me check on the game here. Oh, shoot. Braves lose again. Well, 5-13. Not too good.
Ugh. Are they 5-13?
They are.
Oh, my God.
They are. I played the Spurrier clip on the sports 2 days ago.
Well, 5-11.
5-11.
Not too good.
Not very good. At least we ain't the worst team in the league. Oakley dokley. Ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me try to choke back that sneeze before we start.
We're hauling ass, by the way, just to be clear.
Well, I mean, we've got what? We got 9 picks left in the second round.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're good. We're good. I mean, if we have to start the third round early, is it going to be a bad thing?
No. But what are we going to do with the time when we run out of picks?
Oh, well, then maybe, just maybe, that'll leave us time to, I don't know. I'm trying to look down here.
Well, we can do the
It'll
schedule
give us
for
more
draft
than
week.
5 seconds to talk about the Detroit Lions' last pick.
We could also do that
wanna
last
do?
segment as setting up the coverage for draft week.
Yep.
What we're going to do and when and all that good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But cross that bridge when we get there.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
3, 2, 1.
Live from the Ingle studio,
I can't wait to play with myself every day.
the Sportsocracy.
Damn the devil to hell! Let the big dog see! Let him on the field!
Come get you some of this.
Them cannons! By golly, put more powder in those things.
He couldn't take any more disappointment.
Oh my God. The Jets killed him.
It is ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM, 1400. The Sportsocracy is heard everywhere you go. On the iHeartRadio app, seen everywhere on YouTube. Go to thesportsocracy.com, click that live video link, subscribe to the channel so you can join us in the chat, and you can follow along on all of the draft week coverage here in the Sportsocracy. It is day 2 of the final Sportsocracy mock draft before the actual draft coming up on Thursday in Green Bay. This is a pre-recorded segment or a pre-recorded show. Just so you know, we're on the road right now on the Ingles Living the Dream Tour, heading our way up to Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin, to the Lake House. It's going to be a fantastic trip, and we cannot thank our partners enough for helping us make the trip happen. Ingles Supermarkets, low prices, love the savings. Parks Ford of Hendersonville, and Clarissa sells WNC.com along with Bears Smokehouse Barbecue. Jeremy Green coming to us from the NFLDraft.net. Mullet Manor, his final mock draft, the one that will be entered into the National Analyst Contest. How close did you get last year?
That's a good question you have there.
Don't remember? It was that good, huh? Don't remember.
I don't remember. Let's see. Scores. Last year, I finished 29th out of 172.
There you go. There you go. That's pretty good.
My 2-year average, I've only been in it for 2 years. So my 2-year average of first-round score is 41, which would be 29th of a lot.
So a top 30 NFL forecaster here in the Sportsocracy.
Oh, I'm going to do better this year. I'm winning this thing this year. I'm calling my shot. I'm winning this thing this year.
Nice.
Yeah, last year 59 won it, and 59 beat the bejeebers out of all of us. Mm-hmm. I'm winning this thing this year. Last year, Jason Boris of the Times News had 15. So you got to get the team to the player and the player. So there's 32 possible points for. I think it's 32 for the player. So you can get 32 points for getting 32 players right. The highest anybody got last year was 30. And then you get double points for team and position. And
so you get a point if you had the player in the first round.
Yes.
Okay.
So you're trying to get the right 32 players, and if you can get them to the right teams, all the better. That's where Boris killed us last year. Is he had 15 guys to the right team, and so we wound up with double points. And nobody else got more than 12. He got 15 of them, and there were only 3 that got 12.
That's a pretty high. That's a pretty high hit rate with as big of a crapshoot as the NFL draft is. Getting 15 guys matched up with the right team, that's pretty impressive. We have worked our way up to number 56 overall in the 2025 final NFL mock draft here in the Sportsocracy. The Buffalo Bills have that pick. The 24th selection of the second round. In the first round, they got Trey Amos, the cornerback out of Ole Miss. Let's see what they add.
Omar Norman Lott, defensive tackle out of Tennessee. I don't know where to put him. So if you're watching
on this team or in the draft?
In the draft. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can see the PFF big board that has Omar Norman Lott as the number 27 player overall. I love his tape. I think he comes in as, he had a 19% pass rush win rate as a defensive tackle. That's unheard of.
Mm-hmm.
But there's 2 big butts with him and neither one of them is his. He's not that big of a guy. The thing that makes me nervous about him is he played a ridiculously low number of snaps because, Tennessee cycles in defensive linemen I think it's one of the things that's burning James Pierce, too. The other thing that scares me is they found a knee issue with him that could be chronic. And at 315 pounds, I really don't want you having knee issues this early. And so I could see him falling. You always say it only takes one. And you're right, it only takes one team. I love the fit of him and Ed Oliver.
Yep.
Him, Ed Oliver, Bosa, and Russo. That's a four-man front that will get home and get home a lot. I
When
just
you can
don't know where to
create
put it.
pressure with four, when you can create pressure with four, we have found that is the Achilles heel of who?
The Kansas City
Kansas
Chiefs.
City Chiefs. Right, right. If you can get home with four, you are going to just play games with Patrick Mahomes and that offense and that offensive line. I can't say I disagree here. I've in my process of going through mock drafts at the end of the first round, I have always slotted in that big run stuffing big clogger with the Buffalo Bills. This is a little bit of a different angle, and I like it. Number 25 in the second round, that is the Carolina Panthers. And a selection that they got from the Los Angeles Rams. First round pick was Jalen Walker, the linebacker out of Georgia. Where do they go now?
All right, I'm going to have to explain this selection. Okay. It's always bad when I have to explain it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you a list, and I want to see if you can tell me what these guys have in common. Ollie Gordon II, Travion Henderson, Jarquez Hunter, there are more. Caleb Johnson,
mm-hmm.
R.J. Harvey,
mm-hmm.
DJ Giddens, Devin Neal, Jaden Blue. What do all of the guys I just said have in common?
They're all running backs.
They're all that's half of it. They're all running backs that have had some kind of contact with the Carolina Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
All three of the top three had top 30 visits with them. At 57,
yep.
I'm going Travion Henderson, running back out of Ohio State.
Okay. Dave Canales getting a running back for the future. They just picked up Rico Dowdle from the Dallas Cowboys.
I don't think Rico means anything.
Rico, what do you mean he doesn't?
I don't think he means anything. He had no market.
Okay.
I kept leaning into that going, why are they talking to all these running backs? Rico had no market.
No, that's why they got him cheap.
They got him cheap, and they only got him
He's
for
a body.
year.
Right, he's a body. Chuba Hubbard hasn't been what, Matt Rule's wife wanted him to be. He's been okay.
And they paid him.
He had 1,000-yard season last year, was it?
Oh, he was.
Was it last year he had 1,000 yards?
He was up high last year. Oh, nope, don't do that way. Don't do that.
1,195 yards last year.
They want to run.
Mm-hmm.
I think they've mentally tapped out on Jonathan Brooks. That's been the impression that I've gotten, is that they feel like they set a second-round pick on fire with Jonathan Brooks.
Well, I mean, every time you've tried so far to bring him in, it's been setback after setback. And at some point you have to because Dave Canales, that scheme predicates on we have to be able to run the ball. And you saw them do it last year. I mean, again, Chuba Hubbard had over 1,100 yards last year.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like he's just trash. He may not be what you want him to be.
I think he's the third
feature
running back
in the NFL.
I think he's the third running back. What it looks like to me is that Carolina wants a running back that they can play on third down, and they're going to alternate, maybe not alternate series, but 2-to-1 alternate Rico and Chuba on first and second down. Now, in the YouTube chat, I saw Bob Brown and Beach both say Caleb Johnson. I would agree with you. I have Caleb Johnson ahead of Travion Henderson. Carolina doesn't. So they met with Caleb Johnson at the Combine. They did not have him in for a top 30 visit. I think what Carolina's looking for is the better pass protector and the better pass catcher, and that would be Travion Henderson. I have Caleb Johnson ahead of him. I just wanted to state that for the record.
What about Travion?
Yes. But Travion is a better pass catcher. He's a better pass blocker.
Oh, I'm losing your signal there, Jeremy. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay, all right. You keep your signal keeps breaking up on me. We may need you to
not my
reconnect.
signal there, Bubba. I'm running at 15,000 kilobytes right now. If you're losing my signal, it's you, not me.
No, I mean you're not. That's what I'm saying. Your connection with the brick is not great. You may want to reconnect it.
Okay.
Let me see here.
It's reconnected.
All right.
I do that every hour, so that never should really be a problem.
All right. Hang on here. The radio crew's going to have no idea what you just said about Travion Henderson, so I'm going to have to go back and cut that again.
Okay.
Hang on just a second. Pardon me. Pause just for a second. Talk amongst yourselves.
I see a lot of people talking about Caleb Johnson. I can tell you he goes pretty soon, and he starts a run of running backs. Really, Travion started the run of running backs, but it takes a minute to get to the run.
All right. We'll start the recording here, and you pick back up with your take on Caleb Johnson.
Okay, now in the YouTube chat, I saw Bob Brown and Beach both say Caleb Johnson. I would agree with you. I have Caleb Johnson ahead of Travion Henderson.
That was the last clear thing we heard.
Okay.
So
I can go from there.
All right.
Tell me when you're ready.
Yep. Go ahead.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Travion Henderson's the better pass-blocking running back. He's also the better pass-catching running back. And that seems to be, just reading the tea leaves of who they've talked to, they obviously want another running back. It's just a question of what kind. And having Travion in for the top 30 makes me think that is where they would lean, as opposed to Caleb Johnson.
All right, Travion Henderson to the Carolina Panthers with the 25th pick in the second round. That brings us to number 58, Houston Texans up next.
So Houston got Matthew Golden with the move around. I still need a piece on the offensive line. This one's going to shock some people that he goes so high, and it's also Sarah, I believe is her name, loves telling me that they don't take players from small schools. I'm about to debunk that because they're in love with the kid I'm about to say. It's Charles Grant, offensive tackle from William and Mary. I forgot a word.
William and Mary. Yes.
He is, according to my sources, or as we used to say it, a little birdie has told me, Charles Grant is so popular around the NFL, don't be shocked if he winds up in the top 50. So here at 58, a team that has had him in the building and done literally everything short of buy him a new car, I think Houston's in. And I'll tell you why I think they're in. He's malleable. I don't think he has to move to guard. I think he holds up as a tackle. But it appears that he has passed Anthony Belton, Ariante Urshary. There were a handful of other names that I had gone down the rabbit hole. Basically, just because I was trying to place where different guys could go. And Grant was the one that seemingly overwhelmingly was, you're too low. Like, you're higher on him than a lot of guys in the media. You're too low on how we feel about him.
Talk about loading up on talent here for the Houston Texans. First round getting Matthew Golden, and then adding, as you said, that malleable piece in Charles Grant that can, well, fill in wherever they need him to. He won't be an immediate starter.
Grant?
With this team, right? Yeah.
I think he should be because I like him markedly. Blake Fisher was an absolute turnstile last year. That was the kid they took in the second round last year out of Notre Dame that if you remember, I laughed. You just can't help yourself, can you? Nick Caserio falls in love with these guys, and then it's just the board be damned. I'll take him where I want to take him. Look, Blake Fisher's not a good tackle. I didn't project him as a good tackle. He did not play as a good tackle last year. I think Grant would start right away. Grant is 2 solid years ahead of Blake Fisher right now, and he just finished his rookie year in the NFL.
Okay.
I don't think he's very good. And so, I mean, you keep banging your head against the wall all you want to. I don't think you're going to like how it goes.
All right, next pick. That is the Baltimore Ravens. It is the 59th overall selection. First round, they went with the tackle, Josh Simmons, out of Ohio State. Are they getting an edge rusher here?
They are. Princely Amunmalayan, edge rusher out of Ole Miss.
There. And that's a good one. This is one that this guy had some first-round buzz at one point in all of this. What happened?
Well, the 40 time was slow, and the 10-yard splits were fine. But I don't really know that he's ever going to be a 3-down guy. I think he really profiles better as a situational pass rusher, or at the very least, part of a rotation, which is what he would be with Baltimore. That's the reason, and I know Red Sea likes him in the middle of the second round to Arizona. I don't necessarily hate that. I just think it's a little high. If he's not going to hold up against the run, and basically the thought is that he held up against the run because he actually had a pretty high run stop rate at Ole Miss. But the thought was he held up against the run because he had Nolan on the inside of him. And, I mean, I can't tell you you're wrong. I mean, because, look, this is a thin guy that just put up a really slow 40 time. I love the tape because I think he can see quarterback, kill quarterback in the NFL, and that's really what I need him to do. I'm thinking he's more of a back of 2 than middle of 2. And then you get the fit with Baltimore of, hey, which one of these guys would make me yell obscenities? Princely Amunmalayan.
All right, Prince Uma going to the Baltimore Ravens. Then, at 60, the Detroit Lions.
You don't talk to a human that has anything to do with the Detroit Lions that doesn't say this kid's name. It's Josiah Stewart, edge rusher, Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Is he undersized? Yes. Yes, he is. Do I care? Nope. Not even a little bit. People talk about him having to play 3-4. I'm going to tell you, I agree with Trevor Sikkema on this. I think he can play linebacker. I think he can be a move piece that just kills quarterbacks. I don't know that I've ever seen a kid this small, and he is super small. I don't think I've ever seen one that holds up against the run as well as he does. And then you add in the fact he had almost a 28% pass rush win rate. You put that on the opposite side of Aiden Hutchinson, with the 42 defensive tackles that you already have. I love this kid. I do. I love this kid, and I've loved this kid for a minute.
Yep. Josiah Stewart to the Detroit Lions at pick 60. We'll take a quick break here in the Sportsocracy, ESPN Asheville. It is day 2 of the final Sportsocracy mock draft. We got 4 more picks left in the second round. We'll hit them after this.
Travion. Head of Travion Henderson. Travion Henderson. Travion Henderson's the better pass blocking run.
Is okie dokie.
All right, so that takes us to the second segment of the second hour.
That it does.
Okay.
And we got 4 picks to knock out here before the bottom of the hour. And then it's
I think it's a third round. Just have to
straight
speed.
on to morning.
Yeah, we'll just have to. We'll go a little quicker through the third round than we've gone here, and that'll leave us at least a few minutes at the end to mention the schedule and all those good things.
Right. Okay. And fire away.
God, who would have thought recording for 7 hours in a day would just take this much out of you? But
Yeah.
damn if it don't.
Yeah.
Oh, by the end of this, we'll be at 7 hours for sure.
Nah.
We're at 5:24 right now.
Mm-hmm. All right. Ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1.
The Sportsocracy.
Let's open up the whole can of kick ass and kill them all. Let the paramedics sort them out.
It is ESPN Asheville. This is the Sportsocracy, your home for NFL draft coverage 2025. The final Sportsocracy mock draft before the big day hits.
It's the final
Coming up.
mock draft. Doo-doo-doo.
And Jeremy got sued.
I only did one word that they had a different word there. It's fine.
Just don't try to sell it. That's the only thing. That's the line. That's the line that you can't cross. We got 4 more picks left here in the second round of the Sportsocracy mock draft. We will give you the entire third round as well, second half of the program here, as we count down the minutes to the next time that we are live with you on Thursday here on ESPN Asheville from the Lake House up in Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin. 61st pick overall in the 2025 NFL Draft. It is your buddies, the Washington Commanders, Jeremy.
Benjamin Morrison, cornerback, Notre Dame. I
Now,
waited
why
till I
did they
couldn't wait
take the
anymore.
risk? Yeah. Why do they take the risk when nobody else would?
Because they're one of the few teams that can. So I've had a lot of back and forth about Mikey Sainristil, that they took him to play out of the slot. I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. Then why do they sign Jonathan Jones? Jonathan Jones plays exclusively out of the slot. So I think in this scenario, your best case would be that Benjamin takes over the 2, Mikey slides into the slot, and then you have Marshawn Lattimore on the opposite side. But if Morrison's not ready for week 1, whatever the case may be, you can still play Sanders still on the opposite side, and then just ease him back in. Most teams, if they're taking a corner in the second round, they can't afford to wait. Washington's offense is so good, and they are so good, to be frank. I can be patient. I can be patient for a player that I had in my top 15 that, yeah, he's got some med issues. And I hate to say it, this ain't the first one. But, man, if he can get over that, he's such a dog. And he's scheme versatile. He can do practically anything. He's smart as hell. He's everything I want in a corner. I mean, I told you this routinely. He was in my top half of the first mock draft I did. And then it came out how bad the hip injury actually had been. And that pushed him down. I can't let him fall any further. If I'm Washington, I know there's no chance he's coming back to me. And I said that.
Lots of talent.
I said this the first time I did a mock for Washington. When you're this good, the reason that Philadelphia is as good as they are is because they are allowed to take risk that not everybody else is.
The depth of this class really comes to shine when you get to this part of the draft. And you go, man, there are still some real impact players that are available in this turn of the second, third round here.
No doubt.
Benjamin Morris, the cornerback out of Notre Dame, if he can develop into what we hoped he would be, it's an absolute home run pick for the Washington Commanders, much as their entire offseason has been. It's pretty much since Josh Harris took over, this thing has gone very, very well. 62nd overall pick, the Buffalo Bills, back on the clock.
I go back
they
to
took
the
Omar Norman Lott last time.
I go back to the secondary after I added Trey Amos. Xavier Watts, safety out of Notre Dame.
Finally turning the page on that aged secondary.
I love Watts. Look, this is a kid that came to Notre Dame as a wide receiver, and it shows because he's got great hands. Needs to be a better tackler. That's a no-doubter. But, I mean, you watch Notre Dame on tape, and trust me, you see number 0 a lot. It doesn't take you long to go, hey, I bet that's the guy that gets drafted of all the Notre Dame defensive players. I bet he gets drafted first because he is everywhere on the field.
The 63rd overall pick, Kansas City Chiefs.
I was really conflicted as to which offensive lineman to take here. And then it finally came down to 2 for me. It was either going to be Ariante Urshary or it was going to be Anthony Belton. Where I finally got to was which is more important, how good you are or how good you are right now. And I settled on how good you can be. It's Ariante Urshary, offensive tackle out of Minnesota. This dude is a house. I mean, an absolute house. And here's where my brain got to with it. I don't need you to play right now because I already have my plan for it's going to be Jawan Taylor to start with. I'm going to say something that's going to sound a little crazy when I say it, but I really mean it. If I'm a Chief fan, I worry more about Jawan Taylor than I do about Jalen Moore. And here's why I say that. If Jalen Moore doesn't work on the left side, and I take somebody like Urshary, I fully believe Urshary can play on the left side in the NFL. I can just slide Jalen Moore over to the right side. Because you can get out of this Jawan Taylor thing at the end of this year. And then you don't have to worry about him jumping off sides 84,000 times a year. You don't have to worry about him being a liability in the run game. You slide Ursery to the left, put Jalen Moore on the right. The alternative is that Ursery replaces, is that Jalen Moore does work, and Ursery ultimately replaces Taylor. I also think there's a possibility he could play guard in the right scheme. I just don't think you're going to need him to.
So Ariante Ursery is the future tackle.
He is a future tackle on this team somewhere.
Right. Don't know. Right.
He is a BDD. That is a big damn dude.
Most definitely. And the final selection of the second round, Philadelphia Eagles, 64 overall.
Philadelphia says, I see your offensive lineman, Super Bowl adversary, and I raise you one that I love a lot, and they do too. Marcus Bowe, offensive tackle, and I think for Philadelphia he would play guard. I saw Bob Brown say this earlier, and I'm not going to lie to you, I don't remember now who he was talking about. It might have been Connerly, that he could, whoever it was, could slide in at guard and then ultimately replace Lane Johnson. So can Marcus Bowe. I love the tape on this kid. Now, the negative on him is that he is super thin. But he's one of the strongest guys in this class, even as thin as he is. What do you think is going to happen when you get him through an NFL strength and conditioning program and you really lean him out? You really bulk him up and lean him out. I love it. If you're looking for somebody who can block for the run, Marcus Bowe might be the best run blocker in this class. Yep. He's got a mean streak that I just don't see from guys this small, hardly ever. Is he a finished product? No. That's why you can get him at the end of the second round. But I wish there was a way that I could go to a book and bet Marcus Bowe to either be a Philadelphia Eagle or a Detroit Lion, because I think I would put my 401k on it.
Only if you could have either or.
Yes, I need both. Because I don't trust Detroit not to snipe him if they don't take Gray Zabel in the first round.
Precisely. So Bowe would be the eventual replacement to Lane Johnson on the right.
Correct. I think ultimately, yes. By the way, that Bob Brown said he likes Donovan Jackson. That's the reason I don't like Donovan Jackson, is because I don't think he can play tackle. For me, Donovan Jackson's a guard, period, in the NFL, with no ceiling whatsoever. But if I need a guard right now, which there is a team in this league that needs one of those, then I would be fine with him in round 3.
Yep. This way you get more flexibility with the pick, and you can play that offensive line much like you've been playing the defense.
Correct.
I just got so many guys that it doesn't matter. And I won't end up in a situation like the Kansas City Chiefs did with I had an injury and my line went to complete and the Philadelphia Eagles frog stomped me in the Super Bowl. This is a safeguard against that. Philadelphia Eagles with formerly known as Marcus Bowe, the guard out of Purdue. Final pick of the second round. It is the final mock draft of the Draftmas season here in the Sportsocracy. We got one more round to go. We'll kick off the third after this. All right, you're clear?
Yep. I think I would eat the asshole end of a dead horse right now.
And where's your Sammy?
Well, she won't be back till about the time we're done.
Ah.
I always love having a lot of fans of one team in for these because I can see where their head's at. And I'm really curious how Kansas City's going to feel with who I'm getting ready to take. Because I haven't seen his name yet. Flying Scotsman said his missus has been fed and you guys are still cooking. We're gluttons for punishment, especially when it comes to the draft.
All right. Third round. Here we go.
No, hold on.
Are we lined up here with the... Yes. We haven't had any... Didn't have any more trades in the second round.
No. I never do like second round trades. Then you're getting into a line where it's like, oh, I'm just going to screw myself completely by moving teams around. Oh, yeah, this will be great.
Right.
I know they're going to happen, but I've screwed myself enough moving second and third round picks in first round trades. I'm sure as hell not going to do it with second round trades.
That's smart. Smart. All right. Third round. Going 65 to 102. All right. Let me know when you're ready.
I am ready when you are.
Go. And 3, 2, 1.
The Sportsocracy.
One thing that you're going to have to remember, one most important factor, is to protect your quarterback, me.
It is ESPN Asheville, the Sportsocracy, coming to you on a Tuesday of NFL Draft Week. It is almost here, Jeremy. You can feel it in the air, can't you?
I am shocked we got to the end. I honestly was starting to feel like Sisyphus having to push the is it Sisyphus? Is he the one that has to push the rock uphill?
Maybe.
One of them has to push a rock up the hill, and then he falls asleep from exertion, and the rock runs over him. I felt that way from about January the 26th until this morning. So,
no, Icarus had the wings, right? He had
Icarus flew too close to the sun.
Flew too close, yeah.
And then there was the one that diddled his mom. That was
Oedipus.
Oedipus, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you don't want to have an Oedipus complex. That's weird.
No, it's very, very weird. Third round of the NFL draft is upon us, or the NFL mock draft, the final one of the Draftmas season. Number 65 overall, Pittsburgh Steelers, a trade from the New York Giants, have this pick. So, Jeremy, where do they go?
Caleb Johnson, running back out of Iowa.
Yep, there's the runner they were looking for. You know it's going to come at some point. I think they've met with every running back.
All of them. They met with the running backs that actually died. They've been at the NFL cemetery meeting with running backs that died several years ago, just to make sure that they get the right one. And I'll be for what Pittsburgh does. I love the idea of Caleb Johnson behind this line. Look, I know not everybody loves him. I know not everybody thinks he's going to be. Keep that to myself.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you see things and you just go, that makes me angry, and I don't like that. I think Caleb Johnson in an offense like what you're going to get out of Pittsburgh is everything they want and more. Now, you are still going to have Jalen Warren. You're still going to have Kenny Gainwell that are doing things. I think those two can make up for some deficiencies in Caleb Johnson's game, and he just becomes a first and second down between the tackles guy. And he goes from one black and gold team to another. Or black and yellow.
60,
whatever.
Yeah. 66 overall, Kansas City Chiefs. And they picked up from the Tennessee Titans.
I'm really curious to see the response here because I saw somebody earlier that's a Chiefs fan that said they really wanted an offensive lineman and then a weapon. And I got you an offensive lineman and a weapon. They were happy with the offensive lineman being Ariante Ursery. Now I'm curious to see if they are happy with the weapon, Dylan Sampson, running back out of Tennessee. I am starting to sour on Isaiah Pacheco, and I will tell you why. He can't really do much. Isaiah Pacheco is like a glorified version of Chuba Hubbard. And you know how I feel about Chuba. Isaiah Pacheco runs between the tackles and doesn't do squat else. Dylan Sampson can do pretty much everything. And I know it. I'm not even looking at the chat. I know the comparison to Clyde Edwards-Helaire is coming because they were both shorter running backs. Dylan Sampson's got way more pop. And when I say way more, I mean exponentially more. I don't know where the fumble issue started last year. He was like the surest-handed running back in the class, and they fumbled like 5 times in 6 games. I love this kid. Love him. And would love him in Kansas City. And I've said the entire time, I want a running back in Kansas City with one of those first 3 picks.
Beach apparently likes it. Says he likes the fit there. Slam and Sammy said they figured that they would wait until 95.
So I
pick a running back.
And I wouldn't be mad if you did. I genuinely think. I think there's such a difference between Dylan Sampson and what you get at the end in terms of being able to do a little bit of everything. That it's almost hard for me to wrap my head around waiting that long. But it definitely could happen.
All right, Caleb Johnson, Dylan Sampson. We got a little run on running backs coming here. The Cleveland Browns up next with the 3rd pick in the 3rd.
We're to that point where, Cleveland, oops, I did that thing where I had to trade up for a quarterback, so I kind of missed a window. It's Cam Scatterbo, running back out of Arizona State. If you don't take a running back here, you're not getting one. At least not one that's going to start and be the legitimate head of the snake.
Mm-hmm.
So I take Scatterbo here, knowing pretty full well he's going to get a lot of carries in this first year. I think he's a really well-rounded back. Had he played at Arizona State for 3 years instead of just the final one, there's a possibility he would have gone higher than this. The Kyron Williams comp is, I'm not going to lie to you, it's messing with me. Because you remember I really liked Kyron Williams. Then he ran slow, and basically he just died to me the minute that the 40 time came out.
Yes.
And now I regret that happened? Because I was super high on him, and then I wasn't.
Right.
Scatterbo's kind of falling in the same tier. They're very similar running backs.
So what is the deal with Nick Chubb?
He's been hurt 43 times in the last 2 years.
I get that. I get that. I'm not seeing him like I'm pulling up depth charts and he's not even on them. Is he hurt again? Did he miss something? Did I miss a meeting with Nick Chubb?
He's free agent.
Oh, he's a free agent. Okay,
yeah, you won't find him on the roster because he's not on the roster.
Contact. I didn't realize he wasn't under contract right now. All right. So Cameron Scatterbo, you think, is the every down back for the Browns?
I believe he would be in this. Look, running back's really good. You're going to get players up and down the line. The question is, what do you need? And I feel like Cleveland's got to have a guy that can be legit the one. And Scadaboo's really the last one there.
Right. The Las Vegas Raiders up next, 68 overall.
I need a weapon.
They went.
I held out, and I got one. Jaden Higgins, wide receiver, Iowa State. You were about to say something.
No, I was not going to say that. I mean,
well, you keep talking after you hit the button, which is not how the button works. It's NFL Network hits the button, and the next person to speak is the one announcing the pick. So,
what about Jaden Higgins?
Higgins is just one of those guys. He's a big slot, but he's a really athletic big slot. Where things get a little dicey for me, he does not do squat after the catch. Like, it is shocking how little he does after the catch. And can he play on the outside? His route tree is really good, and I'll be honest with you, I think he's an excellent route runner. But why did he not separate more in the time he played on the outside? Why did he not separate more in college? That bothers me. And it seemed like a lot of his biggest plays came out of the slot.
Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State goes to the Las Vegas Raiders. The New England Patriots picking at 69.
I'm sure New England thinks, hey, is this Jet fan ever going to give us anybody that's not an offensive lineman? Yes, it is time for that. And I started hearing this, 2 weeks ago. And now I can't stop doing it because this guy's jumped up the board. It's Kyle Williams, wide receiver out of Washington State. I think he's so slick, just as a route runner. I was afraid that he wasn't going to run well. I told Kent Briggs and Bill Workman this at the Senior Bowl. Watching him run, I said, I don't think he's that fast. Then he came to the combine and ran a 4.44. And, that changes things just a skoosh. And it takes him out of exclusively a slot because I thought that at a time. Now I don't know. I look at what New England does. I think you can move him around and it can work out. And I love the fit with New England. Tank, you've done enough of these with me. You know, sometimes I fall into this rut of I get a player with a team and then I can't get it out of my head. It just depends on which selection's it going to be. I think it's Kyle Williams to New England here at 69.
I was going to say, I feel like you did this a couple of years ago with New England and a wide receiver, and I think his name was Kyle too. Kyle Phillips, was that it?
Yeah, Kyle Phillips was a slot from UCLA.
Yeah, I think you kept shoehorning him in with the New England Patriots. Over and over again.
Your memory blows my mind sometimes.
Sometimes I can't remember what I had for breakfast yesterday, but sometimes I can remember the most minute details.
You remember guys class to class better than I do. I have to think about it. Because once the next class takes my breath, like you could ask me the stupidest question about a player that went last year, I probably couldn't answer it. Mm-hmm. Now, as soon as this class is done.
Right. You got to wash so much out of your head to remember 500 dudes.
It's 1,000.
I don't blame you for that.
It's 1,000 next year. We're doing 1,000.
That's insane.
1K players.
Why? That's 5 more times than the players that you need.
No, I got almost 500 this year, and I'm still looking at day 3 going, I don't know that I'm ready. At least not as much as I should be.
I think you're ready. I think you've covered it. All right, Kyle Williams, Washington State wide receiver to New England Patriots at number 69. Number 70, it's the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I told you there was a receiver run coming, and here she be. Jacksonville Jaguars at 70, Jack Betch, wide receiver, TCU. So Jacksonville has a lot of receivers right now. Like, there's a lot of dudes, and they're all flashy toys. Like, you got De'Ami Brown, and he's really fast, and he can run over the top, and Gabriel Davis has 1 200-yard game a year. And then you got Brian Thomas Jr. that I can actually trust. Here's my question. When you need 7 yards, who exactly does that for you not named Brian Thomas Jr.? Because if you trust Gabriel Davis, you are a glutton for punishment that I do not understand. So we go get you a big slot that plays on third downs, allows you to put BTJ on the outside. And Jack Betch has some of the strongest hands I've ever seen. I feel like he's opened every mayonnaise jar in his parents' house since he was 4 years old.
Just let me do that, Dad. It's okay.
One of the funniest. Oh yeah, he was the man in his house early. Like, listen, Dad, I got that. You see these? You see these guns? I got this.
Sit down, Pumpkin.
The comp that I had on Jack Betch is one of the funniest ones I've said in the entire process. If Julian Edelman had rolled around like a dog in a poo puddle into the ooze that turned the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from just turtles into TMNT, that would be Jack Betch.
That was a long way to go.
Yeah. Did it off the top of my head, too, and now I can't unsee it. And now he looks like big boy Julian Edelman to me. He looks like Julian Edelman's kid that got bigger than him and now slaps him back in the head and calls him buddy. It's like, oh, yeah, tell people you don't like that. You do not want this smoke pop.
It's the worst. As somebody who is quickly becoming smaller than his children, it's the worst. 7th pick in the 3rd round, number 71 overall, the New Orleans Saints.
I'm trying my best to get back into the good graces of Saints fans after I relayed a message that they really did not want to hear. And here at 71, you need a run clogger. You're switching into a 3-4, depending on how long it takes. I'm not real sure. This is a real good kick in its keister. Tyleik Williams, nose tackle, Ohio State.
I hate it. I hate it. As a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan, I hate this.
You should. You should.
I hate this. I love Tyleik Williams, and I do not want to see him end up with the Aints.
Tyleik Williams is one of those players that he's so beauty's in the eye of the beholder because I think it's going to be hard for him. He's never going to be a good pass rusher. Like, this is not Vita Vea. I made that comp, and then I've watched him, and he's freakishly strong. I don't know that he's ever going to be nimble enough to get into that area of the world, but I know he can be just a house against the run. And you add that to Michael Williams, who I know Saints fans didn't love, it's going to be hard for teams to run on you. Now, you got two very just concrete fixtures of this defense that are going to be hard to run on. And as I said, this is a blip year. You had the best player on the board. It just so has to be the best player on the board that really fits what you're trying to do over the course of time.
Tyleik Williams to the Saints. The 8th pick in the 3rd round, 72 overall, Chicago Bears up again.
Jalen Royals, wide receiver, Utah State. Hey, you need a slot. You need a guy that replaces Keenan Allen? Cool, found you one. Found him. I like Royals a lot. He is a yak god. I don't know that he's ever going to be as... I think 30 teams in the NFL, their fan base really wants them to draft Jalen Royals. I do think he fits into kind of a very specific role. And it helps if I've got two over-the-top just monsters. The Chicago does. If Chicago's got Rome Odunze and DJ Moore, not every team has that. If you leave this kid in the middle of the field with linebackers and safeties, he's going to eat your lunchbox. And I'm talking sandwich, chips, cookie, and the note from mom is going in your keister. And there's just, not every team can do that. Not every team has those two dynamic weapons on the outside. I love that for Jalen Royals. And I know the Bears are particularly fond of him.
All right, the next pick, it's your New York Jets.
Anthony Belton, offensive tackle, NC State. I had to play a fun, like, three-way trade of picks as we were coming down the line because I had to think about this and think about it from a real... The Jets need a right tackle right now. They need a guy that plays right this second. And I know they like Ursery. I don't think they're going to like Ursery more than having a receiver because I'm looking at what they have at receiver going, Alan Lazard ain't scaring anybody. Malachi Corley is a slot exclusive, and so is Xavier Gibson. So you got to take the receiver up high, especially because there's not that many X's in this class. Originally, I thought they would take Ursery in the second round, Trey Harris in the third. I went a little too far on his falling, and I had to rearrange. Anthony Belton can play right now. Right this second, right now, at left or right tackle. I don't really care. And people will say, oh, he's not that mobile. I don't really care because I've got Elijah Vera Tucker on the inside of him. And he is strong as an absolute ox. He was so good at the Senior Bowl. I know you like him a lot.
Mm-hmm. I do. Anthony Belton is just he's a physical beast. Kind of much the way that I thought Icky was when he came out. Now, that hadn't gone the way the Carolina Panther fans really wanted it to, but you're also playing him out of position where he should be. Anthony Belton going to your Jets. I'm gonna like that if he starts earns some playing time here. You can run Brees Hall up his keister.
Yeah, if the Jets start the draft with Tyler Warren, Trey Harris, Anthony Belton, okay, I'm through talking now. I don't.
Jeremy's done. He's ready to go home.
Yeah, I'm ready to go home. I don't need you to make any more picks because all you're going to do on Saturday is really piss me off.
Yes, screw that thing up. All right, the final pick of the hour here. Let's go number 74, the hometown team, the Carolina Panthers.
Jalen Noel, wide receiver, Iowa State. This is another one of those I've gotten locked into the player with the team because I love the idea of him learning from Adam Thielen. Because Thielen is an outrageously good route runner and really good at a lot of things that he's overcome some of the same things that Jalen Noel's going to have to overcome because, look, I mean, he's a smaller guy. Adam Thielen became just an absolute grinder out of the slot position. The other thing I like about Noel is I look at Carolina and go, Liggett is fast. I don't know if he's burner deep threat fast. Thielen is not. Jalen Coker's not. I got to have somebody that can pull that safety. Jalen Noel can pull that safety.
Jalen Carter, I did the same thing you did earlier. Jalen Walker was the first pick, number 8 overall. Then Travion Henderson, the running back out of Ohio State. Now, wide receiver from Iowa State, Jalen Noel. Is it Noel or Noel?
Noel. I said Noel. That was one I got corrected on.
You did.
It's Jalen Noel.
Okay. Jalen Noel going to the Carolina Panthers with the 10th pick in the third round, number 74 overall. Take a quick break. When we come back for the top of the hour, we will continue day 2 of the final Sportsocracy mock draft and the run-up to the big day on Thursday. We'll be right back. And clear.
I boo-booed and didn't have my button. 39.11. Hey, we've almost made it, and we just crested 6 hours live streaming about the draft. We are gluttons for punishment. And props to Tank for being a de facto draft nerd that he never thought he would be.
Yes. I have grown to like it much more than I ever thought I would.
I remember when he started doing this, you're like, why would anybody care this much about the draft?
Right, like, why are we doing this?
Because
makes
it is the
zero sense to
lifeblood.
me.
It is the lifeblood of the team.
Like, who cares about the NFL draft?
You remember that thing I told you when we first really started doing this as a business, actually, like our jobs. And I said, we steer into that thing that nobody else knows how to do.
Yeah.
Because you get people that are like, Donovan Jackson at 14. Is that too high? Yes, that's too high. You remember when that was happening? You remember when NFL Network did 5 mock drafts on their website in 6 days, and all 5 of them had Donovan Jackson in the first round?
Mm-hmm.
And I told you, if that happens, I will strip down to my skivvies and sing Cher's Believe on Radio Row.
I always love the weird turn that takes.
Oh, because my brain's broken. My wife she's gotten this new thing now of she'll hear every word I say and then just at the end of it go, what the hell is wrong with you? I don't know. I don't know. Detroit Fan Man said you've both made, or both all made my workday near luxurious, possibly unproductive, but luxurious nonetheless, and thanked us for it.
Possibly?
And we thank you.
Possibly unproductive?
Hey, we may crest 1,000 views on this here live stream, which we've only done at drafts and a few other times. Flying Scotsman, I don't have a button. You're going to have to hit a button of some kind. He joined the House of Reprehensibles. I was hoping there would be a lot of those today. Oh, play the button again. I was talking over it.
Yeah!
I was hoping there was going to be a lot of those today. We did add 10 other members from a gift from David Smith. I was really hoping we would build out the House of Reprehensibles today, but I forgot to do something, and I made it public. But it's worked out well. A lot of people have watched it. It's good times. I played no ads, so we didn't make in terms of money from it, but, you know, as you do.
Wait, we're making money? What?
How do you think we keep getting to these trips, Tank? We had a sponsor screw us at none of the great ones that we currently have, but another one.
No.
At the 11th hour, which was Jeremy going, oh, the books don't balance that way. Does anybody understand that the books do not balance without that? I had to say that very loudly and go, what do we do now?
Just keep on keeping on.
That's what we've done the whole time.
That's right.
We've gone.
Tenacity.
We've survived things that most people would not understand why we have survived them or how we've survived them. Flying Scotsman, who was the one that joined the House of Reprehensibles, by the way, said we don't have a vape sponsor. We really should have a vape sponsor because we're basically a walking Raz sponsorship.
Yes. Or a Geek Bar or... I was trying to think what was the other one.
I don't ever buy Geek Bar, but, you know, if they paid me, I totally would.
So, what do you have against Geek Bar?
I like the Razes better.
Mm. Yep.
But I also need that super menthol button that not all of them have.
Ah, yes.
I need this to taste like a York. You remember those York peppermint patty commercials where they'd bite into the thing and then they'd be in the Yukon? I need that. I need that.
Old Yukon Cornelius over here.
I hate that name. God, I hate that name.
Cornelius?
No, Yukon Cornelius, because he had a big beard, and people have called me that numerous times in my life, and it makes me angry.
I'm sure.
That and the stupid heat miser. I'm not the damn heat miser. Kiss my ass, okay? He was a ginge too, but kiss my ass.
You got to do look like him, especially when right before you start the right before he says to me, "I got to go grab a hat and a shirt and something to eat, and I'll be right back." It's usually about 5 minutes before the YouTube stream starts every day, and before he puts that hat on, he miser. That's straight up.
It's really bad when the eyebrows haven't been waxed recently, and you get you get a couple of those random little just coming out to play, like, oh shit.
Right. Well, and then you got to drive all the way down to New Orleans to go see Fabio again, so he can give you the fresh cut.
God, I wish I could. Like I do. I wish there was just a plane sitting out there. I'd just walk in shirtless. Like, I need you to make just hairless. Like, if it's not in the beard or on my head, I need it gone.
And I'm sure he would too.
Oh, I'm sure he
little
would go.
teeny tool. He'll just.
That will be $448. You take credit cards? I don't have that much cash, but if you take credit card, you got yourself a deal, partner.
All right, let's see here. Third hour, second show. We're almost there.
We're almost home.
Third
I mean,
round,
I'm already home, but
rapid fire. And you ready?
Yeah.
All right, away we go in 3, 2, 1.
Live from the Ingalls studio,
I can't wait to play with myself every day.
the Sportsocracy.
Damn the devil to hell! Let the big dogs eat! Let them on the field!
Come get you some of this.
Fire them cannons. By golly, put more powder in those things.
He couldn't take any more disappointment.
Oh my God. The Jets killed them.
It is ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM, and 1400, the Sportsocracy, coming to you from the Ingalls studio, the NFLDraft.net, Mullet Manor. You can see us everywhere on YouTube. Just go to thesportsocracy.com, click that live video link, subscribe to the channel. That way you can usually join us in the chat when we are live. This is a pre-recorded program here as the Ingalls Living the Dream Tour rides on one more time for the season. Our trip up to Green Bay, Wisconsin, and today, or over the next 60 minutes, we have the final of the last mock draft of the Draftmas season. At ESPN Draft Nerd Jeremy Green, you ain't been doing a lot of trades here lately.
No, I don't do trades outside of the first round. But we do have we are, as we recorded this, we did a live stream, which we are actively doing right now, and we have it's a big one. So hit your Shane O'Mac button.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, 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 money.
Long This, which by the way is that's a great name. If I ever start an OnlyFans, that's going to be my name that's underneath the channel. Gifted 10 Sportsocracy memberships. That's the first time I've ever seen their name. They gifted 10 Sportsocracy memberships. So you have set a record after this many years. I wouldn't think there were records still left to set, but you're the real MVP, and you have set one of those yourself, and we appreciate you.
Awesome. 10 more memberships going out to the House of Reprehensibles.
The funny thing is that happened right after I was whining that I hadn't made this a members-only chat, and I was like, well, sometimes you screw things up, because that was what I meant to do, so it would be new for the people that didn't see it, but it actually worked out better this way.
Yeah. It is the final mock draft of the Draftmas season here. Third round.
Oh, wait.
Where we sit. Yep.
Long This just gifted 50 memberships.
Holy smoke.
That's another record. He's been here for 15 seconds, and he has set 2 records in 15 seconds.
Wow.
That is a real MVP right there.
Let's go. Thank you, Long This, whoever you are.
I don't know who you are, but you are the real MVP. Just making it happen.
Heroes are born every day, and one was born today here in the Sportsocracy.
Well, one was born on his birthday, whatever that birthday was.
It's whatever day that is. We're at pick number 75 in the third round, the 11th pick of the third, the San Francisco 49ers. Up next, Jeremy.
I'm still stuck on Long This. Long This is that's MVP. MVP. Hopefully one day an MVP for the San Francisco 49ers is 84-year-old defensive tackle Darius Alexander. I make it sound like I don't like him.
Big old biggin.
I do. I make it sound like I don't like him. I do like him. The only problem is he's going to be 30 years old when he hits free agency. And I think he's the first player I've ever been able to say that about. I'll tell you. Can I tell you a funny stat that I learned about, or a funny fact that I learned about Darius Alexander?
Sure.
Darius Alexander has a son named Messiah, who is 6 years old, that he had his first year at Toledo. He has a kindergartner that was born while he was in college.
COVID years. They come in handy.
He may be the only player in NFL history that could ever say, I had a 6-year-old with me at the draft that was born after I started college.
Possibly so. So now there's another defensive lineman. You bring in Darius Alexander. They already took Mike Green in the first round. Savon Ravel Jr. in the second.
No, junior. He doesn't go by junior anymore.
Oh, he doesn't?
Yeah,
okay.
he dropped the junior. I don't know where that came from, but now nobody has junior anymore. So either they figured out his dad's name was not Savon, or he said, don't call me junior. I don't know which one.
Okay.
But Darius Alexander's a moose. I love Alexander as a run stuffer. I don't know that he's ever going to be a great pass rusher, and he is an older prospect. But it's a day one starter in San Francisco. You've gotten 3 of those in 3 rounds. That's pretty solid.
That is pretty solid. Next up, the Dallas Cowboys.
Sorry, I'm reading the chat after Long This donated all this. It's always the giving of people. It never ceases to amaze me. Appreciate you guys. And now I'm trying to. Who's he picking? What are we doing right now?
I don't know, but I love Zach Hurst said I was about to gift 11 of them to set the record, but I'm definitely not going to do 51 of them.
It is his Dallas Cowboys. It is his Dallas Cowboys on the clock, though. And with their pick at 76, Jonah Savaiinaea. I believe he would be a guard for the Cowboys out of Arizona. This was the kid I was talking about earlier that I love the idea of putting him with Mimbu. And you got them on one side, and you just go, you know what? It might be some growing initially, but I've got 2 big-time movers on that side. Savaiinaea's got some of the best feet for a 330-pound guy I think I've ever seen. He's almost funny to watch run because he looks like a cartoon. Because nobody that big should move like that. But here's the but of why he's still available in the 3rd round. Whoever selects him needs to put him in the weight room and then cement the door shut. We'll break you out 2 years from now when you've done what you need to do. That's why I like him so much with Mimbu, because Mimbu's a horse. Like, Mimbu is insanely strong and got long arms. So I can kind of counteract some of the weakness deficiencies with Savaiinaea early on. And even if I put Savaiinaea on... No, I don't want to put him on the left side because Tyler Smith's already actively doing that for Tyler Guyton. We have Big Brother, Little Brother on our offensive line. And oddly enough, the 2 big brothers are bigger, which is odd. The weaker 2 guys on this line are the 2 bigger ones.
Mm-hmm.
I like Savaiinaea a lot with Dallas. I think he fits what they're trying to do, and they've been really interested in him through the process.
Pick number 77, the New England Patriots. Pick that one up from the Atlanta Falcons. What do the Patriots do?
New England here at 77, Jacob Parrish, cornerback, Kansas State. This is a preemptive strike on Marcus Jones because I don't think they're going to be able to re-sign him. I could not this is one of those, you could be really good at something and still be really stupid. So New England used to be one of those teams that I hated doing mock drafts for because they weren't as open and honest about the guys they were interested in. So they would play that stupid game with, we brought in a bunch of guys that went to like West Lafayette Technical Institute for development of service animals. And it's like, you've never drafted one of these guys ever. What are you, just paying a free trip to Boston? You just trying to do some outreach? Now they do it. But I look at it sometimes, I kept looking at Jacob Parrish going, they've been in on him on every single event we've done. And I could not wrap my brain around why. Oh, because this is Marcus Jones' 4th year in the league. And somebody's going to overpay him. And that is the worst kept secret in the world. So you take Jacob Parrish in 4 corner sets, or if you dealt with an injury, he would be a starter off the jump. He is the replacement to Marcus Jones in a year. Can't pay everybody.
The Arizona Cardinals at number 78.
Get your Shane O'Mac button ready for after this Arizona pick. Red C's been awaiting this for quite some time. And I don't know if he's going to love it, but he's the one that put it in my head. So if you don't like it, you only have yourself to blame. The offensive line coach for Ohio State left and went to Arizona. It's Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State. This is where he belongs. He doesn't belong in the first round. He doesn't belong in the second round. But Arizona needs a guard right now. Everything I have been told is that Jonah Williams and Paris Johnson Jr. will be the starting tackles of this team next year. Donovan Jackson slides right in as a starter immediately. And you're going to get a top 20 to 25 guard in the league immediately. The only problem is that he's going to be that every single year for the next 10 years. There is no high side. None. That's a third-round pick to me. You're going to get a lot of Darius Alexander, same thing. Anthony Belton, same thing. These are guys that there's not necessarily that next tier. Or they're so not ready to play right now that none of it matters. I love Donovan Jackson to the Arizona Cardinals. We have two, count them, my friend.
Yep.
Shane O'Mac.
Super chats. All right.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Slammin' Sammy Joe also gifted a Sportsocracy membership that went to Lance Dominguez, great Packer fan listener of this here program. Even every contribution gets noted. He said, sorry, I'm broke. Don't say sorry. We appreciate all contributions here. Because guess what? We're broke too.
Precisely.
We work harder than any two poor individuals you will ever meet in your life. And then log this, who is I feel completely okay calling him the MVP of this chat or of this this mock draft set.
Yes.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Wrong this said, I'm a Rams fan. Don't falafel up the 2/3 round picks. I can't say the word that you said because this goes on the radio. So let me, with all the contributions he's made, I need to make sure I didn't falafel this up for the Rams. Let's go to 90.
You did not.
No, that's not falafeling that up. Let's go to 101. Nope, that's not. Nope, you're good. You should like both of these.
All right, and let's see here. Where are we? Oh, I lost my place. Where do we have another one?
Nope. Oh, yes, we do. Sorry.
Yeah, we do have another one from Red Sea.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Red Sea with a question for the Mullet King, Mr. Mullet King, he says. Where's the edge rusher for the Arizona Cardinals?
So I had a feeling that he was gonna ask this. I do have an edge rusher. It's at 115, and it's Q Robinson from Alabama, who I love. And if you've watched our draft coverage, you know I love. I'm not just saying that because he just asked me that.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at where they've invested their money, I think you can be a little patient because you do have Zaven Collins. I think Q Robinson can come in and rush the passer right now. You're just going to have to be patient on everything else because he hadn't played that many snaps.
Right.
But that is the answer to your question. He came in at number 115.
Number 79, that pick belongs to the Houston Texans. This one's been through several hands already, with Dolphins, Eagles, and Commanders landing in the lap of the Houston Texans. What do?
Elijah Arroyo, tight end out of Miami. This is the second tight end for Houston. I like the combo of him and Dalton Schultz. Arroyo's a seam stretcher that almost becomes like a big slot for Houston. He was routinely beating corners at the Senior Bowl deep, which is weird to see out of somebody that's playing tight end. He is freakishly athletic. He's a little raw and only played one level of high-level snaps. But, man, that 1 year was really, really good. Good hands, good athlete, talented kid. I like Elijah Arroyo. They had him in on a top 30 visit last week.
Okay. The Indianapolis Colts come up next at number 80 overall.
Some will love this, some will hate this, but Tyler Shuck, quarterback out of Louisville. We can all agree that this Anthony Richardson thing has gone exactly how I told you it was going to.
Yes, it has.
I don't really care that you signed Daniel Jones. That doesn't mean squat to me. I saw a big quarterback with a big arm that was really old. I think he's the most productive quarterback I've seen for the Colts in quite some time. That was one Mr. Joe Nathaniel Falco. Tyler Shuck is a big quarterback with a pretty nice arm that he's actually mobile. I think people are going to see this and go, but I thought he was going to end up going higher than this. The injury history. And I feared this the whole time because I love this kid. I mean, I am just drunk in love on this kid. He's my fourth quarterback overall. I have him ahead of Milroe. I think teams are going to get to draft day, and he's talked to a billion teams. I think they're going to get to draft day, and they're going to really struggle to hit the button because they're afraid that they never get anything out of him. And now the injury history does not scare me that much because it's a collarbone. Let's see, it was a collarbone, a shoulder, and a tib fib, I think is what he had. It's not like ACLs or hips or any of these things that can become really, really chronic. The thing that does worry me...
It's just heavy collisions that are breaking him.
And it means that your bones are brittle. And that can be a real big problem in the NFL. And I think that's why he gets pushed down, even though I have yet to meet a person that doesn't just absolutely love him.
Yep.
As a player and as a person.
The Indianapolis Colts picking at number 80 overall, going with Tyler Shuck, the quarterback out of Louisville. When we come back from the break here in the Sportsocracy on the final Sportsocracy mock draft of the Draftmas season, the Cincinnati Bengals will have the selection, the 17th pick of the third round. Is there another South Carolina Gamecock that we can shoehorn in here after they've already taken two in the draft? We'll find out next. All right. That's clear.
All right, so we have two segments left.
Yes.
I've got way more cuts and things on this second one than I had on the first one, so now I'm lost. Timothy O'Toole said, you also have me over Milroe. You're not wrong. Timothy O'Toole, official legal counsel of the Sportsocracy, is indeed on my big board ahead of Jalen Milroe. We have another super chat, too, by the way. When you get...
Did you say official legal counsel?
Yeah, he's here today after taking the bar, or the mini bar, of which I took a mini bar one time. It cost me like $800, and I was drunker than hell.
I took that mini bar all the way to the end.
Whew, that was at a Holiday Inn. Whew, where do you think I met Callie Cankles? Met her in the bar, and we rocked that mini bar.
Rocked it to fruition.
And then
in
she
more
went,
ways than one.
And then she went to the Bat Factory, and we were in Knoxville, Tennessee. They don't have one of those. But they did that night. I'm going to make a shirt for the merch store that's just an arrow that says "This way to the Bat Factory."
Oh, jeez.
Louisville disappointment. You're welcome. Oh, after 7 hours of live stream, which, by the way, you said, we're not going to make it to 7 hours. We're at 6 hours and 28 minutes right now. With, I believe, 35 minutes of Radio Box left to produce. So I believe we are.
We do. Yeah, probably so. Okay. That's enough fucking around here. Let's do some shit.
Hold on, let me reset the decks here. When I built this computer, I built it for the draft and to get us through, so I don't have any extra shit. Okay? Commercial, you want to get to commercial, you got one scene, okay? It's that one. It takes 20 seconds to get to the end of it.
Yep.
All right, I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay. Just a second here. This is segment 2, correct? Segment 2. 3, 2, 1.
The Sportsocracy.
Hello, everybody. This is good old JR Jim Ross, WWE Hall of Famer. Boy, these boys are smart. You talk about goofier than a pet coon. Let me tell you something. This show is a legitimate slobber knocker.
It is ESPN Asheville, the Sportsocracy. It's draft week, and we are on the road right now. I know you hear us, and it doesn't sound like we're on the road, but we are. The final Sportsocracy mock draft of the Draftmas season. Today, we will be back with you live on Thursday from Lake Sturgeon. Is it Sturgeon Lake? No, it's
Little
Sturgeon
Bay.
Little Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin. Just north of Green Bay, coming to you from the Lake House. We'll be with you live on Thursday at noon right here on ESPN Asheville. But in the meantime, we got to wrap up the 3-round mock draft, the official submission of one Jeremy Green into the media analyst contest. We're up to pick number 81, and the Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock.
JT Tuimoloau, edge rusher, Ohio State.
All right, that makes the Ohio fans happy.
The problem with JTT is that I don't think he's ever going to be a great pass rusher. He's a replacement for Sam Hubbard. It's exactly what he's going to be. He's also a safeguard if Miles Murphy never turns into what you want him to. Because if you need a guy to play end, he can play end and give you just enough as a pass rusher. Mm-hmm. Not great, but he's on the opposite side of Trey Hendrickson, which will help. But he's really good against the run.
Rebuilding that defense for the Cincinnati Bengals with another defensive player after taking the 2 from South Carolina.
Yeah, it's going to be a minute before you hear an offensive player come off the board for Cincinnati. But we need a guard. I know you do. Don't worry. I'm going to get you one. It's just, it's going to be tomorrow.
All right, at number 82, the Seattle Seahawks are next.
Kyle Kennard, edge rusher, South Carolina.
No, now wait a minute. You back that up a peck. We're getting all the Gamecocks to the Cincinnati Bengals.
No.
They passed on Kyle Kennard.
It's funny. Not everybody likes Kennard as much as I do. And I don't know why. That's a lie. I do know
what is it about him?
Well, it's that he's built like a 3-4 edge, 3-4 outside linebacker, but he doesn't play that way. And I don't think he's mobile enough to play that way. I think he can in a pinch, but then I kind of look at what Seattle does and go, okay, you could find a way around some of these things. Because you do have a Leonard Williams, and you do have a Byron Murphy, and you've really invested in that front. And I think that allows Kennard to just be what he is. Kyle Kennard is a situational edge rusher, fact or fiction?
A fact.
We've worried so much about, how's he going to hold up against the run, which he did fine at South Carolina. He had a lot of help because, as I'm sure anybody that's been here for the full 7 hours of commercial-free radio recording knows, we've had a lot of South Carolina goes here. South Carolina guys go here. But if you put him into just that situational role, I think he could really work in the NFL.
Seattle really loading up on the SEC prospects here. They got one from Texas, one from LSU, one from Georgia now, one from Columbia, South Carolina. Kyle Kennard, the edge rusher, going to Seattle with the 18th pick in the 3rd round. The 19th pick, that's the Houston Texans.
Alfred Collins, defensive tackle out of Texas. I know you really like this kid.
I do. I mean, he's just another big space eater, sandwich eater, dude.
He's a real good run defender.
Him clogging up a hole for D'Amico Ryans, I'm in.
I like him in that defense. My fear is that he's going to be asked to play true nose as a zero. And I'm afraid, look, you understand, Alfred Collins gained I think over the course of his time at Texas, I want to say he gained 55 pounds. Because he was an edge rusher coming out of high school. Yeah, I'm a little worried about the weight, and I'm not the only one. The play on the field is impressive. You are going to have to explain to me, how did you get passed by Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy? They're both way younger than you, and they both played ahead of you. That's odd to me. But look, there's Raw there. This is where he belongs. I see him go too high in mock drafts a lot. I like him. I think he's a nice piece. This is like the Sheldon Rankins rule. Hey, if I told you a player was going to be Sheldon Rankins for the next 10 years, where would you take them?
Number 84.
I guess he treated that as a rhetorical.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Yeah, sorry.
It would be the 3rd round. That was the answer was exactly where I took Alfred Collins. So it could have been rhetorical.
Okay, fair enough. I thought that was another one of those. Guess how many? You want to hear it again? The NFL draft at number 84, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the clock.
Jared Ivey, edge rusher, Ole Miss.
All right, tell me why I should love this.
Because he's the 5 tech that's going to play that spot inside of Yaya Diaby for the next at least 4 years. And now you're going to that's going to allow Yaya to, because Yaya's not a big guy. Yaya plays outside linebacker in a 3-4 because he's real thin, and he doesn't hold up well against the run. So now you throw Jared Ivey in front of him. Jared Ivey is a moose. I mean, an absolute horse of a human being that is strong as all get out. Got a really nice first step. The problem is, I do not see how he plays anything but 5 tech. That's why he's still available here.
Okay. Very, very specific scheme that he fits into.
No doubt.
Yeah. Number 85, got the Denver Broncos up for another selection.
I have a funny feeling that Soaring Eagle's going to hate what I'm about to do. But I'm going to ask you 2 questions, and your answer is going to dictate, I think, that this makes a lot of sense. What's the position that Sean Payton has mentioned all year that they wanted to add in the draft?
More than tight end?
They wanted a joker, like one of those guys that you can put all over over and just does everything. Is there one of those left that plays tight end?
No.
Not really. Harold Fannin Jr. would be the closest, and I think he's more of an H-back than he is anything.
Okay.
Is there a player that does that?
That one wide receiver kid you keep talking about.
That
Savion Williams.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Savion Williams.
The running back.
TCU.
The wide receiver who's a better running back.
He's a better running back right now. Look, he played wide receiver. He just played out of the backfield, too. If you're looking for a joker, this is the best joker in this class. He's also 6'4", really good with the ball in his hand. You just got to figure out what he is. You took a Marion Hampton in the first round. I don't need him to be a running back. He can be a nice passing game running back, but I don't need him to be that. I need him to be that in the passing game, where I can use him in that Deebo Samuel type role, which is the joker role. Now I can move him all over the formation. He's good for really easy completions for Bo Nix. This is another one of those that once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. And he's one that I was so disappointed in because he didn't show up at the Senior Bowl. He just dipped at the last second. And he didn't run as fast at the combine as I wanted him to. And it was like a kid that gets mad at a toy because they accidentally hit themselves in the face with it. And I just went, no, you're stupid, and I hate you, and I don't want to play with you anymore. And I threw it in the back of the toy box, and I forgot about it. And then I kept putting him to Buffalo, and Buffalo was like, nope, we don't want him. So I started having to move him around. And I got to this spot, and I went, there's not really a guy that makes sense for you to take here. Savion Williams makes sense for you to take here.
You are in the Sportsocracy, and this is ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM at 1400. One more break. When we come back, we will wrap up the final mock draft of the Draftmas season next. All right.
Okay. All right, so we got 17 picks to go through here, and how long do we have to do it?
You got about a minute and 10 seconds apiece.
Hot.
Yeah.
You remember when we thought we were going to have time to break down stuff? That didn't happen.
I remember that.
We do have to break down the Rams picks, though, because we did have somebody contribute a considerable bit that's a Rams fan. So.
Okay.
And, of course, it would be a guy who's a fan of the team that doesn't do top 30 visits. So they are literally it's literally like shooting fish in a barrel. You're just praying to God you hit something.
All right. One more to go. Let me do the math real quick. There you go, 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
speed round.
All right, let me make sure I'm 100% prepared for a speed round here. I gotta rearrange my windows here. Hold on, just a minute.
No problem. I'm gonna stand up and stretch real quick.
Okay. Got to close down the brick because I'm not close it, but minimize it. This has been a marathon of mock drafting. God, you still got to do the morning show in the morning too, don't you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do. I'm a radio fool.
That's okay. I got to record all the prospect profiles tomorrow. That'll be a hoot.
Yep. How long has Adam Peters been the GM in Washington? 2 years, right?
This is year 2.
This is his second year?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. All right. Interesting. Just found some random piece of paper laying here that has his name on it for some reason. It says Adam Peters, 49ers assistant GM. How long has this useless piece of paper just been sitting around here?
The saddest part
Tank's
is
life.
The saddest part is we have someone who cleans our office.
Yeah, but they don't touch the desk. We specifically tell them don't touch the desk. Could you imagine Could you imagine Miss Joanne trying to sift through my papers, figuring out which ones need to be thrown away and which ones don't?
Well, as somebody that had to work behind you during the flood stuff, and your 8 gajillion sticky notes, I can attest, it got a little annoying.
Yes. Yes, it did. Well, I mean, for you, not for me. All right. Final round. You ready?
Give me just one more second.
Okay.
I'm trying to make sure I've got everything right here in front of me where I don't have to think about anything. When you ask me a team, I can just go, that guy.
3, 1, 2, 3. Boobies.
Okay. Who do you have waving at me?
That is Thomas.
Ah.
He came by to say hello. All right. It's like, what the hell are you doing here? I'm a glutton for punishment, Thomas.
I've been live streaming for 6 hours and 46 minutes.
Right.
Because I don't want to work next week.
All right, here we go. Ready?
Will be.
Oh.
Getting there.
No, sir.
Sorry, I had to make sure all my stuff was right here in front of me so I could just. We have to come back. We got 2 super chats coming back. Make sure we don't have any more.
Do them quick.
You're the one doing them, so they're both from the same person, so it shouldn't take too long.
Excellent.
All right.
Ready?
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
The Sportsocracy.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
It is the final countdown here in the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville. The final mock draft of the Sportsocracy's Draftmas season. Now, Jeremy, we've got some super chats that we need to get to here before the final 17 picks.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money.
All right, and the first one comes from Red Sea. He says, you have been forgiven. Okay, so making up for that whole Michael Williams thing in the first round.
Red Sea's the Cardinals. He was making up for when I told him he got Q Robinson in the 4th round. He went, okay, there's the edge rusher I wanted.
There you go. And then another one.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
He also says this live stream outlasted my entire work shift. Yes.
Yes.
Once again, if you are hearing this on ESPN Asheville, this is recorded from late last week, and we've been going at it for 7 hours now.
And we'll be doing this every year moving forward because this has worked out quite nicely.
Yes, to get in the full Sportsocracy final mock draft from at ESPN Draft Nerd. The next selection up here is the Los Angeles Chargers.
Terrence Ferguson, tight end, Oregon. I really like this kid, and obviously I like him a lot more now that I've had somebody basically telling me every reason I should love him, no less than once a week, which is the guy working him out, Logan Paulson. I think he could end up being the steal of this draft at tight end, and he really fits what I think Harbaugh wants ultimately. He's not a road grader as a blocker yet, but he's got really good hands, and he's a giant.
Terrence Ferguson, the 86th overall pick. 87, that's the Green Bay Packers.
Elijah Roberts, edge rusher, SMU. You put him inside Ezeraku, and good luck, because those two are complementary as they get. Elijah Roberts to me, will be a 5-tech because I think he's too thick to really play on the outside. I'm not sure if he's fast enough either, but he is one of the best all-around linemen in this class. He's just a very specific fit, and I think he would fit nicely with the Green Bay Packers.
Next up at 88 is the Jacksonville Jaguars, and a pick that they got from the Minnesota Vikings.
You got to have an over-the-top safety. Darnell Savage was not signed by this administration, and I don't think the terrible play from last year is going to be dealt with for long. Andrew Makuba, safety from Texas. If this kid was an inch taller or 2 inches taller, we would be having a very different conversation. He's just not a good tackler, but he's probably the best coverage safety in this class, even better than Malachi Starks. Really rangy. Just you're going to have a safety with him that can tackle because he can tackle receivers. You start getting into running backs and tight ends, and it gets a little bootsy.
Number 89, the Philadelphia Eagles, a pick from the Houston Texans.
Philadelphia loves taking guys that, hey, they just fell in my lap. It's what they do with Lathan Ransom, safety from Ohio State. Hey, you know, all those things I just said about Andrew Makuba, do the exact opposite, and you have Lathan Ransom. Because Lathan Ransom's not a great coverage guy, but he will disconnect your head from your body if you're not careful. Really good against the run. He's kind of a safeguard for Sidney Brown, and I think they could use them in alternating situations. Ransom, you mentioned him the other day that you couldn't believe he wasn't getting more love in this process. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
He is just he's a monster, and you know, I get that maybe the coverage ain't great, but the tackling is good, and I'm all about it. Number 90, it's the Los Angeles Rams.
Got to make sure I knock this one out of the park since we had gigantic super chats from a Rams fan. Wyatt Millum, offensive tackle guard out of West Virginia. This kid's way better than this. It made me angry as a West Virginia guy that he fell this far in this. Because it's just dumb. Like, he can do a little bit of everything. He's probably the best true run blocker in this class, and he can play guard or tackle. He would start as probably the swing tackle, but if anybody got hurt at guard, and ultimately would be the replacement to Rob Havenstein. I think he can play tackle in the league. I know not everybody agrees with me on that, but I like this kid so much. I also think he could be a Pro Bowl guard.
Wyatt Millum, number 90 to the Los Angeles Rams.
The Rams had only had one pick. They had Jahad Campbell in the first round. You get to this point, you got to take the best player on the board. It helps if they feel a need, and I did want to add another lineman for the Rams at some point in this draft.
Mm-hmm. Number 91, the Baltimore Ravens up next.
Noel Williams, cornerback, California. I am probably higher on him than anybody in the industry, of which, by the way, if you think I've said, I like this guy a lot, well, it's my mock draft. I should like them. Because if I don't like them, they probably didn't appear. Noel's the best press man corner in this class. I really like him as a complement to Nate Wiggins that they drafted last year because Wiggins is thin and he plays better off. Then you've got Humphrey playing out of the slot. You got the two really good safeties back behind it. There's really nothing that you can't deal with.
And as we all know, they love to collect talent in the draft, and this could be another killer pick.
Oh, no doubt.
Later. Throughout the process here, you did make me think Noel was going to go higher than this. So
he's more of a project than I have probably made him out to be. Because when I say he's really good in press, he is. The only problem is that he can get way too aggressive. And what happens if he gets beat? Because he's one of those who gets his hands into you off the jump. And he can get a little grabby and he can get a little aggressive. But I do think Baltimore can coax that out of him.
Another pick that has changed hands several times, from the Lions to the Jets to the Raiders, now to the Seahawks, number 92 overall.
You know, Seattle throughout this whole thing, I still am not 100% sure that you have a true nose tackle, so I'm going to go get you one. C.J. West, Indiana. I get it. He's short and got shorter arms, and you know how you deal with that? Put him on a line with Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams. I think he'll be just fine. If you go back and watch Indiana's tape last year, he was a lot of the reason that team was so good. Because they were practically impossible to run on. It also helped that they could score and get you behind, and then you didn't run. But C.J. West is a dog.
Yeah. 6'2", 317. That's a big old boy. After C.J. West at 92, we go to the New Orleans Saints at number 93.
Quinn Ewers, quarterback out of Texas. I think Andreas Pinckney has finally forgiven me for the Michael Williams selection. He liked the next two, and he even said, I'm completely resigned to Quinn Ewers being our pick at 93. The Saints have been in on him. I think that is the quarterback they bring in as almost the safeguard for if Rattler just goes completely off the rails this year, they'll chuck Ewers out there, see what they got in him. The arm talent's great. His feet are terrible. There are times I could watch him and I would swear to God that his feet and his hands and his brain were on 3 completely different wavelengths. But when his feet are set, whew, that kid can spin it. But it always seemed like those feet got out of line when it was the biggest moment.
And hopefully it plays out this way, that the teams that need quarterbacks, they can leisurely wait around and get their guy. Yeah, that's my biggest fear with teams like New Orleans is that, well, we don't have the quarterback, so we're going to force it early rather than waiting to see where it shakes out. The fact that there's prognostications that they're going quarterback at 9 and then it could be Quinn Ewers at 9.
That's insane.
Ridiculous.
That's not happening. If they right. Shedeur Sanders, they could take him at 9. I don't think they're going to. But
Jackson Dart, that's another name at 9 that I've been seeing.
9, I wouldn't hate Jackson Dart at 9, but I don't think it's going to happen. There's not enough love in this quarterback class. And look, the only team that you're really worried about with Quinn Ewers, as of the best that I know, is the Raiders, and I don't know where exactly they were supposed to take him.
Right. Let's go to the Minnesota Vikings at number 94, pick they got from the Browns.
I've thrown this one out there a good number of times that they would end up taking a zone-heavier corner here, but the name changed. This time, It's Mello Dotson, cornerback out of Kansas. It's so funny to me that Kansas has 2 corners that are going to go within just a few picks of each other, and they could not be more different because Mello is really good in zone. Or excuse me, Kobe Bryant's really good in zone. Mello is really good in press man and then complete off ball. I like the varying different looks that you could get for Minnesota with Mello Dotson. I feel like they have to add a corner. You know, they lost Kyrie Jackson in that car wreck last year. Kyrie Jackson was a bigger version of Mello Dotson, and this is the same brain trust. So that was where my brain went. Was those two kind of remind me of each other. And so you get Mello Dotson here in the 3rd round.
31st pick in the 3rd round, number 95 overall, Kansas City Chiefs up next.
Sure, Chief fans are thinking, but we haven't taken an edge rusher. Well, you have now, and it's Jack Sawyer, edge, Ohio State. He fits a very specific scheme. And it's 4-man front. Do not ask him to stand up. Just ask him to go see ball, get ball. And in this scenario, he would be doing that on a defensive line with Kenneth Grant and Chris Jones, which means he's never not going to see one-on-ones. And look, I get it. He has a lot of athleticism issues because he's about as athletic as a wet sneeze. But he wins. He wins, and he wins a lot. And you get him as a rotational piece, I think this is a home run for Kansas City. I think this will be a home run draft for Kansas City, by the way.
There's some very good selections indeed. The Philadelphia Eagles are next up at number 96.
They've been all over this kid, and I almost pushed him into the 4th round, but I don't know that he would make it there. It's Jaden Blue, running back out of Texas. They were on him at the Combine. They were on him they had him in for a top 30 visit. They were at his pro day. It is very obvious to me, based on some of the guys that Philadelphia's talked to, that they really want a pass-catching running back. Jaden Blue's probably the 2nd best one in this class. But he's the best one all around. Because the next one would be LaQuint Allen from Syracuse, and he's really only a pass catcher. Jaden Blue could end up being really good in this league. We haven't talked about him much, but the more I watch him, the more I like him.
Getting into the comp picks in the third round, the Minnesota Vikings, 33rd pick of the round.
Brashard Smith, running back SMU. This is another one of those that I've shoehorned the team and the player for about as long as I can remember, because I think with his ability to catch out of the backfield and swing out wide and be kind of like we were talking earlier about Savion Williams, he can be a move piece that's really beneficial for a young quarterback. I love the idea of pairing him with what you've got, and he was really good as a running back last year. Still learning how to play the position, but there's a lot of raw talent in Brashard Smith.
The Miami Dolphins, with their third selection of the draft, took Jahdae Barron in the first round, Kevin Winston Jr., the free safety out of Penn State, in the second round, and now in the third round with a comp pick at number 98 overall. Which way do they go?
Cameron Williams, guard out of Texas. He is a gigantic human being. Moves really well for his size. Only started for 1 year. Started at right tackle. And I think he's so raw. The thing that scares me about Cameron Williams is I thought a team would fall in love with him. And he would wind up at like the middle of 2, maybe even on the higher side of 2. He was on the best offensive line in the country last year, and I could make the argument that he was never really great. He had a couple good games. He's a raw. Could be a tackle, could be a guard. You just got to give him some time to develop. I really like him in zone. He has to stop with the penalties. He's the most penalized player in the SEC last year.
The New York Giants, they got pick number 99.
You remember all those things I just said about Cameron Williams?
Yes.
Do the exact opposite, and you get Ozzie Trapillo, offensive tackle from Boston College. He is
the exact opposite.
He is the exact opposite. There's no high side, but he's a ready-made product, and I think he could come in and play right away. To me, that's the replacement. If they said Jermaine Illuminor, if for some reason that name stuck in my head. If that were to not work out, Trapillo can play guard. He can play outside. Just really smart. He just kind of is what he is.
All right. I'm looking here, and I didn't. Yeah, Illuminor is. He.
That's who I thought it was.
Yeah.
I knew they had signed somebody. That was just the name that was stuck in my head.
Yeah. 36th pick in the third round. Another comp pick here. San Francisco 49ers up next.
Chris Pooh Paul Jr., linebacker, Ole Miss. I love him in this system.
Jersey.
I do. I love him in this system, and I don't really love him anywhere else. His way, and I saw this on the PFF. We're using PFF for the YouTube stream. He's in the second percentile of weight for linebackers. Not all linebackers. This is just off-ball guys.
Okay. That's a little small.
I love Pooh Paul, but I really love him with the San Francisco 49ers.
Mm-hmm. All right, the penultimate pick of the third round of the mock draft, the Los Angeles Rams select
I'd done every one of these so well. I was trying to answer a question. Kobe Bryant, cornerback out of Kansas. I did not realize how little zone or how little man the Rams actually play. Kobe Bryant's a dog in zone.
Mm-hmm.
It's man where he gets falafeled up. But you put him in this Ram scheme, I think he could be a starter off the jump. He is probably the most competitive guy in this class. And the only way I remember that is his namesake. He's just like his namesake that played basketball. hyper competitive. And I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't be shocked if that kid wound up being really, really good.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the Los Angeles Rams have made 3 picks in the draft. 26 overall in the first round. You had them take Jahad Campbell, the linebacker out of Alabama. And then now 2 picks in the third round. They went Wyatt Millum out of West Virginia, the tackle, and now Kobe Bryant, the cornerback from Kansas. It's a pretty decent draft.
I think it's very
pick,
solid for the Rams. I really do.
Mm-hmm. Final pick of the mock draft here, third round, number 102 overall, the Detroit Lions.
Harold Fannin Jr., tight end, H-back,
Bowling Green
thing. Dude with really good hands that does some stuff out of Bowling Green. They have been so locked into him through this process that I almost don't see a way that he doesn't wind up with him, or wind up with them, excuse me. Oh, my goodness. I don't know how much time we have left, but we just had another thing happen in the chat.
Not much.
Harold Fannin to me is a better blocking version of Jonnu Smith.
Okay. I can get down with that.
How long do I have to actually say what I got right here?
You got like 30 seconds.
Sweet. Long this just got gifted another 50 Sportsocracy memberships in our chat. So I'm going to take it that he enjoyed what we gave the Rams.
Yes. Thank you very much.
That is 109 new members in this one. Along this is the new champion of gifting memberships in the Sportsocracy forever. That dude, the real MVP.
Just call him the Candy Man. He's just handing them out all over the place. The 3-round mock draft in the books, the final mock draft of the Draftmas season. When you hear our voices again, we will be with you from Wisconsin. From Little Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin, we'll be live with you on Thursday. All of the coverage of the NFL draft right here in the Sportsocracy. Be sure to follow us on the social medias at the Sportsocracy. Subscribe to the YouTube channel so you know whenever we are live throughout the NFL draft weekend.
The schedule's up on our social medias, so if you want to know where we'll be, when, doing what, it is up on our social medias now.
Indeed. We will see you on Thursday back here on 92.9. Clear.
I was determined to get that in.
Yes.
I saw Long This hit those gifted memberships again, and I went, I have to get this into the draft. It must be said that this dude has now gifted as many memberships as have ever been gifted, I believe, on this program in one live stream. Yeah. You the real MVP. I did not do this as a membership thing, and I screwed it up, and you have made it 100% worth it. Dog. Absolute dog. Whew.
Okay.
That was a 7-hour and 8-minute live stream. I am exhausted, and I actually slept last night.
Well, you'll get to sleep again tonight. How about that?
Jackass said, this episode brought to you by Long This. No doubt. We're going to put that dude's name up on the screen when the Rams pick. I'm totally doing that.
That's a good idea.
That's a great idea. Why did we not think of that? What? Why did we not think of that? I make all the overlays. Why did I not think about somebody putting them? Oh, I'm dumb. You know, when you do 540 prospect profiles, you become dumb. That's a brilliant idea.
All right. Well, we appreciate all of you for hanging out with us for this extended live stream, the live mock draft recording for the Monday and Tuesday shows. You can, of course, go back and listen to it again live on Monday.
This was a lot of fun. 7-round mock drafts for every team. The A-pluses will be out. Okay, I got to get this right. The A-pluses will be out tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The 7-round final mock drafts will start on Sunday. They will go out Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. This show will air Monday and Tuesday, so it'll be broken up and it'll run as a live stream on the YouTube. We will be in Green Bay Tuesday about midday. We will have a live stream Tuesday night. We will have one Wednesday night. Then we will be live for the draft Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night. ESPN show will be on YouTube on midday Thursday and Friday from Little Sturgeon Bay. And then prospect profiles will be rolling out as teams draft guys. My report on those guys, not team specific, will roll out on YouTube. We have somebody doing those things. This is the biggest draft we've ever done. It's a lot of shit, and I got to keep it in my mind. It's very hard. And I'm very tired.
Yes.
And I haven't seen my wife in days. I've been in this room for days.
It is a lot. We appreciate all the hard work you've been putting in, Jeremy, to make sure that all of us are, well, still interested once day 3
the guy, look, the people in the YouTube comments, the people with their super chats along this who basically just made donating memberships a thing in this here program. We now have members that I'm not sure I've ever seen before, which is awesome. It's also good to see memberships going to people like Vic Shelton, Bangus Garchie, just Andy Gallus. Those are names that I've seen over time. I didn't get all the way up to the top.
Danny Fans fan.
Danny Fans fan for sure. It's
JT Money.
It's so good for me to people saying all these nice things. It makes it all worth it. The draft is a labor of love. I'm very excited for you guys to see the draft guide. I haven't put one of these out with my name on it ever. This is the first time. There's a note in the back of it for all of you that is about as emotional as you'll ever hear me get. This is the last time you'll see us till we're in Green Bay live. Everything else will be recorded, minus the mock on Saturday. But this is the last time you'll see Tank and I together live. So
yep.
We couldn't do it without you guys, and we appreciate you more than we could ever say.
No doubt about it. We will be, like you said, stay tuned to the YouTube. We'll be back with you throughout the process here. I'm sure, Saturday? Mock draft Saturday.
Mock draft Saturday, that starts at 11 o'clock. Tank, if you can pop in. I'm thinking, what I'm thinking I may do is record the prospect profiles during that. So as guys get drafted, I think I have the autonomy to pause the draft. I'm not positive. I may record my 2 minutes on those. So it'd be kind of like this. So
okay.
We're going to have some fun. If you can pop in. No pressure. You're busier than I am even during this. You do this every day. You're a fucking warrior. And just know that I appreciate you, because if I had to live like this 12 months out of the year, my drinking problem would be a drinking problem.
A problem. All right, everybody, have a great evening. We will talk at you when we talk at you. We'll see you next.